A dull inner voice constantly echoed in the protagonist's head, filled with offensive words, reproaches, and cruel reminders that he had been considered an unworthy child since childhood. His peers constantly bullied him, shamelessly mocked him, invented insults and ridicule, and used every possible opportunity to humiliate him in front of others. At that time, the boy stood gloomy, with his head bowed, listening silently, swallowing insults and pain, because he felt powerless and understood that he was unable to change anything. But suddenly, one of those who had previously mocked and hurt him without mercy was struck in the head with a powerful punch, stopping the ridicule and shocking everyone present. Brother Bin, with anger and fury in his voice, sharply addressed those standing nearby, demanding explanations and asking what senseless nonsense they were allowing themselves to say. Those fools unquestioningly believed only gossip and other people's fabrications, without even trying to understand the truth, because they themselves did not understand anything, did not think about it, and sincerely did not want to do so. Little Yuanzi was genuinely concerned by such unexpected help and warm treatment. Unable to withstand the flood of emotions, confused by the support, and bowing his head, he cried bitterly. Then his older brother took him firmly by the hand, leaned closer, and promised in a confident tone that he would not leave him alone in the future and would always defend him. In response, the younger brother just smiled quietly, still trembling from what he had experienced, and a single lonely tear slowly rolled down his cheek, mixing with relief. Holding hands, the main character felt warmth and support, sincerely believing that as long as his brother was by his side, no difficulties or troubles could break him. But at that unexpected moment, their hands suddenly broke apart, which seemed extremely strange and unexpected, leaving both of them puzzled and a little confused by this incomprehensible event. Yuanzi's face showed deep confusion and loneliness. His eyes glowed with sadness, and his whole expression seemed to speak of inner helplessness in the face of the unknown. The elder walked away from him without saying a word or offering any explanation, leaving the younger Yuanzi alone with mixed feelings of surprise, anxiety, and incomprehension. The young man instantly rushed to catch up with him, stretching out his arms in the hope of catching up with the elder, feeling both the fear of losing him and a strong desire not to remain at a distance. He sincerely begged him not to go anywhere and not to leave him alone with his fear and anxiety. But Bin calmly replied that he was confident in his strength and ability to cope with everything. Waking up covered in sweat and soaked through, Yuanzi lay in bed, thinking about his terrible dream, feeling his heart still pounding with fear and trying to understand its meaning. In high school, he began to suffer from a strange illness, the essence of which was that his brain uncontrollably threw out memories and episodes from the past, including long-forgotten information. At the same time, his consciousness indiscriminately collected and analyzed all memories, facts, and information, regardless of their significance or usefulness, creating chaos in his thoughts. As a result, his brain's control over his body reached an incredible level, where every movement, every reflex, and even minor actions began to obey its excessive activity, forcing his body to submit unquestioningly. The biggest drawback of this disease was that during exacerbations of symptoms, the hero began to experience an incredibly strong and unbearable headache that pierced his consciousness. Doctors could not determine the exact cause of his illness, but thanks to special medication that his mother brought from abroad, his general condition gradually came under control. Hearing a knock at the door, followed by a message that a package had arrived for him, the young man, after some hesitation but still curious, agreed to go out and see who or what had brought it. But at the same time, he realized that recently the effect of the medicine had become almost imperceptible, weakening its effect on his body and leaving his mind in a state of constant tension and anxiety. Yuanzi began to think that his body was gradually developing a tolerance to the effects of this substance, which is why the medicine was no longer having the usual effect, and the symptoms of the disease were becoming noticeable and alarming again. Leaving the room, he immediately noticed his aunt, who smiled warmly and explained that the young man should probably go shopping with her to choose the necessary items and products together. Without responding to his aunt's explanation, the hero simply agreed quietly, carefully took his package in his hands, and began to examine its contents, feeling a slight excitement and curiosity at the same time. There was no information about the sender on the box, which immediately alarmed him and made him carefully check every seam and marking, suspiciously assessing the possible danger. A woman suddenly appeared behind him, and at that moment, the young man felt a sudden fear, realizing that things could go very badly and that the situation had become extremely dangerous for him. She sternly warned him that she would mercilessly break his legs if he dared to leave with his aunt, causing the young man's heart to beat faster with fear and uncertainty about his own safety. The grandmother was long past the age of empty talk, so every word she uttered sounded serious and threatening, and she really meant what she said without a hint of jest. The girl explained to her mother that Yuanzi was almost 20 years old, and it was time for him to meet young ladies, but the problem was that he did not have proper nice clothes. The lady already knew what was behind this plan and sternly ordered her daughter to go on a blind date today, because if she didn't get married soon, there would be no one to take care of her. Jean explained that all her previous meetings had been a real nightmare, and completely useless. And while they were arguing heatedly and exchanging reproaches, the young man quietly decided to open his package. Carefully opening the box, he peered inside, staring intently at its contents, trying to figure out what had been prepared for him and whether there was any danger lurking inside. Taking out a card, the hero immediately felt the pleasant texture of its surface, which softly touched his fingers and caused a slight surprise, because even to the touch it seemed special. To him, it immediately seemed like an exquisite business card from a prestigious club for the wealthy, which looked elegant and expensive, as if created specifically for people of high social status. The hero carefully put the card in his pocket so as not to damage it, and leaned over the box again, curiously looking at what else might be inside and how its contents would surprise him. Excited, he pulled a letter out of the box, his heart beating faster and his mind filled with anticipation as he decided whether to read it immediately and find out what was written there. It was immediately clear that the letter was from Bin, and it told of certain changes as well as something interesting and special that he had prepared and given to his brother, causing the young man to feel a slight excitement. The young man realized that they hadn't talked in a long time, and this suspicious card had appeared out of nowhere. So taking his phone out of his pocket, he felt a slight anger as he tried to figure out who had sent them this signal and why. He dialed his friend's number and waited impatiently for an answer, his heart beating a little faster, his mind racing through the possible scenarios of what his friend would say or how he would explain the appearance of this suspicious card. On the other end of the line, Bin's father picked up the phone, which immediately seemed rather suspicious, as he did not expect someone else to answer instead of his friend, and with such a serious tone. Wanji explained that he had dialed Bin's number to discuss some important matters, share his thoughts, and get some news, hoping for a normal conversation. However, his father said that he was at his son's institute at the time, and it turned out that he himself had disappeared somewhere, which caused alarm and even more suspicion about the emergency with the card and letter. The young man had been missing for 2 days, so when he and his aunt received the message, they immediately rushed to the location indicated, filled with excitement, anxiety, and hope of finally finding him. It was extremely difficult to explain everything, because Bin had disappeared under strange circumstances, and he was last seen in his dorm room, which only added to the concern and cast doubt on all assumptions. When the police reviewed the camera footage, it turned out that Bin had not left the room, only his neighbor was there. But when he turned away, the student suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty room behind. Wanzi listened carefully to every detail, absorbing every word and circumstance described, and couldn't believe his ears because he understood that something like this simply couldn't happen in real life. Then the hero reassured Uncle Lei, asked him not to panic, and promised to contact his grandfather, who worked in the Public Security Bureau, to find out how best to resolve this difficult situation. After finishing the conversation, the young man couldn't immediately come to his senses, because a multitude of thoughts were constantly spinning in his head, making his heart beat faster and not giving him a moment's peace. Holding his chin, the young man carefully analyzed all the events that had taken place since he woke up, reviewing every detail in his memory and trying to understand how all this could have happened. Reaching into his pocket to take out the business card, he suddenly realized that it was gone, and a slight fear came over him because the absence of the card seemed strange and suspicious in such a situation, and at that moment, it angered him even more, creating the feeling that he had found himself in some kind of mystical event where reality was mixed with something supernatural and unpredictable. From the huge amount of information he had received since early morning, the young man's head was aching incredibly, and unable to bear it, he leaned on the table, trying to ease the pain a little and collect his thoughts. Yuanzi immediately grabbed a jar of medicine and took the necessary dose, hoping to quickly alleviate his condition and reduce the unbearable migraine that was splitting his head and exhausting his body. His vision began to blur, which made the situation even worse, and the pain in his head became almost unbearable, forcing him to grimace and hold on to maintain at least some balance. The hero did not understand why all this could have happened, and every new detail only intensified his sadness and surprise. Thoughts and memories swirled in his head in an endless stream, like an invisible whirlpool. And then he seemed to see Bean in front of him, and his words about his brother definitely being able to handle this echoed in the hero's head, mixed with doubts. Blood flowed from the young man's nose, indicating that his blood pressure was above normal, and each drop seemed to remind him of the danger that awaited his body. Taking 2 pills in his hand, he swallowed them at once, almost without tasting them, just to make it easier, hoping that the medicine would work quickly and the pain would gradually subside. From behind the door, a woman announced that investigators from the Kangyang district had arrived and wanted to talk to him, and her voice sounded so serious that the hero felt genuine concern. The young man did not know whether the people from his brother's department who had appeared at the door were just a coincidence or whether there was some hidden reason behind their appearance that could change his life. The elderly woman said that her grandson had done nothing wrong, but the man assured her that this was a normal procedure and that everything would be fine, trying to calm her anxious heart. Approaching the door, the grandmother told the young man that the strangers would like to ask him a few questions. her voice filled with wary concern and a slight tone of anxiety. But at the same time, she threatened him, still not believing that her grandson had done nothing wrong, and her words sounded angry, reflecting doubt and uncertainty in her own righteousness. After analyzing the guests at the front door, the young man realized that they were his cousin's colleagues, and his mind began to ponder the possible reasons for their unexpected visit. Inviting them inside, the young man introduced himself, saying his name confidently and calmly, as if seeking to establish contact immediately and show his friendly intentions. The man immediately asked if Yuanzi knew Lei Yibin, and in response heard that the young men had grown up together, which surprised him slightly and emphasized the long-standing connection between them. The hero understood that his cousin was the captain of the 2nd Detachment of the Kangyang District, and if these 3 strangers had appeared at his house, it meant that they already knew what had happened and were acting purposefully. Sitting down, the man immediately said that he knew that before disappearing, Bin had sent a package to his brother, and his voice sounded confident, as if every word had been carefully checked. Pretending that the young man did not yet know this information, he exclaimed in shock that his friend was nowhere to be found, his voice trembling with unexpected fear and anxiety. The woman told Wang Tai not to scare the student and asked him to relax, imagining that they were just talking, trying to create a calm and safe atmosphere. So the hero replied that the package had arrived very recently and there was no sender listed on it, which only added to his anxiety and heightened his sense of mystery. He also added that there was nothing inside the box, which further increased his surprise and suspicion about the true purpose of the package. He understood that the black card was missing, so technically it wasn't a lie, and that gave him some internal justification for his words. The man said that the young man was the last person Lei Yibing had been in contact with, so they had to check his room, computer, and phone to find any clues about what had happened. Wanzi immediately agreed to this, as he had nothing to hide and his tone was calm without a hint of doubt or fear of the search. The chief gave his subordinates, who were sitting nearby, the order to get to work, and they immediately began to carry out the instructions, moving with precision and synchrony. The woman approached the student, first thanked him for his cooperation, and then asked for his phone number, her voice sounding polite and at the same time insistent. The hero wanted to tell her something and said that there was educational information there, and immediately blushed, feeling slightly embarrassed by his uncertainty. But the employee assured him that she would only look at anything related to Lei Yibin, her tone calm and professional to allay any doubts the protagonist might have. The young man asked what exactly had happened to his brother because he understood that if he didn't ask questions, it would arouse suspicion, so he tried to appear sincere and interested. The man then explained that the student had been lying on his bed in his dorm room and suddenly disappeared. No one had been able to contact him for 24 hours, after which people contacted the police. The young man already knew this information, and it seemed that there had been no progress in the investigation, or he simply did not want to give more details, keeping part of the truth to himself. With a grim look, the investigator ordered them to call him immediately as soon as the young man found out or saw anything, adding that there was no need to hide anything, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. In the end, he threatened that the next person to disappear would be Yuanzi himself, and these words sounded cold and heavy, leaving behind a tense silence and a sense of real danger. The hero did not understand what this could mean, but in response, he simply thanked him for the warning, trying to hide his excitement and not show fear. He sat waiting for everything to end and the strangers to leave the house, feeling tense and slightly relieved at the same time. The woman approached and handed the young man his phone, informing him that the inspection was complete, her voice conveying a sense of calm and closure. She looked at him quite openly and with a smile which created a feeling of friendliness and lightness in the atmosphere. Then the student realized that the employee had seen something on his phone that she shouldn't have, and this made him feel uneasy and uncertain about what to do next. The man gave the young man his business card and asked him to call any time if new information came to light, leaving the door open for further communication. In turn, the protagonist also asked them to provide information about his brother, and they allegedly agreed, although a slight uncertainty could be seen in the eyes of some. The grandmother was also alarmed and insisted that they call the missing man's mother to support her, her voice sounding insistent, full of concern and anxiety. The grandson asked her to tell his grandfather everything about Bin when he returned and to have him contact his uncle, while he went to lie down due to a headache, feeling tired and tense. The investigator's car was still parked outside the house, reminding them of the presence of strangers and continuing to create a feeling of tension. The man asked if Guan had found anything interesting on the young man's phone, his tone calm but alert, waiting for any important details. She immediately reported that there was quite a lot of information there, which interested him, arousing his curiosity and desire to learn more details. Looking at her with a gloomy gaze, the manager ordered her to speak, his voice sounding stern and brooking no resistance. The woman explained that the student had many hidden folders and was trying to disguise them, which immediately caught the manager's attention and aroused suspicion. The phone was overflowing with materials that appeared to be for study purposes, but it also had extensive access to various social networking groups, which made the device particularly valuable for analysis. All other groups were related to online games, and there were no entertainment items in the room except for game consoles, so he was quite withdrawn and did not communicate often. The man was unpleasantly surprised that his colleague considered this to be important information and ordered her to stop digging through other people's underwear, emphasizing the limits of acceptable interference. But Guanya didn't understand what was wrong. She said it and accused him of being boring. Her tone was playful, but slightly defiant. She added that the letter sent by Ebing was hidden behind a flower pot, and the package was definitely not empty, which confirmed the presence of important information inside. Most likely it contained a character card, but they did not know what class it was, which made its true value uncertain and mysterious. Holding a glass of wine in his hands, the man announced that they had to return tomorrow, unless the young man disappeared before then, his voice sounding cold and unyielding. It was already evening outside, and the sky gradually revealed a bright palette of beautiful colors, ranging from delicate pink to deep purple, creating a magical atmosphere. The hero sat in front of the monitor, staring intently at the screen, and gradually realized that Bean's disappearance had been carefully planned, and that the mysterious goal of the other side was to get hold of the black card. Then it became clear that the security bureau might not be the only party that suspected he had the card, and at the same time, a third party was actively searching for Bin's brother, trying to gain an advantage. His friend decided not to contact the bureau, which meant that he did not trust them, and Yuanzi was in a similar situation, unable to trust anyone around him due to circumstances. The safest way out of the situation seemed to be to tell his cousin everything that had happened, as he was the only one he could trust at least a little. But the problem was that the hero couldn't contact him at the time, and even if he had been able to, he didn't know how to logically explain the mysterious disappearance of the map right out of his pocket. Shin suddenly ran into his room, not understanding why her nephew was ignoring her calls and messages, leaving her confused and anxious about his strange behavior. She realized that the young man was unlikely to respond, and this only irritated her even more, intensifying her anger and desire to find out the reason for his silence. But as he got up from his desk, he suddenly felt everything go dark before his eyes, and the world around him seemed to blur, leaving him in darkness and confusion. Clutching his head, Yonsi felt intense pain and complete confusion, not understanding what was happening and why his consciousness was beginning to lose clarity. His head began to ache again, even though he had already taken his medicine, and the pain felt even stronger, forcing him to clench his temples in despair. He had no thoughts at all, only a piercing pain that spread throughout his body and filled every cell of his consciousness, leaving no room for clarity. His grandmother came and took her daughter away, watching her closely, and then asked how her blind date had gone, expecting a detailed account. Jin replied that everything had gone well. The man had his own house and apartment, but she was annoyed that he was too wealthy, and this left her with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, in the room, the hero stood in front of the mirror, staring intently at his reflection, trying to understand what was happening to him and why his face looked so tired. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw something in the mirror that he did not expect at all, and it instantly filled him with a sense of shock and uncertainty. A small black spot suddenly appeared on his forehead, instantly grabbing his attention and making his heart beat faster with anxiety and surprise. Under the spot, there was a thin ribbon with the number 90% clearly marked on it, which made him feel uneasy and forced him to seriously think about its meaning. The hero suddenly realized that this was the very black moon mentioned on the map, and below it was a progress bar that moved slowly, adding tension and anxiety. Yunzi realized that the map had not disappeared, but was simply hidden in his body, and remembered how his brother had said at the time that this discovery would radically change his entire future life. The young man concluded that someone was actively looking for this map, and that Ben had probably sent it to someone quickly and then suddenly disappeared, leaving only a mystery and anxiety behind. Less than a minute later, the scale reached 100%, which instantly shocked and stressed him, causing his heart to beat faster from the surprise. The character card had been reloaded, and the hero felt a wave of mixed emotions, because now everything had taken on new contours and opened up previously unknown possibilities. A system window suddenly appeared in front of the young man, showing the character's characteristics in detail, revealing new data and opportunities for him to understand his strength and potential. To begin with, the window required the player to enter their name so that the system could register them as the character's owner and correctly display all further data and characteristics. The menu was primitive and did not allow any interaction, and for a second Yuanzi thought he could try to enter something fraudulent, although he quickly realized that it was unlikely to work. After entering his name, the window immediately warned him that using his real name was prohibited, and he felt a sense of uncertainty and fear of the consequences of such a violation of the rules. The boy stood in the middle of the room, staring thoughtfully into space, trying to decide what original nickname to come up with that would reflect his character, and at the same time be safe. So, after entering his chosen nickname, he stood silently and eagerly awaited the system's next move, watching as new options and possibilities slowly began to open up before his eyes. Everything went well, and the system announced that the spirit world would open in 10 seconds, wishing Yuan Shitianzu good luck and leaving him in anticipation of the unknown. The hero did not understand what was happening, because everything around him was completely unfamiliar and mysterious, causing a mixture of fear, surprise, and curiosity at the same time. So, the countdown began, warning him that the world of spirits would open very soon, and every second filled his heart with tension and impatience. The download was complete, and the player instantly found himself in the tunnel of the night god Yulin, where darkness and mysterious sensations enveloped him on all sides, causing both anxiety and excitement at the same time. The main quest was to survive for 3 hours in the tunnel, with the difficulty level marked as S, promising incredible trials and mortal danger. Another task was to explore the spirit world, while it was strictly forbidden to bring any objects from the ordinary world, which made his expedition even more dangerous and unpredictable. Then Yuanzi looked closely at his hands, trying to comprehend that everything had happened so quickly, and his mind tried to grasp every detail of the new, strange environment. The player realized that he had found himself in a completely different dimension, where the laws of reality differed from the familiar world, and everything around him seemed strange and alien to his perception. A window appeared again, explaining that the Yulin Tunnel was one of the 10 great stories of the Zhongzhen War, opening up a new level of understanding of the past and the meaning of this world for Yuanzi. Later, information announcements reappeared before the player, warning that his journey and introduction to the realm of spirits was about to begin. The Yulin Tunnel was built at the end of the last century. During night excavations in a rainstorm, a team of workers disappeared inside, and no one has seen them since. The search party found only one worker in the mountains. He was alive but mentally broken, repeating only one phrase endlessly during interrogations. Day after day, the man persistently warned everyone around him not to enter the temple under any circumstances, repeating this restlessly. Wanzi listened carefully to this information, maintaining a focused expression on his face, and slowly analyzed what he had heard, comparing the facts, details, and possible consequences for further action. Then as he examined the place where it had appeared, he concentrated on understanding what was in front of him, looking closely at every detail. And then it turned out that in front of him was the very tunnel from urban legends, which residents had whispered about for years, considering it a lost, forbidden, and dangerous place. The hero tried to calm himself down, convincing himself that this couldn't be the same Yulin Tunnel from the 10 great urban legends of Shanghai, about which there were creepy rumors. The young man remembered passing by this place a few days ago when he was returning to his hometown to honor his father's memory, and at that time it looked completely different. In reality, the place was not as old and dilapidated as it appeared to him at that moment, as if time had deliberately distorted its appearance and atmosphere. The boy tried to piece everything together and thought that he had been deliberately drawn into an urban legend in order to carry out a task given to him by a mysterious force, and the mysterious voice outlined 2 missions. If the first mission was to survive, it meant that something truly dangerous was hidden in this area, and the task of exploring the spirit world could only point to that mysterious tunnel. Having come to this conclusion, the player realized only that the place where he was at that moment was truly dangerous to his life and health, and there were no convenient ways to avoid the threat. However, if he was given a task, then after completing it, a reward was expected, and if he believed that panel, then the young man's class was Night Wanderer, and there was no level at all, he had to earn it. It was then that Yuanzi realized that Brother Bin was right, and that this card could really change his life. But at the same time, he realized that coping with this task would be extremely difficult and dangerous. The deadly mode of the spiritual world did not sound fun at all, because every element of it hinted at real dangers, traps, and trials that could cost the life of any careless traveler. Suddenly, the lights illuminating the tunnel roads went out instantly, leaving Yuanzi in pitch darkness, where every sound and shadow seemed threatening and invisible. Turning around, the young man noticed the silhouette of a person, which instantly alarmed him, because he did not expect anyone else to be there, and his heart began to beat faster from surprise. But then as the figure came closer, the hero's face contorted with surprise and horror, because he could not immediately understand who was standing in front of him and what this person's intentions were. The stranger was dressed in ragged clothes, and his limbs looked almost like those of a skeleton, which gave him a terrifying, eerie, and almost unreal appearance. It immediately became clear that this was the same group of workers mentioned in the window, and their terrifying appearance confirmed all the scary rumors and legends that circulated about them. Their faces were frightening, eerie, and looked completely lifeless, as if shadows and darkness themselves had formed their features, causing a terrifying horror in the heart. The group moved like zombies, slowly and steadily, their eyes glowing red, creating a sense of absolute threat and imminent danger for Yuanzi. At that moment, the young man realized that he was facing decomposing corpses, and the eerie smell of death enveloped everything around him, intensifying his feelings of horror and hopelessness. Without wasting a moment, he instantly ran away from them, his heart pounding wildly and fear forcing his legs to run faster than his mind could comprehend the danger. The strangers in the form of the dead reached out their hands to him as if trying to grab him, which frightened him even more, forcing him to speed up his escape, because the feeling of danger became almost physically palpable. They moved automatically without any consciousness or emotion, just straight ahead, as if programmed to pursue him, which made them even more terrifying and unpredictable. The hero realized that these creatures did not actually intend to pursue him, and this calmed him down a little, although his heart was still beating fast and the fear did not completely go away. Yunzi decided to carefully look around to thoroughly analyze his situation, assess the dangers, and figure out where best to go next to stay alive. And he realized that there were even more of these creatures on the other side, and their numbers seemed endless, which intensified his sense of hopelessness and danger. In that case, it became clear that they had decided to surround only the hero who had arrived in that world, directing all their eerie presence and threat exclusively at him. The creatures did not speak. They could only slowly move their hands and walk forward, as if controlled by some invisible force, which made their presence even more frightening and merciless. The young man thought he had been driven into a corner and that it was impossible to get out of there, because the number of creatures on all sides created a feeling of absolute entrapment with no chance of escape. However, he was mistaken, because the workers did not attack him. On the contrary, with their slow movements and gestures, they indicated where he should go, as if helping him find his way through the danger. On that side, he could see a small house standing in the darkness of the night, its outlines barely visible among the shadows, evoking a sense of mystery and anticipation. Running with all his might, he continued in that direction, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest and his legs barely keeping up with the speed of his thoughts. A few meters later, he ran out of the tunnel into a fairly large area, illuminated by the faint light of the sun, where the air was fresh and the space opened up in all directions. Around him were only mountains, darkness, and loneliness, which hung over him with a heavy feeling of hopelessness, causing his heart to beat faster with anxiety and fear. However, the creatures that had not attacked him remained behind, which was strange because the panel clearly stated that this was a deadly task and any mistake could cost him his life. The young man still did not understand why the previous workers had so easily fallen behind him and even shown him the way to go, leaving him with a feeling of inexplicable mystery and suspicious safety. The hero's head was filled with thoughts about what had happened, but the best decision for him, regardless of the reasons, was to move away from the creatures, wary of any unpredictable danger that might lie in wait for him. So he continued along the path through the dense forest, and only the moon, breaking through the thick tree crowns, lit his way, casting long shadows on the ground around him. It was too quiet, and the young man understood that at this time of night, the forest should be filled with the noise of mountain insects, and the absence of any sound made him feel uneasy. However, there was nothing around, only the silhouette of the house ahead, to which he was making his way, like the only support in the boundless darkness and silence of the night forest. The player approached and cautiously stepped onto the territory, feeling the tension grow with each step, and the shadow of the house seemed more and more threatening and incomprehensible. His movements were slow so that he could first explore the unfamiliar place, carefully examining every corner, and then move as necessary without exposing himself to unpredictable danger. Cobwebs hung around, indicating that no one had been here for quite some time, and each thread-like curl emphasized the oblivion and neglect of this place. There were some objects under his feet, but because of their age and neglected appearance, it was unclear what they were, and each step was accompanied by a feeling of cautious alertness. After examining everything, the hero concluded that this was not someone's house, but a real temple, majestic and mysterious, filled with ancient power and an enigmatic atmosphere that made his heart beat faster. He couldn't believe his own thoughts and the conclusion he had come to, because everything around him seemed so real and yet so incredible, causing him to feel a mixture of fear and amazement. Immediately after that, a panel appeared in front of him, warning him that he needed to prepare for the meeting without saying anything else, leaving him in tense anticipation. Wanzi remembered the voice that warned him not to enter the temple, but there was nowhere to go because he had already left the tunnel, and all that remained in front of him was the majestic and mysterious temple that beckoned him forward. At that moment, the young man thought that perhaps those creepy creatures had deliberately driven him to this place, forcing him to feel fear and helplessness in the face of unknown danger. He was given 2 different quests, but if you put them together, it meant that the player had 3 hours to walk around the temple and survive, overcoming dangerous traps and unpredictable threats at every turn. The young man understood that if he went forward, there was a high probability of dying, but retreating did not guarantee his life, leaving him with a tough choice between risk and uncertainty. At the very beginning of the game, he was ordered not to go into the temple, and this stopped him, forcing him to hesitate between obeying the order and the inevitability of further events that pulled him forward. But stepping onto the stairs, the hero realized that his task was to explore the temple and find out everything, despite the fear and danger that lurked at every turn. So he decided to go ahead anyway, to find out the truth about the temple, uncover its secrets, and understand what really awaited him inside, despite the risk to his own life. Climbing the stairs, the boy saw that there was a light burning inside the building, which surprised him, because the temple seemed neglected and long abandoned. However, he heard footsteps behind him, which made his heart beat faster and tension and fear gripped every cell of his body, forcing him to look around nervously. Looking back, he saw nothing in the tall grass, which only increased his anxiety, making him feel trapped in the mysterious and dark surroundings. Yunzi was alert because his hearing was sharp at that moment, and every sound he heard seemed extremely important, forcing him to listen carefully to the movements around him. Looking around, he found nothing, despite his intense attention in every sound, which left a feeling of mysterious emptiness and hidden danger. But he understood that usually after such strange sounds, a ghost would appear, and this made his heart beat faster, filling his mind with anxious premonitions of an inevitable encounter with something supernatural. Hearing footsteps getting closer and closer, the young man had a thought that they wanted him to go inside, and this reinforced his feeling that every step was a carefully planned trap. Without wasting any time, he ran as fast as he could, thinking that Brother Bin had become a ghost and was taking his anger out on him, and this feeling of being pursued made his heart pound wildly and his legs race forward. Behind him, he could hear footsteps getting closer and closer, but there was no one there, which created a feeling of a supernatural presence pursuing him with an invisible force. The boy screamed in fear and confusion, his voice echoing through the dark forest, reflecting his panic and helplessness in the face of an invisible threat. He ran as fast as he could, feeling his heart pounding wildly, his legs barely keeping up with the rhythm of the panic that had completely overwhelmed him. Opening the temple door, the player was already inside, and the cold darkness of the room enveloped him, causing him to feel both fear and awe of the unknown. Coming to his senses, he took a deep breath to calm himself, trying to quell his fear and gather strength for further action in the dark temple. Looking around, Yuanzi realized that the door was still open, which made him feel unsafe and suspicious, because no one would leave it open in a temple like this. He sat on the threshold of the house and looked around, listening to the slightest sounds, trying to understand whether he was really being followed or whether it was just his imagination playing tricks on him. Suddenly, it became clear that the footsteps were no longer audible, and this brought temporary relief, although the feeling of anxiety still did not leave him, forcing him to listen intently to the slightest rustle. At that moment, the young man felt that he was safe, although the silence around him left him feeling wary and suspiciously calm, which could deceive him at any moment. Candles were placed around the room, giving off a soft light and casting long shadows on the walls, creating an atmosphere of mystery and ancient secrets. In the temple, flooded with crimson light, the boy turned, sensing a strange presence, and behind him rose the giant shadow of a creature, silent and menacing, looming over him, making his heart pound with fear. On either side stood two beautiful ladies carved from stone, whose majestic posture and skillfully crafted details evoked both admiration and a sense of mystical presence. The player had the feeling that they were looking directly at him, as if watching his every move and evaluating his every step in this mysterious temple. Then in the center of the temple stood a statue of a woman seemingly alive, her eyes full of intelligence and emotion, her presence radiating an incredible mysterious aura. The whole composition was eerie, yet enchanting and flawlessly executed, combining feelings of fear and admiration that made one linger on every detail. From Yuanzi's vantage point, the statue seemed terribly cumbersome, looming over him with its grandeur and creating a feeling of irresistible power and mystical greatness. The young man quietly and calmly surveyed his surroundings, looking closely at every detail of the environment, noticing small changes in light and shadow that created a special atmosphere. He saw that the statue was supposed to be holding something in its hand, but the small details had been erased by time, and it was difficult to understand what exactly it was holding in its palm. He continued to search for clues, carefully examining every stone, crack, and image around him, hoping to unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic place. The hero saw a stone with an inscription in front of him, looked closely at the symbols, and realized that this could be important information about the temple, its history, and purpose. The inscriptions dated back to the early Ming dynasty, which meant they were more than 500 years old, giving this discovery special historical value and providing insight into ancient events. After reading all this, Yuanzi became even more alert, feeling a slight chill on his skin and realizing that something dangerous and unknown might be unfolding before him. He couldn't understand who was changing the candles in the main hall because none of those present had appeared, and the mysterious light still maintained its constant brightness and warmth. A guess flashed in the player's eyes at that moment, and he felt his mind begin to quickly search for connections between events, trying to understand the true nature of what was happening around him. The young man thought about previous events, remembering who he had seen here during that period, pondering every detail of his encounters and interactions to piece together a complete picture of what had happened before. It was clear that the candles had been recently replaced, and they burned brightly, casting a warm, flickering light on the walls and creating a strange atmosphere of mystery and anticipation. The young man thought it might have been a member of the work crew, and it seemed to him that they too might have entered this temple, and later all this gradually turned into an urban legend retold by the locals. In any case, the young man understood that he was in trouble, And if he wanted to survive, he needed to carefully look for any clues, hints, or details that could save him from danger. He was sure that he would not die in this place, and his determination grew with every step because he knew that he would reach the end and uncover all the secrets that this temple hid. Sitting down on the floor, Yuanzi examined the skeleton, which had probably been lying there for a long time, paying attention to every bone and small remnants of clothing, trying to understand its history and the circumstances of its death. His chest and several ribs were broken, and there was a noticeable crack in his right shoulder, but it was not too large, suggesting that the injuries were old and not entirely fatal. The young man also thought that something was hidden in the pocket of his uniform, and he carefully began to examine the fabric, trying to find any hint of an object or note that could provide valuable information. It was a story that had happened before, leaving traces of time and memory behind, and now every detail could tell of the events of the past and those who were part of this ancient adventure. Another brother had disappeared at that time, and he was the third disciple from the temple when a powerful demon came to Mount Sandao, visiting the building every night to hunt people and terrorize them with his presence. The master ordered the disciples to hide everything from the pilgrims, fearing that it would affect the temple's attendance, and he believed that his talismans were enough to drive away any ghosts. However, he had a bad feeling because recently the brothers had been disappearing more and more often, and he needed to find the eldest brother to discuss the situation and decide how to protect the rest of the disciples and the temple. As it turned out, the eldest brother had also disappeared, and the disciples cried out to the master that this could not go on, feeling fear and despair at their helplessness in the face of an incomprehensible threat. The man ordered him to come to the room after sunset, and he was to reveal a secret concerning a millennium of prosperity and decline, uncovering ancient mysteries that affected the fate of the temple and its disciples. As Yuanzi saw it, the story was interrupted and unfinished, leaving behind a sense of uncertainty and mystery that demanded that all hidden secrets be unraveled. The deceased worker had hidden the temple servant's notes in his pocket, and this was an important clue because the reason for the decline of the temple on Mount Sandao had not been revealed, and it was imperative to uncover it. The young man understood that he had to go on, and at the same time realized that the chances of encountering danger could increase with every step, heightening his vigilance and caution in this mysterious place. But according to urban legend, one worker had managed to survive, and if the young man followed in his footsteps, he would be able to find a way out and avoid the dangers lurking in that place. It was so quiet around him that the hero felt goosebumps running down his spine, and every sound of his own breathing seemed extremely loud and frightening in this deafening and mysterious silence. He understood that someone was waiting for him outside, so going there was not an option, and he had to look for other ways inside, moving cautiously in the darkness and listening to the slightest sounds. But he couldn't stay where he was either, because he had to look for something new. Every step could reveal new clues or hint at hidden danger, otherwise his chances of survival would diminish. At that moment, Yuanzi decided to move forward in order to advance further in this story, hoping to find new clues and understand the secrets of the temple that had remained undiscovered for centuries. Eventually, he came to another location, carefully examining everything around him, from noticeable details to small cracks and traces, trying to understand what had happened here before and what secrets this place held. It was dark around him. Only the light from the temple gave any clue as to where the paths led, illuminating the narrow walkways and the shadows of trees and stones hidden in the darkness of the night. A new location opened up before the young man, which was also half ruined on the outside and unknown on the inside. Its walls cracked, the roof partially collapsed, and inside there was a mysterious darkness and the smell of antiquity. Inside there was a courtyard, and around the perimeter were buildings, partially destroyed and overgrown with moss, with dark windows and doors that created a feeling of abandonment and mystery. The player frowned, looking around, listening to the slightest sounds and trying to notice any signs of movement or hidden danger among the dark and dilapidated buildings. He strode forward without wasting any time, carefully examining every corner around him so as not to miss any clues and to remain prepared for any danger. Yuanzi noticed that from the starting point to where he was, the entire path was littered with traces of the construction crew, scattered tools, wood, and bones. It was really difficult to get used to this, because every step reminded him of the danger and left him feeling constantly tense, forcing Yuanzi to be extremely careful. Almost all of the people had suffered severe injuries to their forearms before their deaths, but their shoulder bones were left without a single crack, which was strange and alarming. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling for help, echoing somewhere ahead in the darkness, trembling with fear and despair and making his heart beat faster, because it was unclear who exactly was shouting and for what purpose. The words grew louder and louder, echoing off the walls and passageways, growing with every second and creating a sense of the imminent proximity of the person begging for help. The hero understood that any sane person would have fled this place long ago, but he felt that he could not ignore it and had to find out the truth, no matter how dangerous it might be. At that moment, the young man could only think of his brother Ben, whose face, words, and advice constantly came to mind, pushing him to take decisive action and forcing him to forget his fear. He mentally threatened to send all his materials from the hidden folders to Uncle Leia so that he could see with his own eyes what his son was really like and what he had been secretly doing all this time. Outside, it was a deep, dark night, and only the cold twinkling of distant stars cautiously pierced the darkness, giving a faint but necessary light to the surrounding space. Looking around, he could see that cobwebs hung everywhere, covering the walls, corners, and objects, creating a depressing feeling of neglect and prolonged absence of people. The hero suddenly noticed a skeleton that looked much more intact than the others, as if time had hardly touched it, and this strange preservation immediately aroused suspicion and anxiety. Only its shoulder blades were broken, just like the skeleton in the main hall, and the hero involuntarily thought that this could be a mere coincidence, although doubt remained. He also noticed that there was something unknown inside the pocket, hidden from view, and this detail immediately aroused intense curiosity and a sense of danger. The young man carefully pulled out the found object and was surprised to see that it was an old mirror, a strange talisman, and a tattered book filled with mysterious symbols. All these items looked quite worn, with noticeable signs of age, and it was immediately clear that they were antique, had long been forgotten, and had survived more than one generation. A window immediately appeared before his eyes, informing the player that a rare item from the spirit world had been successfully found and added to his inventory. It could only be used once, and if the item was carefully placed on the forehead of the yin creature, it would banish it from this world forever. Wanzi instantly realized that this talisman was extremely valuable and could be decisive in his fight against danger. Then his attention was drawn to another found item, which looked no less mysterious and promised to reveal even more secrets of the surrounding world. The book contained an ancient story that could only be understood by carefully reading each page and uncovering the hidden details of the narrative. The master said that 2 years had passed since his arrival on Mount Sandao, during which time he had experienced many events and gained valuable experience living among hermits. His older brother instructed him that as soon as the master arrived after purifying the souls, he should officially accept him, because cultivation through the impregnation of souls with moonlight was a mandatory method. Then came a difficult time when Prince Yan appeared, and smoke enveloped the sky, and the master had to purify souls, doing everything possible to prevent the yin curse from falling upon the people. The young man concluded that it was a personal diary, and noticed that the paper resembled the one he had found in the main hall, but he doubted that the details about the priests of the night could be historically accurate. It was also mentioned that the door suddenly opened in front of the master, and his older brother, who had disappeared during the night, appeared, looking like a living corpse, with his chest covered in blood and his heart torn out. The other pages in the diary had been torn out, so the rest of the story remained unknown, leaving the young man with a sense of mystery and incompleteness. The hero realized that he could no longer stay in that place, because ants were crawling down his back, causing a feeling of panic and reminding him of an invisible danger. But he remembered that he still had one more item in his hand, a mirror that could hide secrets or become the key to solving the situation. Then the guy decided to look closely at it, because the mirror was intact and undamaged, which gave hope that it could show something important or hidden. The young man's eyes widened in shock and fear when he saw something in the mirror that he never expected, and that made his heart beat faster. Behind him, a faceless creature with clearly visible eyes was reflected in the mirror, and the young man felt a horror that penetrated his very heart, causing his blood to freeze in his veins. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs, so overwhelmed by fear that the sound of his scream echoed through the empty room and bounced off the walls. He quickly began to say prayers, trying to drive away the evil force that hung over him, filling the room with tension and magical energy. Then he prayed to Brother Bin to have mercy on him, because until that moment he sincerely believed that he was the cause of all the horror that was happening around him. Looking into the mirror again, Yanzi prayed fervently that the exorcism talisman would work on the ghost, hoping that its magical power would be able to cleanse the room of the dangerous entity. However, it was in vain, as the creature remained in place, not disappearing anywhere, its ominous presence continuing to hang over Yuanzi, intensifying his fear and despair. Sitting on the floor, the hero began to sob, feeling a deep sense of guilt for leaving the temple, because after that, everything went awry and the situation became uncontrollable. It began to seem to him that the dead workers were trying to lure him into their eerie world of darkness, where an unprecedented atmosphere of horror reigned, and every step seemed deadly dangerous. The player heard footsteps behind him again and again, certain that it was the same creature that had pursued him before, and this made his heart beat wildly and fear overwhelm him completely. Wanzi was ready to fight these ghosts, determined to protect himself at all costs and not let them take his life. After his deliberations, the young man looked out the window and noticed a strange red glow in the courtyard, flickering and attracting attention, promising new danger or mystery. In the darkness of the night, this red glow was especially noticeable, as if an artist had deliberately emphasized it, highlighting its mystery and disturbing presence. Looking closer, he saw that it was a pair of red shoes, left without their owner, which glowed strangely in the darkness and created a sense of mystical mystery. Covering his mouth with his hands, the player tried to stifle a scream of fear, feeling his heart beating wildly and anxiety pressing on every nerve in his body. He thought he was losing his mind because in the ancient temple of the Ming dynasty, there was a pair of red shoes that looked extremely strange and out of place, intensifying his sense of horror. The young man continued to look out from the windowsill, carefully observing the strange object, trying to figure out its nature and understand whether it posed a danger. Various thoughts swirled in his head as he tried to make sense of everything he had seen before and understand what these strange and disturbing events meant for his life. The young man's face was deeply depressed at that moment because the darkness, shadows, and strange phenomena around him intensified his feelings of fear and hopelessness. Looking at the objects in his hands, he asked himself what to do in such a situation and how to save himself, feeling helpless in the face of supernatural danger. Yuanzi's shoulder hurt terribly, and he felt as if it was about to burst, as if unbearable tension had built up inside, which was difficult to endure. The boy began to run back at incredible speed, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest in order to escape the danger that had come upon him unexpectedly and terrifyingly. The ghost on his shoulder grew heavier with each passing minute, squeezing his body with invisible chains of fear, forcing him to take each step with incredible effort. Never in his life had it been so difficult for the player to move, because each step seemed like a struggle against an invisible force that pulled him down, forcing him to make incredible efforts for the slightest movement forward. Exhausted, he lay on the floor, tensely controlling his breathing, trying to regain his strength after the exhausting escape, feeling his heart slowly return to its normal rhythm. As it turned out, the main hall was the safest area where he could rest and recover, feeling at least a moment of peace amid the chaos and danger that reigned around him. After sitting for a while, Yuanzi noticed that the pain in his shoulder was beginning to subside, allowing him to feel relief and gather his strength to consider his next steps and assess the situation around him. At first, the young man managed to escape from the strange boots, and then barely made it to the main hall with the ghost on his shoulder, feeling every step as an incredible burden, as fear and exhaustion combined to put unbearable pressure on his body. But if they attacked at the same time, the hero knew he couldn't handle it, because the strength and speed of his enemies were beyond his capabilities, leaving him with only despair and the realization of an inevitable struggle. He needed to prepare himself mentally before he decided to go outside again, because there could be creatures even more terrifying than those he had already encountered. However, before the young man was ready, a window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had completed the main quest, and for a moment he felt incredible relief and pride. This information surprised the player, because time had passed so quickly, and he had barely noticed how the hours had flown by, absorbed by tension, danger, and the constant struggle for survival. He was also given a talisman, gained experience, and most importantly, was given 36 hours to rest, after which the next world of spirits would open, where new trials awaited. In a second, Yuanzi's body seemed to become weightless and glowed with a blue light, enveloping his aura with magical energy that filled every cell with strength and a feeling of incredible lightness and power. And then it became clear that at that moment, he had been teleported to the room where he had been before, and the familiar walls and objects created a strange feeling of déjà vu. The young man was surprised because he had not expected such a turn of events, and his mind tried to quickly comprehend the situation, overcoming surprise and unexpected excitement. Feeling too tired, he lay down on the bed and realized that the air at home felt noticeably cleaner, filling his chest with calm and lightness after long trials. But then he suddenly got up, remembering that he had to find his talisman today, and thoughts of the task filled him with determination, forcing him to forget his fatigue and focus on the urgent goal. As soon as he thought about the item, a window with inventory appeared in front of him, shining with light and displaying all his belongings, giving him a sense of control and the ability to quickly select the necessary item. The inventory worked intuitively on a subconscious level, and it was not even necessary to learn how to use it, as all the necessary items instantly appeared in his hands, responding to the user's thoughts and intentions without any extra effort. The level was still 0, so the player still did not have access to class abilities and had to rely only on basic skills and his own wits to cope with the dangers. Picking up the phone, the young man thought about the need to talk to his cousin, feeling an urgent need to share the events and get advice. He immediately remembered that the man from the detective agency had told him to contact him with any new information, and this made the young man feel the urgency of the situation. But if he told them everything that had happened, there was a high risk that they would think he was crazy and take him away without trying to understand the details and without believing a word he said. On the other hand, his brother had disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and the investigator had said that Yuanzi could also disappear, so it could be concluded that their group was dealing with such issues. When he called Li Dongji, the young man was shocked that he was happy to hear that he had escaped from the spirit world, and this unexpected joy surprised him, because instead of excitement or anxiety, Li showed sincere relief. He also began by congratulating Yuanzi on his distinction as a traveler of the spirit world, expressing admiration for his achievement and emphasizing the importance of success, which opened up new opportunities. The difference between them was that the man was officially registered with that status and offered him a choice, giving him the opportunity to decide for himself whether to accept the powers and privileges. Rulers have two approaches. The first is to become official, obtaining status and resources, and the second is to remain a lone practitioner and not use their skills for illegal activities. Without wasting any time, Yuanzi immediately decided that he wanted to join the organization and was ready to work for the good of society, feeling responsible for his skills and desires. They decided to meet tomorrow at 8 in the morning to discuss a plan of action and prepare for the next steps, which required precision, focus, and coordinated efforts from both sides. The hero finally apologized for hiding the map that was at the bottom of the box from the investigation, realizing the seriousness of his actions and trying to restore trust and show a responsible attitude. Dark night descended on the city, signaling to residents that it was time to rest and covering the streets with silence and calm, while the streetlights softly illuminated the sidewalks. The next day, the sun was already shining into the hero's room, filling the space with warmth and bright light that dispelled the remnants of darkness and gave a sense of a new beginning and fresh opportunities for action. He stepped out into the hallway thinking that he was very hungry, feeling his empty stomach pressing on his every movement and forcing him to look for food to restore his strength and regain energy for further action. He couldn't sleep because every time he closed his eyes, he felt like there was a ghost behind him, watching him silently, causing fear and not letting him relax even for a moment. His grandmother and aunt immediately noticed his condition as he looked exhausted, with a gloomy look and haggard features, which immediately caused them concern and a desire to help. Jin immediately began to joke about what her nephew had been doing at night, laughing and teasing him, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Ignoring her, the boy quietly approached his grandfather, feeling the warmth and reliability of a loved one who always made him feel calm and safe. The grandson turned to him, asking about the disappearance of the construction crew, because he had come across an article on the subject on the internet and wanted to know more details. The grandfather explained that it had been quite a long time ago and he didn't remember anything, adding that the events of that time had faded from his memory, leaving only blurred memories and feelings of the past that could no longer be recreated. Hearing their conversation, the grandmother added that the worker they had found had also disappeared shortly afterwards, and this news added even more anxiety, forcing them to think about the mysterious events that were taking place around them. After the woman accused him of memory lapses, the older man explained that one should believe facts, not gossip, and that the older one gets, the more prone one is to believe in fiction. Once he realized that the employee had ended up in the temple again after 36 hours had passed and was unable to get out, remaining trapped in the magical space. The second stage would be more difficult, and if the young man wanted to survive, the best solution would be to get more information from the organization in order to prepare for the dangers and have a clear understanding of the rules and possible threats. After gathering his things and taking breakfast with him, the young man told his family that he was going for a walk, trying not to cause unnecessary concern and to hide the real purpose of his trip. His grandfather watched him leave, wondering what his grandson was planning to do, but said nothing, feeling mixed emotions of anxiety and curiosity as he tried to predict the young man's next move. The car was already waiting for the traveler outside the house, the engine purring quietly, the doors open, ready to take him to his next destination, where new challenges and tasks awaited him. Peeking out from behind the fence, the young man made sure it was safe to move on, assessing the situation and making sure that the path was clear and that no obstacles threatened his plans and next steps. The man opened the door and invited him inside, gesturing hospitality and inviting him to come in, creating a sense of security and readiness for further conversation or action. Yuanzi looked back and walked confidently to the car, feeling determined and in control of the situation, ready to continue on his way and face the new challenges that lay ahead. Upon meeting, the man offered him something to drink, and the young man chose a cola because he was thirsty and wanted to quench his thirst quickly, getting a slight feeling of refreshment and energy. The investigator replied that he should have bought such a drink at a store on the way, but the young man knew that he did not want to spend his own money, so he decided to accept the offer without creating unnecessary arguments. While they were driving to the place where his documents would be processed, the man decided to give him an introductory course, explaining the basic rules, duties, and principles. To begin with, he introduced himself as Li Dongze, a third-level explorer, emphasizing his experience and knowledge, which could be useful for teaching and mentoring the young man. The spirit world is a supernatural space, the nature of which no scientist has yet been able to explain. Despite all the research and attempts to study it, the organization still has not been able to understand how it works. That world existed in their reality and beyond its borders at the same time. Only certain people could enter it, and to join the ranks of such people, a map was needed. The organization called this map a character map, and those who received it had to complete a series of trials, which was quite difficult for them. If the character completes the missions, they receive the skills and characteristics of their class. The mechanism by which the spirit world selects travelers has not yet been studied, and the method of class distribution is also unclear. Sometimes the cards appear directly in a person's body, while others have found them on the road, and still others have received them by clicking on a random link on the internet. Completing a mission is only the beginning. If a player wants to level up and become stronger, they need to take on new quests each time, but the task did not appear too often. The man suggested following his example, a third-level scout. Over the past 2 years, he had entered the otherworldly realm on his own, only once every 3 months, and several times he had even been on the verge of death. Continuing his story, he said that the last raids were in a team, which was the main essence of the spirit world. To the young man, it sounded like a game with a large number of participants. Solo activities were the most dangerous, with the highest mortality rate, while things were better in a team. The world was divided into deadly and penalty worlds, and in the latter, if you failed, you simply lost points. The hero asked why solo worlds were so dangerous, and Duns replied that in team worlds, the young man had to work with rulers of different classes, while in solo worlds, they were selected specifically for his class. The class masters had their own strengths, the first of which was insight, tracking, and analysis. And in the single worlds the man had visited, he had to take on the role of a detective. He also added that he had to hide from enemies and survive in the wild, and that the dungeons for each class differed at different stages of development. Yunsi realized that the theme of the spirit world was chosen according to his class, and he felt that his inner abilities and talents perfectly matched the rules and laws of this mysterious world. The man explained that Lei Yibing had most likely already died during the trials, and his words filled the room with heavy silence, causing everyone present to feel the bitterness of loss and the uncertainty of the future. The young man was shocked, and Dongzi added that quite a lot of time had passed, and usually all missions lasted several hours, or in the worst case, up to 2 days, but he had been gone for 4. Yuanzi exclaimed, asking about the higher stages, his voice sounding determined and impatient, as he wanted to know all the details and understand what lay ahead at the more difficult level of testing. Indeed, stages above the transcendental can take longer, as each level becomes increasingly difficult and requires incredible concentration, endurance, and a deep understanding of inner strength from the participants. The young man hoped that Brother Bin had moved on to another level, and all that remained was to hope that this was indeed the case. Until they met again, the young man decided to stay close to the organization. Before the man introduced him to the others, he needed to find out his morality score, because it determined how he would be accepted into the circle of new people and whether he would be able to fit in with the rules. Looking at the window in his profile, Yancy replied that his score was 60, and his voice sounded confident, while hiding a slight nervousness due to the importance of this information. This was the main problem for newcomers. If morality fell below a certain level, the participant would be subject to a penalty mechanism, and all travelers within his city would automatically receive a quest to eliminate him. The hero was concerned that he would be forbidden to do anything bad for the rest of his life, as this limited his freedom of action and forced him to carefully weigh every step so as not to violate the strict rules. He immediately asked the man whether manual labor and reviewing educational materials were considered bad deeds, because he wanted to understand the limits of what was allowed and make sure that his daily actions did not violate the established rules. In his mind, the young man was worried that his life was over, and his heart was gripped with fear, while his mind was filled with gloomy premonitions of future dangers. Li Dongzhe, hearing this, immediately laughed and said that there was no need to worry about this, explaining that violations such as theft, assault, and robbery would deduct up to 5 points, while murder would deduct 10. If the actions resulted in many casualties, the calculation would depend on the specific case, and personal affairs and everyday issues would not affect the score at all. One just had to be a good person, adhere to moral principles, help others, and not break important rules, because that was what determined one's status and safety in the surrounding world. The young man thought that things like morality and law were artificial tools for maintaining order, and believed that the world itself did not need such restrictions. Most likely, the spirit world remains poorly understood, and established rules are necessary for control and safety, as unknown forces can unpredictably affect all participants in this world. Then they arrived at the organization's building and headed towards it, walking carefully along the corridors and examining every detail, because their presence in this place required attentiveness and compliance with all safety rules. The man added that losing morality is as easy as accumulating it, and explained that to do so, it is enough to avoid senseless actions and rash deeds, because even small mistakes can quickly diminish it. Also, if a participant had money, it was easy to increase this indicator, and this is what gave them the opportunity to take the lives of others with impunity, hiding behind the moral system. Dungs then decided to talk about the organization they belonged to, called the Five Elements Alliance, and explained that it consisted of 5 factions. The investigator named each of them: the 100 Flowers Union, the White Tiger Corps, the Red Flame, the Water God's Palace, and the Stronghold, explaining their functions and influence within the alliance. All these factions represent 5 classes: the Wood Demon, the Scout, the Firemaster, the Water Ghost, and the Ghoul, each of which has its own unique abilities, specialization, and role in maintaining the balance of power. In addition to their company, there are also other official organizations, and this one was formed only in the last 20 years, because before that, everyone acted on their own, without any coordination, which often led to chaos. The man also said that the wood demons had a special love for nature, and he admitted that he had never before in his life met such fanatics who so devotedly protected every tree. He did not even want to talk about or explain the others, because he believed that their affairs were too easy and crazy, and any details could cause unnecessary problems or misunderstandings. Only intelligence was truly sensible, calm, and wise, because its members knew how to assess the situation without unnecessary emotions, plan actions in advance, and make decisions. The traveler explained to the boy that the abilities of different classes resemble a game where fire is aggressive fighters, water is magicians with control and healing, earth is reliable defenders, and scouts act as observers. If he were a master of flame, the young man would already be roasting in a frying pan, because the power of fire was so destructive and dangerous that any carelessness could instantly turn into a disaster. Dronzer continued to praise the scouts, talking about their combat skills, but also mentioned the night travelers, emphasizing that their abilities were so unique that no one had the right to question them. Upon hearing this information, Yuanzi asked for more details about that class, seeking to understand their abilities, tactics, and weaknesses in order to have a complete picture of their strengths and capabilities. He went on to say that even at the initial stage, they possessed combat power and killing skills, and that this class could communicate with souls, purify corpses, and control ghosts. But the problem was that such a class was quite rare, and at that moment, there were no night wanderers in their branches, so all operations of this type had to be postponed. Frowning, the man turned toward the boy, as if trying to ask something, his gaze becoming piercing and serious. So, remembering that he had forgotten to ask about his class, he hoped that it was not a firemaster, because he understood that such power was not as rare as other representatives. Scratching his face, Yuanzi looked at the investigator and uncertainly reported that his class was Night Wanderer, feeling both pride and excitement at the rarity and danger of this status. The investigator silently and attentively observed the hero without saying a word, intently analyzing his every movement, glance, and slightest change in behavior in the tense silence of the room. He seemed to have lost the power of speech, standing there confused, unable to utter a word, probably due to the severe shock that had frozen his thoughts and deprived him of his usual reaction. Then finally coming to his senses, the man grabbed the young man sharply by the shoulders and looking him straight in the eyes, asked again in a tense voice if he was really the same night traveler. Hearing a positive answer, he hugged him with joyful relief, filled with sincere excitement and gratitude that he had finally found a person with such a rare and valuable class. The night traveler was considered an incredibly valuable addition, for which even the largest groups were willing to fiercely fight each other, risk their reputation, and tear each other apart. Once, the people of Purple Flame almost lured the traveler to their side when a girl from the 100 Flowers Union managed to charm him, after which they secretly made him a hidden agent. Dongzi inquired about the young man's spirit world ID, and he calmly replied that his name in that world was Yuanxi Tianjun, not hiding this fact and carefully watching his interlocutor's reaction. The elder nodded with satisfaction, calmly saying that it was indeed a good choice, his eyes shining with quiet pride and approval. He had to fill out all the necessary paperwork, with a starting salary of $20,000 a month, plus generous subsidies for completing various missions. In addition, there were generous bonuses for special merits, which were recognized by management and awarded for outstanding achievements or exceptional dedication to the cause. The hero had no questions at that time because he carefully and thoroughly considered every moment, weighing all the details and possible consequences of his further actions. Ordinary workers helped them solve the routine problems by performing daily tasks and minor duties, which greatly facilitated the work of the travelers and allowed them to focus on important matters. They continued down the corridor, stepping carefully, step by step, until they reached the man's office, preparing to enter and meet him face to face. Once inside, he politely asked him to make himself comfortable and wait quietly until all the documents were prepared and ready for signing. So the young man waited calmly until his contract was fully prepared and ready to be signed and filled in with the necessary details. Guanya peeked inside the room, cautiously asking if her help was needed, carefully observing the situation and ready to intervene if necessary. Yuanzi immediately recognized her, remembering that she was the same woman who had checked his phone earlier, and his face unobtrusively revealed his surprise and memory of that situation. The man asked her to familiarize the newcomer with all the affairs and processes, because he urgently needed to discuss important issues with the manager and could not be distracted. But before leaving, he immediately warned that the girl liked to make rather unsuccessful jokes, and one just had to get used to it, because her behavior often included humor that did not always work. Before that, he also warned her to behave more restrainedly and cautiously in front of her young colleague, so as not to create awkward situations and spoil the first impression. So the girl kindly offered to answer all the young man's questions, ready to explain all the details and help him settle into his new environment more quickly. Guanja, watching her boss walk away, wondered why he was so happy, because his steps were so light and bouncy that it seemed as if he was almost jumping with genuine excitement. Realizing that it didn't really matter, she suggested that Yuanzi sign the contract and register his nickname in the spirit world so that everything would be officially documented and recorded. The girl learned that he had already been told the basic information, but there were still some details and nuances that needed to be clarified so that he could fully understand the situation. From that day on, the hero could no longer use his old passport, as the organization issued him a new one, which was to be ready within 3 days, and the entire registration process was carried out with priority and maximum speed. The spirit world system subtly made it clear to him that using his real name was forbidden, constantly reminding him of the rules and restrictions so that he would behave cautiously in this world. There was one reason for this. The classes of the spirit world were divided into 2 categories, the first including orthodox classes with known and legal abilities, and the second including dark classes with dangerous properties. Dark class travelers were usually tyrants or bloodthirsty individuals, and they all considered it their duty to hunt down orthodox class travelers, so revealing one's true identity in such a world was extremely risky and dangerous. The boy concluded that their names were also not real, because in this world, all identity markers could be conditional or protected in order to maintain safety and avoid unpredictable threats. But despite this, they were an official organization, and most often the victims of their actions were villains or those who broke the rules, because the system strictly regulated justice and punished deviations. Guanya asked the newcomer if he had a girlfriend and received a categorical negative answer, which made her smile a little with slight disappointment and surprise. She was shocked by this answer, so she covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, trying to hide her surprise and restrain her emotions. Holding out her phone and introducing herself as his sister, she suggested that he browse a dating site to help him find a suitable partner, closely watching his reaction. However, Yuanzi preferred the traditional way of meeting a girl, preferring to communicate in person rather than through online platforms, because that was the only way to really get to know a person. He also added that he already liked a girl, emphasizing the sincerity of his feelings and that his affection did not require an artificial search or outside help. The scout was shocked by these words, as she did not expect to hear such a frank confession from him, and her eyes widened in surprise and undisguised admiration. She was sure that the young man was lying to her about the girl, but he calmly stated that if it was a lie, then let lightning strike him immediately, proving the seriousness of his words. The girl began to explain again the composition of the travelers' groups in the canyon, talking about the role of different factions and the hero's entry into the White Tiger after the trials, hinting that the team hierarchy was much more important. The young man said that he would rely completely on his mentor Guanyu, trusting her experience and knowledge to safely navigate the new world of travelers. She loved working with energetic young people because their enthusiasm and initiative inspired her and made their work together more lively and productive. Wen Shitianjun was 21 years old, and it was at this age that he filled out his contract, carefully entering all the necessary information and complying with all the official formalities. When the scout read the information about his class, she froze for a moment, raising her eyebrows in surprise and thinking about how rare and significant this recognition was. Everyone saw his class, and the night traveler and the others were so shocked that they froze completely for a few seconds, unable to hide their surprise and admiration for this rare and powerful being. Guanja asked the hero again if there was a mistake in what was written, carefully watching his reaction and trying to make sure the info was correct. However, he raised his finger and calmly said that he had written everything correctly, confirming his attentiveness and confidence in the accuracy of the documents. The scout immediately understood why their leader was so cheerful and happy, watching the results of an important operation that had ended in complete success and brought great joy to all participants. Taking him by the beard, she welcomed him to the team, watching his every move closely, and warned him not to try to run away with a girl from another faction. Her words were spoken confidently and quite seriously, conveying to everyone around her the importance of what she was trying to convey and forcing each listener to pay maximum attention to them. Yuanzi confirmed that he would never betray them, expressing this promise with such determination and sincerity that everyone present felt the unwavering power of his words. But then the girl looked at his level and was very surprised to find that he had 0 level, which did not meet her expectations at all and caused real surprise. Usually after successfully passing the test, it was possible to move on to the first level, and this rule was strictly adhered to by all mentors to ensure the proper development of the participants' skills. However, her attention was drawn to a ribbon indicating that his trial took place in the Yulin Tunnel, which immediately aroused her curiosity and made her think about the complexity and danger of the task. Guanya did not understand why the hero ended up there, because the test site was known for its danger and harsh conditions, and she could not understand what could have forced him to go through that particular tunnel. The young man did not understand why his sister was so upset, because the situation seemed normal to him, and he could not comprehend what thoughts and emotions had so unexpectedly affected her. He also wanted to ask about the guide that was supposed to be provided to him for the test, because without it he felt uncertain and did not want to make mistakes due to the lack of clear instructions. However, after his words, only sighs remained in the room, sounding quiet and heavy, reflecting the surprise and confusion of everyone present, because no one expected such words from him. The hero himself protested and asked everyone not to be so sad, expressing his desire for the atmosphere around him to remain more lively and for no one to give up because of misunderstanding or disappointment. Yunzi himself thought that he had gotten himself into such an unpleasant situation and that his character had let him down so badly that he now felt a mixture of disappointment and helplessness in the face of the inevitable consequences of his own mistakes. His sister decided to call their boss, hoping that his presence would help resolve the situation and bring the necessary order, because she understood that she could not cope with all the problems on her own. Judging by their reaction, the hero thought he had been given an extremely dangerous task. But the problem was that he had only explored 20% of the world and later discovered that the main hall was safe. There were ready-made guides that described in detail what to do after passing the tests in the spirit world, and compliance with these rules was the duty of all travelers. But with the Yulin Tunnel, everything turned out to be much more complicated and dangerous. So the employee suggested that he take a look at the Shanghai test database, hoping that access to these detailed records would help the hero understand all the nuances of the task. It listed all the locations and tasks, as well as the mission ranks, allowing him to familiarize himself with every aspect of the trials in detail and prepare for them as effectively as possible. With the exception of the Ghost Bride task, all other worlds had a very high survival rate, with the highest rank among them being A, which indicated thorough preparation and the relative safety of most tests for travelers. The hero browsed the site further, looking for more information for himself, trying to find any details, hints, or tips that could help him pass the trials safely and successfully. Finally, he came across a test that described this area and its history in detail, highlighting all the features, dangers, and secrets of the place so that he could prepare for it with the utmost caution. The notes indicated that the task was critically dangerous and that to date, no one had successfully passed through the Yulin Tunnel, emphasizing the extreme difficulty of the challenge. Yunzi was confused by the information that no one had survived, and this caused him great excitement and a mixture of fear and anxiety about the inevitable difficulties he would have to overcome. The manager held a glass of wine in his office, reviewing documents and considering his next steps, slowly taking small sips and immersing himself in his thoughts. His movements were smooth and relaxed, as if he felt completely confident and in control of his every gesture, creating an atmosphere of calm and unwavering confidence around him. As a young commander, he wanted to gather loyal followers around him and make his name known, and the Night Traveler was a real gift from heaven for him at that moment. The man spoke to his superior and informed him that he had found the right young man, assuring him that the organization would reward him accordingly for his merits and contribution to the important mission. Guanja kicked open the door to the boss's office, warning that trouble had struck, and her determination and tension were evident in her every movement, showing the seriousness of the situation. Without listening to anything, she immediately said that the newcomer had been assigned a task in the Yulin Tunnel, conveying the urgency and danger of the situation, which required an immediate response from everyone present. Upon hearing this information, Dronzer choked on his drink, and a look of surprise and alarm instantly appeared on his face, as he did not expect the newcomer to be given such a dangerous task. The man's head began to ache, and he pressed his fingers to it, trying to calm the pain and focus on the thoughts that were racing through his mind. Then, without wasting any time, he decided to talk to Yuanzi, hoping to quickly figure out all the circumstances and find a way to deal with the dangerous situation. But when he entered the office, where a young man was sitting at the computer, he immediately noticed a deadly atmosphere surrounding him, filling the space with a sense of danger and tension. The young man had worked himself up so much because he thought that with such a test, he was already practically dead, and these obsessive thoughts gave rise to intense fear, inner tension, and a sense of imminent doom. Pulling himself together, the man explained that for every newcomer, the first test is an individual task, emphasizing that this is standard practice that helps assess the skills and endurance of each participant. Like Yuanzi, everyone else also faced difficulties, overcoming the dangers and complexities of the tests that tested their skills, resilience, and ability to make quick decisions in extreme conditions. Its essence was to test the hero's endurance, and only when he demonstrated his worth and resilience would he be able to obtain extraordinary skills that would significantly increase his chances of survival in difficult trials. The manager decided to send a request to his superiors to search for clues in the databases of larger branches, noting that this was the only way they could really help in preparing for the dangerous test. So, in conclusion, on that day, the organization sent the young man home and promised to contact him later, giving him time to reflect on the events and prepare for the upcoming trials. He was in a very low mood and asked his sister if he would really become one of those ghosts who lingered around the church, feeling anxious and uncertain because of the scary stories that circulated about the place. She promised to remain faithful to him as a widow, firmly expressing her devotion and willingness to support him even in the most dangerous circumstances. On the one hand, the girl supported the young man, giving him confidence and moral support. But on the other hand, she couldn't hold back her jokes, which added lightness and humor to the difficult situation. Without saying a word, Yuenzi walked to the car, stepping intently and silently, thinking about everything that had happened and preparing for his next steps. His thoughts were confused, filled with turmoil and anxiety due to his lack of understanding of what was to come, and he could not figure out how to act correctly in this difficult situation. Guanya assured him that the boss would definitely find useful information, and she could only wish him luck, observing his determination and tension before the upcoming task. The hero looked depressed and was so absorbed in his own thoughts that he did not even listen to anything around him, feeling deeply tired and confused by the situation. The office was completely silent, with only the dim light of the lamps barely shining through the windows of the tall high-rise building, creating a feeling of calm and isolation from the noise of the city. The employees diligently and quietly performed their tasks at their workplaces, concentrating on reviewing documents and computer screens, without disturbing the general atmosphere of calm and concentration. Guanya carefully wrote down important information on a sheet of paper, carefully formulating each word and making sure not to miss anything, creating an accurate and understandable record for future use. She carefully instructed the new employee and also noted that Yuan Shur Tianjun could be attracted by a woman from another faction, explaining in detail every nuance in the possible consequences of such actions. The scout quietly remained in her thoughts, pondering past events and possible options for future actions, immersing herself in deep reflection that occupied all her attention and consciousness. Her book was open to the page of the second detachment, the pages turning carefully under her fingers, her gaze focused on the details and important notes that might be needed in the near future. Then Guanya asked Wang Taya how he thought the boy would be able to cope with the task at hand, watching his reaction closely and trying to understand his true attitude towards the situation. He said that the Taisek had some information about the Yulin Tunnel, but the chances of success were slim, and he doubted that this information would be of much help in completing the task. If they had significantly more information, they would have long since completed this trial with their own night travelers, and additional artifacts would have significantly increased his chances of success. The girl wanted to find the necessary equipment for him, but each item had a narrow functionality, and they had no information about what items could really be useful while in the tunnel. Most likely, Guanya decided they would simply lose the boy, because without the necessary equipment and accurate information about the tunnel, his chances of survival were too small and almost negligible. There were two ways to obtain artifacts. The first was to go to the spirit world and obtain them there, and the second was to kill the traveler and take his items, which required great caution and strength. Both options were problematic, and if a person died in the spirit world, their items would be irretrievably lost, which made any attempt to obtain artifacts very risky and dangerous to life. The Qingming Festival had just passed, which is the same time of year when the Yulin Tunnel opens, and the locals were getting ready for special rituals and events related to this. Wang Tai reported that the boy was unlucky, as circumstances prevented him from taking advantage of the opening of the Yulin Tunnel or receiving the necessary help in time. The manager sat in his office, carefully reviewing documents and records, thinking through further steps and strategic decisions that could affect the work of the entire department and his subordinates. His attention was heightened, and he closely followed the messages on his phone, analyzing every word and trying to predict the possible consequences of the information he received for his actions and decisions. Li Dongze regularly reported to Mr. Fu on the progress of the test in the Yulin Tunnel, describing in detail all events, difficulties, and observations so that the manager had a complete picture of the situation and could make informed decisions. The man admitted his mistake in assessing the task and suggested contacting the Taisek for additional data, while emphasizing the White Tiger principle, which meant that one must not abandon one's own. The man sought to save the young man's life, carefully considering each step and possible risk to avoid danger and ensure his safety while performing the dangerous task. He also did not want to lose him, as the young man had recently joined the team, and his absence could seriously affect the work of the team and disrupt their joint plans and tasks. Yuanzi stood in front of the apartment door, staring indecisively at the keyhole and thinking about how to proceed without attracting unnecessary attention or making a mistake. Opening the door, the young man told his grandmother that he had returned home, his voice calm, his eyes watching her reaction closely to make sure everything was okay. The old woman immediately said that his cousin was also at home, explaining this briefly and calmly, not forgetting to watch the young man's reaction. The woman did not understand what had happened to her grandson because he looked extremely bad. His face was pale, his eyes were tired, and every movement betrayed suffering and weakness, which greatly alarmed her. Yuanzi approached his brother and greeted him quietly, his voice barely audible, his gaze carefully watching his relative's reaction, trying to convey calm and not cause unnecessary concern. His brother replied that their grandmother had told him that the young man was looking for him, speaking calmly but with slight surprise, trying to understand the real reason for his appearance and the purpose of his visit. The young man understood that his relative could not help him now, so he simply said that he did not need anything else, speaking calmly but with a slight sense of disappointment and sadness in his voice. His brother said that he was powerless in the situation with Ibn, explaining his words with sadness and bitterness, because his inability to intervene left him feeling helpless and irritated. Jen ran out of the room, showing everyone a wrinkle remedy that, according to her, was supposed to help very well, gesturing energetically and trying to convince those around her of its effectiveness. Her brother replied that he did not need such a remedy for himself, saying this calmly and without a hint of interest, showing indifference to the proposed remedy and a desire to remain unchanged. Grandmother, listening to their conversation, jokingly called the eldest a brat, laughing quietly and emphasizing her slight dissatisfaction with his behavior, which caused a general smile in the room. She said that at 30 he looked older than his father, and she couldn't understand how he was going to find a girlfriend, expressing this with irony and slight indignation. The woman was already tired of trying to reason with his father, so she asked him not to upset her, speaking calmly but with a noticeable firmness to avoid unnecessary conflict and tension. They recalled that at that moment, the man thought that his friend had another son, but it turned out that it was a grandson, and this confusion caused everyone to be slightly surprised and smile at the unexpected discovery. The guest laughed at this answer and said nothing more, sitting quietly, observing the situation and not wanting to interfere in the further conversation, leaving a light mood of humor in the room. The brother asked his grandmother to calm down, then said that he had to go to work tomorrow and went to rest, quietly leaving the room to gather strength for the next day and avoid unnecessary noise. Onesie, without hesitation, asked about the matter he had overheard, speaking calmly but with noticeable curiosity and attention, trying to get accurate and detailed information. The senior explained that 2 people had disappeared in the Yulin tunnel and had not been found, and that cameras had recorded them going inside, but no one was found inside, which caused everyone to feel uneasy and mysterious. He immediately asked not to tell anyone about this, as the matter was confidential, emphasizing the need for strict confidentiality and that any violation could have serious consequences for everyone involved. Upon hearing this, the grandmother did not understand why the place was not closed, since people had disappeared through it, and she was concerned that no one was taking serious measures to prevent such tragedies. The hero thought that those people could have entered the temple grounds just as he had, pondering the possible ways they could have disappeared and trying to understand what could have happened inside this mysterious place. He wondered if the strangers would be able to hold out for 3 hours, and at the same time, he felt relieved because he realized that he was not the only one who had to go through this ordeal. The leader had told him earlier that travelers had existed for quite some time, and it followed that the disappearances were related to the spirit world, which explained the strange circumstances and mysterious disappearances in the Yulin tunnel. The capital was quiet, and the sun gently illuminated the Earth's surface, casting long shadows from the buildings and creating a sense of peace and harmony in the urban landscape. A man lay in a chair, holding a fan in his hands, slowly opening and closing it, enjoying the peace and pleasant warmth of the sunlight streaming through the window. A faithful servant was approaching him to report something important, walking quietly and carefully so as not to disturb the man's peace and distract him from his rest. That day, elder son received a letter from the son of the Fu family, who carefully conveyed the news and requests, trying to convey the importance and urgency of the information to the elder. It turned out that his traveler had received his first test in the Yulin tunnel, and he asked for copies of all the data related to that place in order to prepare and have complete information for successful completion of the test. The man understood that the festival had recently passed, and the dates of the tunnel's opening coincided, which forced him to carefully consider the connection between the festive events and the danger associated with the Yulin tunnel. They were looking forward to a lively addition to the ranks of night travelers, but it was a pity that no one would be able to cope with the tunnel because the danger remained too great and required extraordinary effort and skill. The elder ordered the files to be sent away, as their sect had long since abandoned attempts to pass that test, and also asked that the young man Fu be reminded that they were not dealing with just an ordinary test. It had already gone beyond the realm of spirits, and any mistake could only make the situation worse, increasing the risk of danger and complicating any further actions to save him. He then added his advice, which was not to try to save the traveler, as there was no point in helping someone who was already doomed to die, and any attempts could only make the situation worse. The S rank was the most difficult quest one could encounter, but the Yulin tunnel was particularly dangerous, exceeding all expectations and testing even the most experienced travelers to their limits. To complete the trial, the Thai sect sent 2 first-level travelers to Shanghai, and a few months ago, people were preparing to enter the tunnel. But the result was that one traveler disappeared on the first stage of the test without any traces or signs of a struggle, leaving behind only disturbing notes and a sense of imminent danger for those who would follow. The other managed to return, but after re-entering, he also disappeared without a trace, even though both were well-equipped, had powerful artifacts, and sufficient experience. Since then, the Council of Elders of Tai has completely abandoned the idea of cleansing the spirit world, recognizing the excessive risks, heavy losses, and lack of real chances of success, even with careful preparation. If someone manages to go further and gather valuable information, it would be a real breakthrough in solving many long-standing and still unresolved problems related to the tunnel and the spirit world. The elder also said that in a few days, the head of the sect was to gather all the night travelers in the capital, as he had an important announcement that could affect the future of the sect and their tasks. After these words, he briefly ordered the servant to leave, gesturing that the conversation was over and that all further actions were to be carried out without unnecessary questions and with complete obedience. The young man was in a quiet room late at night, completely unable to sleep, as obsessive thoughts constantly swirled in his head, disturbing his peace and preventing him from concentrating even for a moment. He closed his eyes and remembered how, a few hours ago, he had been sitting next to his aunt, watching her as she played calmly, while the room was filled with warm silence and a sense of security. The girl explained that horror games toughen the psyche, gradually reducing fear, and force the player to carefully study the behavioral patterns of monsters in order to react in time and survive. In addition, she thought that one day she might wake up as a character inside the game, and this strange idea simultaneously captivated her imagination, aroused warm interest, and unexpectedly relaxed her thoughts. Yuanzi understood that the spirit world was too much like a complex game in which there must be strict rules, hidden mechanics, and clear consequences for every mistake or careless step. At that moment, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Guanya, who unexpectedly called, forcing him to break away from his internal reflections and return his attention to reality. The young man was alarmed, as he did not expect to receive a call from her, especially at such a late and unusual hour, when any contact seemed alarming and inappropriate. After answering the call, he heard that the scout wanted to inform him about the files sent by the manager with information about the tunnel, because she knew that young people rarely check their email, so she decided to play it safe. Thanking her, he promised that after successfully passing the test, he would treat everyone to something tasty to celebrate the result and relieve some of the tension. The young man opened his email to carefully log in, review the files he had received, and familiarize himself with the information sent by his boss, focusing on every detail. The girl was still on the other end of the line, quietly listening to his answers and watching his reactions, trying not to miss any important details of the conversation. They remained silent while the hero carefully read the message and gradually familiarized himself with all the information, trying not to miss any important details in the files. And then Guanya asked him to take the test and treat her, taking these words as a sincere promise that imposed on him an invisible obligation to fulfill her wish after completing the task. So, quietly into the receiver, the young man promised her that he would handle everything, maintaining a calm tone and inner determination so as not to let Guan Yu down and to fulfill his promise. He then carefully placed the phone on the table, trying to focus on his next actions and think through the steps necessary to pass the test. The scout understood that they had received the files from the Thai sect, but she could not predict in advance whether these documents would really help him because the information could be incomplete or deliberately distorted. Wenzi, meanwhile, had already downloaded the necessary files, carefully checking each document and preparing to use the information obtained to pass the test and achieve his goal. At the first stage, everything was written in the same way as in his panel, which gave him a sense of familiarity and confidence, allowing him to quickly orient himself and plan further actions. And then it was indicated that the main place of the test was an ancient temple of the Ming dynasty, a majestic structure that preserved the secrets of past centuries. The goddess Sandao was like a supreme deity for all the local priests who revered her wisdom and power, considering her the patroness of rituals, knowledge, and the spiritual order of the temple. At that time, there was no confirmation of the existence of this beautiful woman, and all the legends about her remained only tales filled with the mystery and enigmatic charm of past centuries. Surviving the first 3 hours was not difficult, but suddenly the player was attacked by a spirit that sucked all the life energy out of its victim, forcing him to fight for survival and look for a way to escape. The night travelers were resistant to the actions of ghostly creatures, and their only salvation was a candle that was in that room and could ward off the dark forces, giving them a chance to survive. Anyone who reads these records will be cursed, and the curse can only be dispelled temporarily for about 15 minutes, after which it returns with renewed strength. The candle in the main hall was an artifact that suppressed evil energy, but the problem was that its effect removed fear from people's hearts, and those who sat under its light became fearless. In the end, it turned out that the only safe place was a double-edged sword, and it was impossible to hide forever because the candle required travelers to move on and explore the temple, pushing them to take active and decisive steps. The player sat in the main hall for half an hour and suddenly heard a cry for help, as well as a powerful roar that did not resemble the sounds of a living creature at all, so he decided to explore the area. Yunzi figured out from the records that the main hall was safe, but he didn't realize that the candle was providing protection, because it seemed to him that the goddess Sandao was acting as a talisman and guarding this place with her power. The cries came from the Bodhi trees, and at the same time he heard a voice calling for help, but it was a completely different sound, unlike the roar he had heard before, creating a feeling of uneasy ambiguity. The hero also read that the Bodian was extremely dangerous, and later a pair of red shoes invited the player to dance. But during the movements, he could not remember their patterns, and then the shoes began to chase him. The player barely made it to the main hall, but the shoes managed to break 2 of his ribs, and the pursuers would not stop for a moment until their goal was fully achieved. The reason for the decline of the Sandow Temple remained completely unknown. The man was convinced that he would successfully complete the second mission, and after reading, the guy silently closed the document, plunging into deep thought. He sat in silence, repeating all the expressions and clues he had read earlier over and over again, and it seemed to him that the subject condition sounded as if it were something truly high-ranking. Most likely, it was the shoes that were to blame for the deaths of those workers, because almost all of them had severely broken bones, which clearly indicated their characteristic method of attack. Once he knew that thanks to his uncle, he knew a little about dancing, but if even a first-level night traveler couldn't handle it, then his own chances were very slim. Suddenly, some disturbing thoughts came into his head, arising unexpectedly, intertwining with each other, forcing him to think hard about the hidden details and possible consequences. The night traveler pointed out that the movements were extremely difficult to remember, but he understood that his constant headaches were caused precisely by his overly perfect memory. Gwanja was calmly taking a warm bath in her house, enjoying the silence and relaxation, when suddenly the sharp sound of the phone rang and unexpectedly disturbed her cozy state. After answering the call, she saw on the screen that the caller was a young man who had probably already read everything carefully and was now rushing to get in touch. Yuanzi wanted to ask a question about the object condition, as he did not understand anything at all and needed a clear explanation to understand the situation. So she explained that in the spiritual world, there were artifacts that their organization divided into 3 types: object value, object condition, and the third type, to which she did not have access, but all of them performed various important tasks. However, everyone understood that the conditional item was a type that was extremely difficult to control, and due to its rarity, its true value was significantly higher than that of other artifacts. The red shoes mentioned in the file most likely fell under this category, and if one accepted the invitation and fulfilled the condition, one could gain complete control over them. The girl said that if she were in his place, she would not try to obtain the conditional item, after which the hero cautiously asked if he could take the necessary medicine with him for safety. She replied that apart from the clothes he was wearing, nothing else could be carried, and in her opinion, the medicine should be taken in advance to be prepared for events. Then Yuanzi thought that he could keep the pills in his mouth, realizing that to do so, he would have to take a risk and jeopardize his own safety. Guanya asked the young man to take care of himself, and added that the scorpions had a special luck that day, which could work in his favor in the upcoming events. So, the countdown showed that the player had 5 minutes left, during which he tried to make quick decisions, feeling growing tension and excitement. He got dressed and gathered everything he needed, carefully checking each item so as not to forget anything, feeling a slight excitement before the upcoming event. This time, the young man was already prepared externally because he knew where he was going, having carefully checked his clothes and equipment so that he could move forward confidently without unnecessary delays. The young man closed his bedroom door just in case, carefully checking the lock and making sure that nothing could distract him or interfere with his plans. With 1 minute to go, the hero popped the pills into his mouth, acting on a premeditated plan, feeling intense tension and determination in his every movement. The spirit world opened up and he was invited into the Yulin Tunnel. His main task was to explore this unusual world, and he was able to complete only 20% of it, gradually getting used to his new surroundings. The window that popped up after that wished the player good luck, flashing bright colors and creating a sense of magical support before the start of his difficult journey. After listening to all the information he had received, Yuanzi prepared for teleportation, carefully checking his equipment and concentration, feeling both excitement and determination. In less than a minute, he appeared in the main hall feeling slightly dizzy and quickly scanning the surrounding space in search of familiar details. The boy kept his mouth shut, thinking about how he had returned to a place that seemed familiar and mysterious at the same time, evoking mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. Spitting the pills into his palm, he realized that the plan had worked, feeling both joy and relief at the same time, because his cunning strategy had brought the desired result. And with those pills, he could accomplish the task of the red shoes, because they had special properties that allowed him to influence the surrounding world and gradually bring it closer to his goal. Putting them in his pocket, Yuanzi realized that day never came in that world, and he was surrounded by constant semi-darkness, which gave the place a sense of mystery and eternal anxiety. He mentally asked himself to look at the location as if it were a computer game, carefully analyzing every corner in detail so as not to miss any important clues or items. The player realized that he could touch some objects to see their description, carefully studying each object and gradually gathering the information necessary to complete the task. So, he touched the candle, and during his first visit, he didn't hesitate to touch it. So he didn't know it was an artifact, and it was good that he was sent a file explaining its meaning and properties. To begin with, Yuanzi decided to stay in the hall and then explore the backyard, trying to discover all the hidden corners and secrets that this mysterious location might contain. Each outing was not to exceed 15 minutes. Otherwise, the spirit would attach itself to him, and the pills were also a trump card during the red shoe test. During all that time, the boy could have prepared himself well, but the problem was that fear overwhelmed all other feelings, paralyzing his determination and forcing him to act more cautiously than he would have liked. The courtyard in the middle had already been explored, so he decided to head to the eastern one, carefully examining every corner and trying to notice any unusual details or clues. If he just sat in the main hall, the young man would simply starve to death, and the longer he delayed, the worse his condition would become, threatening him with a complete loss of strength and control over the situation. Then he finally decided to move forward with his head held high, overcoming his inner fear and determined to explore the new corners and secrets that awaited him ahead. Everything around him was quite dark and eerie, and every sound echoed, forcing him to listen intently to the slightest movements in the shadows. The hero walked quietly along the path, looking around cautiously, trying to notice the smallest details and avoid the dangers that might lurk in the darkness. Only the stars covering the sky provided some light, softly illuminating the paths and creating a feeling of cold, tremulous silence around the hero. Wanzi crossed the bridge, under which dark water was hidden, stepping carefully so as not to fall and listening to the faint noise coming from the depths. He walked quietly, lost in his own thoughts, but at the same time sharpened his hearing, trying to catch any sounds that might indicate danger or clues about the surrounding world. The file said that the Bodian tree in front of him was dangerous, but at first glance it looked like an ordinary tree, calmly spreading its branches under the night sky. The traveler thought that if he explored the Bodian, his progress might increase, so he approached cautiously, listening for any signs of danger or hidden possibilities. Then an old well appeared before the boy, its dark depths glimmering with a faint reflection of light, as if hiding ancient secrets and dangerous mysteries. He knew that in scary games, such a structure was a bad sign, so he decided to go around it, carefully bypassing the well to avoid possible traps and dangers that might be lurking nearby. When Yuanzi took a step forward, there was a crunching sound, causing him to stop instantly and listen intently to the surrounding darkness. It was immediately clear that a bone had broken under his foot, and pain shot through his entire body, causing Yuanzi to hold his breath and frantically search for support to keep from falling. So, when he looked around, he saw another skeleton of a worker lying gloomily among the ruins, reminding him of the dangers and unknown trials of this place. In fact, they no longer frightened him, because there were quite a few of them in that place, and he began to perceive these skeletons as part of the familiar, albeit eerie, environment. The young man analyzed its posture and state of preservation, and thought that someone had forcibly twisted its neck, feeling a slight chill from the cruelty of the past that had left its mark on this place. The main question after the examination was who could have done such a thing, and the young man thought hard about possible scenarios, trying to understand the motivation and power of the person behind it. The traveler sat quietly in front of the skeleton, trying to understand everything, carefully studying its position, the remains of clothing, and the surrounding details to recreate the events of the past. When suddenly a voice called out to Yuanzi from behind, he turned abruptly, listening intently and trying to determine where the words were coming from. The young man immediately decided to take the artifact out of his pocket, holding it carefully in his hands and preparing to use it in case of danger or to protect himself from the unknown voice. The mirror appeared in his hand, and thanks to it, he could see what was happening behind him, carefully watching the movements and catching the slightest changes in the darkness. At first, the reflection showed an incomprehensible black spot directly behind the player, which slowly changed shape, causing him to feel anxious and alert. Then it turned into a ghostly girl, her hair so long that it swirled around her as if blown by the wind, creating an eerie and mysterious aura around her figure. This force pointed a finger at him and ordered him to approach her, causing Yuanzi to feel both fear and an urgent need to obey her will. The traveler realized that it was Sadako's ghost and began to scream loudly in fear, feeling a cold shiver run through his body and his heart beat wildly. He began to run toward the unknown house filled with panic and adrenaline, carefully avoiding obstacles and listening to the echo of his footsteps in the darkness. Since there was a crack in the roof, he was able to crawl through it, carefully climbing up and holding onto the ledges so as not to fall into the darkness inside the building. So the boy sat inside, realizing that he had finally escaped his pursuer, feeling relieved, although his heart was still beating fast from fear and tension. In that file, the night traveler did not leave any notes on the subject, but he mentioned that it was impossible to turn back, although he did not say that it was forbidden to return, and most likely the ghost appeared from the well. Wanzi thought that when he returned, nothing would threaten him, because he had already left the dangerous place and remained at a safe distance from the ghost and other threats. Exhaling, the young man simply wanted to return home as quickly as possible, feeling tired and wanting to be in a safe and familiar environment after all the dangers he had experienced. So he moved on, exploring everything around him with caution and attentiveness, trying not to miss any details or clues that could help unravel the mysteries of the place. He found himself in front of a massive door that towered above him, creating a sense of grandeur and mystery, and forcing Yuanzi to stop and assess what awaited him behind it. Reaching out his hand, he pushed against them, feeling their weight and immobility. But gradually they gave way, slowly opening with a creak in the darkness. The door opened and something dark appeared from behind it, moving vaguely and barely perceptibly, causing Yuanzi to feel a wave of anxiety and tension. The boy stepped back in surprise, feeling a sharp rush of adrenaline and a slight tremor in his hands, trying to understand what he had just seen. He didn't know what it could be or whether it was safe, so he stood tensely in place, listening and trying to assess any signs of threat or danger. But then when everything cleared up, the traveler looked inside, carefully assessing the space and trying to make out any details or clues in the darkness. Everything around him was quite neatly arranged, objects were in their places, and the space looked organized and well kept, creating a strange feeling of calm inside the building. The young man saw a ladle on the table and immediately approached it, carefully examining its shape and material, trying to understand if it had any special function or significance. He had heard that the fluid of an innocent body could expel evil, so he carefully examined the ladle, wondering if it should be used to protect against dark forces. However, he did not know if he could be called innocent, since he had never met a girl, and this made him doubt the effectiveness of the fluid in expelling evil. The hero remembered that he had given his hands plenty of room for sin, and so he hesitated, doubting his own innocence and the ability of the liquid in the ladle to fulfill its purpose. After his thoughts, he looked again at the object he had found, carefully examining every detail and trying to understand its purpose and possible power. Then he turned the scoop upside down and heard a dull thud, causing him to prick up his ears and listen to the surrounding silence. Bowing his head, he looked out the window, listening to the nighttime whispers of the surrounding world and pondering what might be hidden in the darkness. Then he remembered a poem that had been written on paper, and its words seemed to come alive in his mind, evoking a sense of mystery and hinting at the hidden meanings of the surrounding space. It told of a traveler who, on a lonely night, encountered a demon and tried in vain to drive away evil with external actions. But true salvation lies in the human heart, where strength and courage against darkness are hidden. These words stuck in Yuanzi's heart, causing a wave of inner turmoil and the realization that true strength and protection come from his own determination and self-belief. The first house was probably used for psychological comfort, where people could find peace and restore their emotional balance in a cozy atmosphere. From there, the traveler stepped outside, carefully treading on the wet grass, carefully surveying the surrounding landscape in the soft light of the setting sun. Since he needed to move on and explore everything else, he moved forward, carefully assessing each step and closely observing the details of his surroundings. The next building was an armory, where various ancient and modern weapons were stored, and its austere atmosphere immediately set a tone of seriousness and caution. So, after looking around, the young man realized that he no longer needed the help of a stick and an axe, as his skills and observation allowed him to overcome all the difficulties of the environment on his own. Given the records found, it was expected that there would be a room on the temple grounds that served a special purpose and stored important items or information for visitors. However, there was a skeleton there that was different from all the others, as it still had some flesh on it, giving it a creepy and unnatural appearance amid the surrounding ruins. Two conclusions could be drawn from what was seen. The first was artificial embalming, when the body was specially preserved using human methods, and the second was a natural formation resulting from special environmental conditions. The first option could be ruled out immediately, and the second was not suitable due to the local climatic conditions, but the corpse had almost no wounds, and the bones remained intact and were not broken by shoes or other objects. The only clue was two holes in the neck area that resembled the bites of a large beast, leaving a sense of danger and hinting at a possible cause of death or contact with wild animals. The traveler's eyes widened in surprise, because a noise came from somewhere, breaking the silence of the room and forcing him to listen intently to every movement around him. He grabbed his weapon and became alert, listening to the slightest sounds and tensely scanning the surrounding space, ready for any danger that might appear unexpectedly. But he did not understand where these strange sounds were coming from, so he moved forward cautiously, tensely catching every rustle and listening to the slightest echoes in the dark room. The door to the house with the weapons was open, and a faint ray of light shone through it, illuminating part of the dark interior and causing the traveler to be extremely cautious. Tiptoeing, Yuanzi peeked out from the corner and cautiously looked around, trying to discreetly assess the situation and determine the source of the strange noises in the house. He saw that the wall next to him had been broken through and cautiously peered inside, carefully scanning the space to understand what could have caused the destruction and whether there was any danger there. It was quite dark there, and the faint light barely penetrated through the cracks, creating ominous shadows that made the room even more mysterious and threatening. But there were skeletons lying on the floor, scattered among the debris and dust, their empty eye sockets and broken bones giving the room a creepy and ominous look. The young man saw something that looked like a knife next to his hands and cautiously reached out, tensely assessing its shape and possible danger before touching it. It looked like a Buddhist ceremonial weapon, elegantly decorated with carvings and symbols that indicated its ritual purpose and sacred meaning. So the traveler concluded that this could be the very item that the statue was supposed to hold, as its shape and decoration matched the descriptions in the records he had found and seemed to be an important part of the ritual image. Next to it stood a large chest, covered with dust and cobwebs, which looked ancient and held a mysterious promise of secrets or treasures inside. Strange sounds emanated from it, resembling a quiet creak or rustle, causing the traveler to listen intently and approach cautiously to understand their source. Then it opened easily, and fingers with long nails slowly emerged from inside, looking eerie and unnatural, causing the traveler to recoil from the unexpected sight. The boy was so frightened that he was speechless with fear, unable to move or make a sound, his heart beating wildly, his gaze fixed on the eerie fingers. At that moment, the lid of the chest fell loudly to the floor, creating a sharp, frightening sound that abruptly broke the silence and made the boy cower even more in fear. A zombie emerged from the chest, its distorted face emerging from the darkness, and the room was illuminated by a red glow, giving the whole scene a terrifying and apocalyptic look. It was an unknown undead creature that could roam the area, moving silently among the ruins and shadows, leaving a feeling of constant danger for anyone who dared to approach. Yuanzi thought he had been walking for too long and decided to return to the main hall, carefully retreating, watching the undead's every move and muffling his own footsteps. But something was approaching behind him, and he turned his head sharply, listening intently and preparing for any danger that might emerge from the darkness. Immediately, a red light flashed in his blue eyes, reflecting the eerie glow from the room and giving his gaze an ominous and tense look. An unknown, terrifying creature appeared, its silhouette radiating dark energy, and its slow, heavy movements and unnatural sounds causing the traveler to grip his weapon tightly. Most likely it was a spirit, and the young man realized that 15 minutes had passed, intensifying his sense of anxiety and awareness of the danger that surrounded him on all sides. He decided that he needed to head toward the main building, moving cautiously through the darkness and watching intently for any signs of danger that might appear unexpectedly. The undead made strange noises that echoed through the room, creating an eerie atmosphere and forcing the young man to listen intently to every rustle around him. His eyes were so red that it seemed as if a bloody moon was hidden in them, emitting an ominous light and filling the room with fear and a sense of impending danger. The traveler stood quietly in the middle of an unfamiliar city, mentally begging to go home, dreaming of the warmth of his native home and familiar smells. He walked alone under the gloomy sky, wishing deep down that his grandmother, uncle, or someone else would finally come and take him away from there, giving him a sense of security. Behind him, something large suddenly crashed, and a dull, alarming sound immediately rang out, echoing in the air and making his heart beat faster. The player continued to run across the field, but turned his head slightly to the side, carefully scanning the surroundings so as not to miss a single movement of his opponents around him. A zombie's leg suddenly appeared from under the ground, and its eerie appearance immediately made the air around it shrink with fear. It slowly emerged from the room, looking frightening, with long shadows sliding across the walls, and his heart instantly contracted with horror. The boy had no plan in mind at that moment. He stood paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do next, and every second seemed like an eternity. The enemy was close enough to him, and each of his steps echoed so loudly that the boy felt tension in every muscle of his body. And at that moment, the traveler ran with all his might, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest, his legs carrying him faster and faster, trying to escape the danger. The undead did not retreat and stood in a high start position, ready to rush forward at any moment, and its cold gaze radiated a danger that sent chills down his spine. It was a corpse, but Yuanzi did not understand why it could run so fast, because it had looked dead and motionless just a moment ago, creating an incredible feeling of horror. He sped up because he wanted to save his life from the enemy, feeling fear and adrenaline coursing through every cell of his body, pushing him to run faster. A minute later, he realized that he could not escape by running because the enemy was approaching too quickly, and helplessness completely overwhelmed his mind and body. Stopping, the young man decides to fight the creature, feeling fear turn into determination, and each of his movements filled with tension and readiness for battle. His movements were confident, precise, and quick, as if every step and blow had been thought out in advance, and he was in complete control of the situation around him. And in his hand, he held a blade that would help him resist the enemy, feeling the weight of the cold metal and confidence in his own strength. The enemy also stopped, looking at him intently, with a cold gaze that radiated danger and assessed his every move, preparing for the next step. The player thrust the spear into the monster's heart, feeling the cold metal pierce the flesh, and the force of the blow causing the creature to shudder with pain and rage. But then he realized that the monster's heart had already been torn out, and it could be the same older brother that the monk had written about, causing him a mixture of horror and surprise. The zombie began to scream even louder, and its eerie howl shattered the silence around it, frightening anyone who dared to approach and echoing through the dark forest. It was a close battle between the traveler and the creature, where every blow, dodge, and step determined his life, and the tension and danger were felt in every breath. Yuanzi tried to save himself in any way he could, using the techniques he had studied for so long, combining quick movements and precise strikes to ward off his enemy and avoid death. He jumped up to strike his enemy's neck, feeling the strength of his body and the precision of his movements concentrate in one decisive moment. However, his face suddenly changed, and Yuanzi was confused because an unexpected creature appeared before him, disrupting all his expectations and plans. The sword never reached its target, sliding past the enemy's body, leaving Yuanzi stunned and forced to find a new way to defend himself. He couldn't cut through because there was steel skin under the blade that deflected every blow and made any attack almost futile, causing despair and tension. The monster's eyes were green, glowing brightly in the darkness and radiating a fierce, unnatural energy that made the heart beat faster with fear. And its hands looked like long, sharp claws that glistened in the light, ready to tear anything in their path. They reached out toward the traveler, trying to grab him into their deadly grasp, and the air around him was filled with a sense of danger and fear. The boy tried to save himself, but he had almost no strength left, and every movement was extremely difficult as fear and exhaustion gripped his body and mind. He decided to use the talisman that was in his inventory, hoping that its magical power would give him at least a slight advantage in the fight against his powerful enemy. So he took it out and held it carefully in front of the monster, trying to activate the talisman and direct its power against the looming threat. The enemy immediately realized that he was facing something powerful, and his gaze filled with caution, his movements becoming more cautious, ready for any surprise. In the next second, the zombie was thrown aside, and its body hit the ground with a dull thud, emphasizing the power of the talisman and the unexpectedness of the event. The young man was able to save himself, but he realized that the monster was intelligent, as it immediately realized that it was facing a dangerous talisman, and its reaction was quick and thoughtful. Then all that remained was to pray that the ghost of the girl from the well would not appear, as her presence could further complicate the situation and threaten the young man's life. The talisman drove out the evil spirit, emitting a bright light and magical energy that forced the dark entities to retreat and lose their power. The traveler continued to hold the object in front of him, carefully watching every movement of the enemy and hoping that the talisman would keep him out of danger. He already had a clear plan in his head on how to move forward, where to retreat, what to use for protection, and how to avoid another encounter with the dark creatures. So the young man took a step back, retreating cautiously to keep a safe distance from the monster, while keeping the talisman at the ready. And at that moment, he began to run rapidly toward the main hall, trying to escape the danger as quickly as possible and find refuge in a safer place. The spirit sitting on his shoulder sucked all the energy out of him, causing his body to weaken with each step and making his movements extremely difficult and slow. Yuanzi barely made it to the location, feeling his strength almost leave his body, his heart pounding with exhaustion and fear. He stepped one foot onto the floor of the hall and realized he was safe, feeling relief and security after his terrifying escape from a dangerous enemy. The boy pressed his bloody wound with his other hand, gritting his teeth against the pain, trying not to lose consciousness as tension and fear slowly built up in his exhausted body. After that, he quickly took off his outer clothing, gathered his strength, and set off through the dark corridors of the main hall, stepping carefully forward and listening to the echoes. The zombie's claws most likely carried a deadly corpse poison, and he had no medicine or disinfectants with him, which greatly increased the risk of infection. Yuanzi could only hope that he would not die from the infection, relying on his own endurance and luck, realizing that every minute could be his last. However, he suddenly realized that he felt almost no anxiety, as if his inner exhaustion and dulled emotions had drowned out his fear, leaving only cold concentration. Looking at the table, where many candles were burning, the traveler realized that their strange effect had already begun to work, gradually affecting his condition, dulling the pain and anxious thoughts. So when the monster wounded him, there was no more time for fussing and procrastinating, because the situation demanded decisiveness, and he had to immediately move on to the second, much more dangerous stage. The red shoes were the very unexpected obstacle that hindered movement, attracted unwanted attention, and constantly reminded him of the danger that lurked at every turn. The young man understood that the artifacts also affected the shoes, and besides, Guanya warned that if a certain condition of the artifact was fulfilled, there was a chance to subjugate it to his will. He also had to take into account the nimble zombie, because the young man was not sure that he would be able to hit it in the forehead with the talisman, especially given its unexpected and rapid movements. A multitude of options and lists of situations swirled in his head, each of which caused a wave of tension and forced him to think through every possible step. Since hitting the zombie with the talisman was almost the same as a child with a knife trying to kill an adult, he realized the absurdity and mortal danger of such an attempt. The mysterious candle burned, casting a soft light across the hall, enveloping it in shadows and creating a sense of mystery and tense secrecy. The boy sat beneath it, gathering strength and restoring his endurance so that he could soon go out into the yard and boldly begin the next, even more dangerous test. Despite the infection, he still felt much more confident, sensing that his inner determination and control over the situation outweighed his fear and pain. After that, he found his jacket where he had thrown it earlier, quickly checked the pockets, and took out the pills, hoping that they would at least partially help to mitigate the effects of the infection. Once he understood that if he just stood there, he would die, because there was no one else but him who could go on this dangerous mission and complete it. So the traveler went out into the square and shouted loudly, hoping that the shoes would appear before him, ready to obey his will and the artifact. He stood in the middle, waiting tensely for something to finally happen, feeling his hands tremble and his heart race with anticipation of the unknown. Then suddenly the young man heard the sound of footsteps and the light click of heels on the tile surface, which made his heart beat faster with a sudden sense of danger. After that, the same red shoes he had seen before appeared in front of him, shining in the candlelight and seeming to call him to take the next step in the test. However, the surprise was that the shoes came out of the main hall, where the young man had been earlier, moving on their own, as if obeying some invisible law or force. He turned abruptly because he did not expect to see them in that place at all, and this surprise was mixed with anxiety and uncertainty about his next actions. Wanzi realized that this object in the form of shoes was intended to cut off his retreat, forcing him to act decisively and leaving him no chance of turning back. As expected, they seemed to force the traveler to dance, and it all looked eerie, as if invisible forces were watching him and mocking his fear. Yunzi asked his father to bless him as he was about to begin the brain reboot, realizing that it would require maximum concentration and courage. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the process, feeling his mind gradually preparing for the difficult and dangerous mission. After that, his eyes instantly began to reflect a green glow, as if his inner energy was bursting out, emphasizing his readiness to begin the dangerous process. The boy did not understand what was happening to him, but he had no choice but to submit to events, trusting his inner feelings and instincts. His opponents turned out to be red shoes, which seemed to have a will of their own and pursued him with an invisible but palpable threat. Performing complex dance moves, they seemed to challenge the hero, inviting him to repeat their actions and demonstrate the same skillful and eerie steps. The boy's brain was working at full capacity, and only the movements of the shoes were constantly spinning before his eyes, forcing him to concentrate on every step and anticipate his opponent's next move. It was then that everything was to be decided by a single dance, where every movement was decisive, and his fate and chance of survival depended on precision and rhythm. The young man began to act, performing each movement sharply and intently, trying to repeat the dance of the red shoes exactly and maintain control of the situation. He was glad that no one else could see him except for the shoes, because it all looked crazy, and even the slightest observer could misunderstand his strange struggle. Wanzi continued to dance, realizing that at that moment his dignity could be completely destroyed, and every wrong step could turn into a disaster. Finishing this eerie performance, he bowed deeply, showing respect and ending the dangerous dance with red shoes. The traveler was exhausted, and it was evident from the blood flowing from his nose, emphasizing how difficult and exhausting the dance with the red shoes had been. The red shoes concluded that the young man's dance was worthless, and their behavior seemed to hint at his defeat, causing Yuanzi to tense up even more. But the window suddenly announced that the player had successfully completed the pair dance, confirming his victory and the incredible precision of his movements. However, they would remain under his control for only half the time, as they rated his work poorly, showing incomplete respect for the young man's skill. The pain in the traveler's legs was so severe that he involuntarily let out a cry, reflecting his exhaustion and tension after dancing with the red shoes. He took a few more pills, hoping that the pain would subside a little and become easier, allowing him to recover his strength after the exhausting dance. Finally, coming to his senses, he realized that he had survived and felt relieved, knowing that everything had worked out despite the danger and trials. The panel showed that the main function of the red shoes was to kill and persecute, demonstrating their deadly danger and aggressive nature. Their owner was the princess of the Western Kingdom, naturally extremely beautiful and a virtuoso dancer, whom all the men in the neighborhood dreamed of marrying. However, her evil stepmother envied her beauty and dancing talent, feeling anger and hatred that drove her to seek ways to humiliate and restrict the princess. She imprisoned the princess in a high tower, where the lonely girl danced in the cold rays of the moonlight until she could no longer survive, maintaining her dignity and hope in the face of evil. The heels inherited their mistress's last wish, which was to endlessly enjoy her lonely dance, repeating the princess's movements with amazing accuracy. The boy was also given detailed instructions on how to properly handle the item, explaining its properties and methods of control to avoid danger. The artifact's functions were incredible, giving him abilities that went beyond the ordinary and opened up a multitude of new possibilities for use in difficult situations. The shoes were even capable of ignoring any obstacles, which was the essence of the item's condition, allowing him to move forward regardless of external constraints. Wanzi was only sorry that his abilities lasted only half an hour, realizing that there was too little time to fully control the artifact. But then he mentally analyzed the situation and realized that this time was enough to carry out his plan and achieve the desired result. The player moved confidently around the courtyard, carefully examining the surrounding space, avoiding obstacles and concentrating on planning his next moves according to the situation. His movements seemed clumsy and constrained because he was wearing shoes that prevented him from moving confidently on uneven surfaces and slowed down his overall walking speed. The young man clearly understood that he had to keep going, despite his fatigue and doubts, because stopping could lead to undesirable consequences and the loss of the opportunity to achieve his goal. The corpses, the coffin-like chest, and the scattered knives were still there, creating an eerie atmosphere that reminded him of the events that had taken place here not long ago. However, the serious problem remained that the monster Zhangshi was missing, and his sudden disappearance caused alarm because no one knew where he might appear next. He stood quietly behind and watched the traveler closely, not making a sound, hiding his presence and waiting for the right moment to act. Then he suddenly rushed at him, sharply closing the distance, trying to deliver a sudden blow to catch his victim off guard and leave him no time to defend himself. The boy seemed to sense the approaching threat with his inner senses and turned sharply, focusing intently on the space behind him, preparing for possible danger. He saw that behind him was flying the same terrifying creature, distorted and menacing, with a terrifying appearance that instantly froze his movements and made his heart beat much faster. Standing in those shoes, Yuanzi suddenly slipped, lost his balance, his body swayed unpredictably, and his hands instinctively reached for support, trying to save himself from falling. He flew sharply to the floor, feeling the impact and sharp pain of the fall, and the surrounding space changed into a chaotic whirlpool of movement that forced him to react instantly. However, he managed to regain his balance in time by sharply changing his body position and avoided falling, thus not becoming an easy prey for the monster that was already eager to attack him. The monster, in turn, did not retreat and tried to disorient the young man with its piercing scream, creating chaos in his thoughts and forcing his nervous system to react to fear. The zombie suddenly lunged at him, its movements quick and confident, demonstrating unprecedented aggression and determination in its attempt to catch up and attack the young man without delay. The traveler had artifacts on his feet, and it was this magical item that gave him stability and agility, helping him avoid danger and maintain balance during dangerous maneuvers. He circled around as if dancing, dodging attacks with graceful and quick movements, maintaining grace and control over every step, which allowed him to remain unnoticed. Such graceful and unpredictable movements completely disoriented the creature, causing it to make mistakes and lose the accuracy of its attacks, which gave the traveler a critical advantage in the confrontation. The young man, having lost his balance, fell sharply to the ground, spreading his legs wide, as if in a split, feeling sharp pain in his muscles and tension, but at the same time remaining alert to the danger around him. As a man, he understood well that such sudden and extreme movements were extremely dangerous to his health, capable of causing serious injury or severe pain in his muscles and joints. So he mentally asked the boots to tone down their magical power a little, hoping that this would help him maintain control over his movements and avoid injury. So, together, they began to attack the enemy again, synchronizing the traveler's movements with the magical power of the boots, creating an unpredictable and dangerous combination of strikes and dodges for the enemy. And as it turned out, they were able to deliver a precise blow right to the face, striking the enemy with unexpected force and forcing him to retreat, losing his concentration. The creature fell loudly to the floor, losing its balance, and its body bounced from the blow, creating a loud noise and opening up an opportunity for the traveler to make his next move. The traveler immediately took out the artifact and instantly activated its power to stop the creature, controlling its movements and preventing further attacks, leaving the enemy no chance. The enemy began to scream loudly, realizing that its elimination could come extremely quickly, and the fear of inevitable defeat caused it to panic and lose control of its actions. The hero's movements were confident and quick, each step and gesture carefully thought out, allowing him to remain in control and effectively avoid enemy attacks. So, in a second, a piece of the artifact was stuck to the zombie's face, holding firmly, restricting its movements and significantly reducing the enemy's ability to resist. The creature began to scream, trying with all its might to escape, but the artifact held it firmly, restricting its movements and depriving it of the ability to effectively counter the traveler. Sweat rolled down the hero's face from the tension that prevailed around him. The feeling of danger made his heart beat faster and his muscles tense, ready for any unexpected movement of the enemy. He watched the events unfolding before him closely, focusing intently on the creature's every move and preparing to react instantly to any change in the situation. Yuanzi realized that he had finally dealt with Zhangshi, feeling relief and satisfaction that his efforts and agility had finally paid off and the danger had been temporarily neutralized. He would hardly have been able to do this without the help of the red shoes, for it was their magical power that gave him the speed, agility, and control necessary to defeat Zhangshi. The player looked confidently to the side, knowing full well what awaited him next, tensely preparing for new dangerous challenges and assessing potential threats that could appear at any moment. It was the ghost of a woman in a nearby well, her transparent figure quietly flickering in the darkness, radiating a cold and mystical presence that instantly caught the player's attention. However, he had more important things to do at first, so he decided to put off paying attention to the ghost, focusing on urgent tasks that required immediate resolution and did not allow for distraction. Yanzi approached the corpse and once again carefully examined the blade lying on the floor, studying its shape, sharpness, and possible magical power, assessing how useful it could be in future adventures. He then carefully picked it up, studying the unfamiliar object in detail, feeling the blade and hilt, trying to figure out its properties and potential power for future battles. It was the pestilence of demon conquest, a powerful weapon capable of destroying the undead, and Yuanzi felt its magical power in his hands, realizing that he now had a tool capable of radically changing the course of events. Such an item contained the divine power of the sun and was a natural enemy of all evil, as was clearly stated on the panel in front of him, emphasizing the enormous power and purpose of the demon subjugation pestle. Yuanzi had already guessed that he had stumbled upon another artifact, sensing the unusual energy of the object and anticipating its great power, which could help him in his fight against evil. Most likely, the hero thought, his predecessor had sought to use this weapon to destroy Zhangshi, because only the powerful pestilence of demon subjugation could ensure an effective fight against a supernatural being. But he was unable to control the red shoes and suffered terrible injuries, as their uncontrolled magical power proved too dangerous, breaking his body and depriving him of any chance of salvation. After that, a fateful encounter with the monster awaited him, which became the inevitable end of his mistakes. Because exhausted and injured, he no longer had the strength or chance to avoid the fatal confrontation. The young man had about 5 minutes left before the vengeful spirit appeared on his shoulder, and this realization filled him with anxiety and a sense of imminent danger. He knew that he had to deal with the ghost of the woman in the short time that remained, because any delay could lead to the appearance of the vengeful spirit and a new mortal danger. So, leaving his fear behind, Yuanzi looked inside the well, staring intently into the darkness and preparing to face the unknown that might await him in the depths. But he saw no one there, although he remembered well how last time she had climbed out of that very spot, leaving behind a cold feeling of fear and disturbing memories. The young man gripped the dagger, which was an artifact, more and more tightly in his hands, feeling its weight and magical energy, which gave him confidence and readiness to instantly defend himself from danger. He looked around, but there was no one nearby, only silence and darkness enveloping the space, increasing the tension and forcing him to listen carefully to every faint sound. 15 minutes were about to end, and this realization weighed on him more and more, forcing him to hurry, count every second, and prepare for the inevitable events. And he would have to return to the main hall again, leaving the dangerous place behind to continue on his way and prepare for the new trials that awaited him ahead. As the young man sat in the main hall, the heavy air pressed on his chest, and the imperceptible action of the corpse poison gradually intensified, causing dizziness and alarming weakness. At that moment, he felt his breathing becoming more difficult, each breath coming harder, and he was well aware that precious time was running out and his strength was slowly leaving him. He was able to thoroughly explore 2 buildings and eliminate Zhangshi, but the quest remained unfulfilled, hinting at a hidden threat and the need for further action. The hero had been to every room in the building, but he still did not know where the mysterious room he had not yet explored and which haunted him might be hiding. Since the backyard had been checked thoroughly, he confidently ruled out that area from his search, realizing that the secret room definitely could not be there. The traveler intently analyzed what else could have gone unnoticed, replaying in his mind all the details of his actions, routes, and small clues that had previously seemed unimportant. His attention was suddenly drawn to the statue of a goddess standing in the middle of the room, because its location, signs of wear, and strange details looked too suspicious for an ordinary decoration. And he immediately realized that it was in the main hall that he had failed to check everything properly earlier, because his confidence in his own attentiveness had played a cruel joke on him. The woman towering over everyone became his top priority, as her majestic figure, symbolism, and hidden meaning clearly pointed to the key to the mystery. Yuanzi realized that he had to place the Pest of Demon Conquest in her hand, because only this could activate the hidden magic and open the way to completing the quest. So he began to climb to the top, overcoming obstacles and unstable supports to reach the right place and carry out his plan without fail. Without delay, the young man carefully placed the dagger in the woman's hand and waited tensely for what was about to happen, feeling his heart beating faster and faster in anticipation of the events. He was still wearing red shoes, but so much time had passed that he had gotten used to them and could jump and move confidently without any restrictions. The wall beneath the goddess began to crumble, and this immediately caught his attention, as the cracks and loose debris revealed a hidden threat and opened up new opportunities for exploration. The young man approached closer as the stones began to crumble and fall, carefully assessing the situation so as not to get caught under the debris and at the same time understand the source of the destruction. At that moment, the traveler realized that his guesses were correct, and an unexplored room, hidden behind the destructive debris of the wall, which he had not noticed before, opened up before him. A secret passage opened up in front of him, leading to an unknown tunnel, dark and narrow, beckoning with mystery and promising dangerous but important discoveries. The stones continued to fall, crashing to the floor with a crash, raising a cloud of dust and forcing him to move more carefully so as not to end up under the rubble. Yunsi stood in front of him because he had to find the object that the boulders had carefully hidden beneath them, and now everything depended on his attentiveness and speed of action. And at that moment, he grabbed the dagger, realizing that it was in his hands and now he could use it to complete his dangerous mission. The player wanted to find answers in the unknown cave as to why the temple he was in such a state of disrepair and what could have led to its gradual destruction. The object in his hands had the power of the sun, capable of dispelling darkness. But to activate it, he had to sacrifice his own life energy, feeling every breath that passed. The panel clearly stated that using the artifact would cost him his life, and this deeply troubled him, causing him to hesitate and weigh the consequences of his actions. However, he was confident that the dagger would be the key to further research, as its power and symbolism opened up possibilities that could change the course of the entire journey. The clues were quite obvious, so the traveler had no choice but to follow them, even despite the danger and unknown consequences. By that time, he had already stabbed the blade into his leg, and blood flowed from the wound, burning his body with cold and reminding him of the price he had to pay for the power of the artifact. Everything around him suddenly glowed with a blinding light, illuminating the dark corners of the cave and creating a sense of magical power emanating from the object itself. The young man did not understand what was happening at that moment, as the blinding light and explosion of energy confused him, making everything around him chaotic and incomprehensible. His eyes changed and took on a yellowish tint, emitting a strange glow that testified to the inner transformation and power awakening within him. The artifact did not dispel the darkness, but it gave him the ability to see through it, revealing new paths and secrets that had previously been hidden from everyone else's eyes. His condition also improved. The young man no longer felt internal pain or shortness of breath, and the only discomfort remaining was the wound on his leg, which reminded him of the price he had paid for his power. The hero understood that he had been able to neutralize the poison because he had indeed had to make a sacrifice, but he felt that the price was justified and worth it to achieve his goal. So, in order to move forward, the young man used his new skill, carefully recognizing hidden obstacles and invisible passages that opened the way through the darkness. His eyes glowed, allowing him to see clearly what lay ahead, illuminating hidden details and dangers that remained unnoticed by others. The night traveler noticed artificial cuts on both sides of the tunnel walls, realizing that this path had not been created naturally, but by the hands of those who had left behind traces of their building skills and secrets. Most likely at the end of this corridor, the answer awaited him, hidden in the darkness and shadows, which could shed light on all the mysteries that had accumulated during the journey. A muffled cry for help came from ahead of him, barely audible through the silence of the tunnel, which made him quicken his pace and be ready for surprises. Everything around him glowed red, creating a tense atmosphere of fear and anxiety that made his heart beat faster and each step more cautious. Sweat began to run down the young man's face when he saw what was unfolding around him, and the realization of the scale of events caused him both fear and admiration. Human faces, showing signs of suffering, hung from a large, mighty tree, creating a terrifying and horrific sight that made his heart sink with horror. The boy couldn't move from fear and surprise because what stood before him exceeded all his imagination and caused a feeling of helplessness. The creatures continued to cry out for help, their voices piercing the darkness of the night, filling the air with desperate echoes, a call to anyone who could hear their pain and fear. They begged to be saved, bitter tears streaming down their faces, mixing with dust and sweat, reflecting the hopelessness and fear that filled every corner of the dark and cold room. It had been a long time since a living person had entered that tunnel. The walls were covered with cobwebs and dust, and the silence was so thick that it seemed to weigh more than the stones that crumbled around them. The traveler asked with curiosity and surprise who this mighty creature before him was, trying to make out the details of its huge body hidden in the semi-darkness that enveloped everything around. And the creature replied in its majestic voice that it was just a tree that had watched the world for centuries, seen countless generations, and kept the secrets of ancient times in its branches and roots. With a trembling voice, the boy asked if it was he who had killed all the temple's disciples, trying to contain the panic that gripped his heart and at the same time seeking some hope of justification or explanation for this terrible event. However, the tree rejected this idea, raising even more questions in the boy's mind, for its majestic branches and silent gaze seemed full of secrets he could never understand. But then he quickly added that it was the work of the mistress of Mount Sandao, whose mysterious powers and incredible might spread throughout the district, causing even the bravest to tremble in fear at her name. The young man understood who was being referred to, and a chill ran through his body, for the name of the mistress of Mount Sanduo was known for its terrible power and cruelty among all who dared to set foot on her land. She was the same goddess of the night who rose to power during the Ming Dynasty. Her legends passed down through the centuries, her dark aura and incomprehensible power causing people's hearts to tremble with fear. However, the young man did not understand why a divine being would kill simple disciples, as his mind tried to find logic in this cruel act, and his heart was filled with confusion and fear. The tree replied that the end of the Dharma era was approaching. It was becoming difficult for followers to achieve a breakthrough, and in order to gain immortality, the mistress of the mountain fell into the path of demons, plunging into darkness. She sealed herself in a stone coffin, using the Bodhi tree to imprison evil spirits, all so that yin would nourish yin and her original spirit would not die. The powerful night goddess was capable of devouring souls to strengthen herself, increasing her own power and control over the world, and no mortal heart could resist her dark magic. But Yan absorbed too many souls, absorbing their will and gradually giving birth to a spiritual mind that stood before the traveler, radiating ancient wisdom and eerie power. For many years, people mistakenly came there and met their doom in that place, because the dark forces of the tree and the curse of the night goddess turned every step into a trap. The tree absorbed the hatred of vengeful spirits and waited all the time for someone to come and put an end to the fallen goddess, storing the power of centuries in its branches and accumulating patience for the day when light would defeat darkness. Yuanzi realized that this story was very similar to the start of a mission in a computer game, where every step and choice determined the future, and dangers and trials awaited him at every turn. So he asked what he should do and what the next steps were, trying to understand the rules of this mysterious game, because not only his own fate depended on his decisions, but also the future balance between light and darkness. The tree ordered him to open the stone coffin and pierce the heart of the mistress of the mountain, and then he would be able to put an end to everything, because only this act could free the souls of the imprisoned and restore balance. Half of her yang soul was hidden in the weapon he found, and by piercing her heart with this blade, he would be able to seal the remaining part, forever limiting her dark power. Without the yang soul protecting her body, her flesh would immediately perish, and then he would be able to leave that world unscathed, leaving behind the cursed place where darkness had devoured the lives and hopes of lost souls for centuries. The tree did not understand why. After all the stories and hints, the child hesitated, because for him, it was obvious to carry out the order and put an end to the darkness. But human fears and doubts remained a mystery. Yuanzi was silent and did not say a word, because his mind was filled with confusion and fear, and his heart found it difficult to accept responsibility for the fate of many lives that lay in his hands. He understood that he had a serious question that could change the entire course of events, because not only his safety depended on the right choice, but also the fate of all the souls connected with the powerful goddess. At that moment, the young man asked if the tree could be the high priest of the temple, trying to find a connection between its wisdom and ancient events that had taken place centuries ago. But the tree replied that the priest was the first to be swallowed by the mistress of the mountain, and his soul had merged with the darkness forever, becoming part of the cursed chain that was kept in the depths of the tomb and the shadows of the tunnel. At first, he became a puppet, and later a nutrient. And if the hero still had doubts in his heart, he needed to open the tomb to see everything with his own eyes, to understand the extent of the mountain mistress's power and the consequences of her fall. Yuanzi asked for help in opening the very object, feeling both fear and determination, because he realized that only by taking this step would he be able to learn the truth and make a decisive choice for the future. But the tree explained that it was only a trunk and could do nothing, because its role was limited to observation and accumulation of power, and all actions remained with those who dared to take responsibility. The player realized that this was not the point, but that the coffin contained the senior priest of the temple, and the oak tree was his protector or his soul, guarding secrets and maintaining the balance between the world of the living and the forces of nature. There were some misunderstandings. Sandua rose to prominence during the Ming Dynasty, and the temple was built later in her honor, while the disappearance of the disciples from the building took place during the reign of Yongle. The difference between these events is approximately 50 years, and the records of the main hall considered her righteous, while her fall was presented as one-sided and distorted. The most important detail in the temple disciples' records was that the master could not be trusted, and the young man thought that those records contained a clear hint as to who was the real villain in this story. It was then that he was able to understand why the master wanted to kill the temple disciples, because behind his outward righteousness lay dark motives, fears, and a desire for power that distorted his soul and turned him into a tool. The tree replied that his caution was unfounded, and that from the very beginning, the creature had no ill intentions. It did not want to cause harm, but only watched and waited for the moment when Yuanzi himself would make his choice. However, the boy knew that it either did not want to or could not, because even in the absence of evil intentions, the tree's power and limitations made it unable to intervene directly, leaving the entire burden of choice on Yuanzi's shoulders. His favorite way to kill, Yuanzi guessed, was to break people's necks, and this thought sent a chill down his spine, because even in the past, the master had shown cruelty. Most likely, this method was related to techniques that enslaved the mind, because breaking the neck not only ended life, but also subjugated consciousness, forcing victims to submit to the will. The tree became nervous at that moment, and the young man noticed it immediately, because its branches trembled slightly, and the tone of its voice changed, betraying an excitement that contradicted the usual calm grandeur of the trunk. The night traveler who had been sent to him clearly pointed out two things. First, that the tree was quite dangerous and one could not look back, because even a brief glance backward could lead to a loss of control. He delved into the exploration of the old well, but found nothing, because there was no problem with that object at all. It was hidden in the tree. Moreover, the woman used his real name, and the creature had a good conversation with the player, so the illusory technique no longer worked on Yuanzi, because now he had a holy charm that gave him immunity. Having lured the young man to him, he wanted to kill him by deception. And since illusions were useless, he planned to use a physical attack against the young man, hoping to take advantage of a moment of weakness and catch him off guard. At that moment, Yuanzi moved closer and drew his sacred dagger, feeling strength and determination fill his body, ready for the decisive step that could change the fate of everyone around him. His blade entered the tree trunk, stopping before the strong bark, which seemed to sense Yuanzi's strength, and for a moment the world around him froze, filled with tension and anticipation of the inevitable outcome. Flames burst into life around him, wrapping themselves around the branches and roots of the tree, their heat spreading through the air, filling the space with crackling and smoke, creating an atmosphere of dangerous and inevitable confrontation. The traveler acted confidently and decisively, his movements precise and coordinated, each step and gesture reflecting his firm determination to finish what he had started, regardless of the danger. He moved closer and closer to the branches, threatening, his eyes blazing with determination, each step filling the space with tension, as if the air around him was compressing under the weight of the inevitable battle. Ahead, everything was quite dark, and shadows thickly enveloped the path, creating a sense of uncertainty and danger, making his heart beat faster with anticipation of what lay ahead. Then the creature's face appeared before him and ordered him to stop moving. Its gaze was cold and penetrating, as if it could read every thought in Yuanzi's mind, causing the young man to freeze in tension and fear. Since Yuanzi did not want to obey him, he decided to end his life, gathering the last of his strength for a deadly blow, filled with rage, despair, and fear. A dark, fanciful vine suddenly appeared from the ground, slowly but surely moving toward the young man, as if searching for him, enveloping everything around him in shadow and fear. He stood completely confused, looking at everything around him with silent fear, unable to understand what to do, because every step seemed dangerous and wrong to him. But then he suddenly pulled himself together, clenched his teeth, and resolutely threw himself onto the cold floor, feeling his heart pounding in his chest and his mind filling with tension. Avoiding danger, the boy frantically tried to save his life, feeling adrenaline coursing through every cell of his body and making his heart beat wildly. Wielding his sword, he sharply chopped off large pieces of the vine, jumping in the air with incredible agility, feeling strength and fear mingle in his every movement. However, the tree seemed endless, its thick branches and dark vines growing relentlessly from the ground, enveloping everything around them in dense chaos and threatening to engulf the young man completely. The red shoes, like an ancient artifact, magically helped him in this battle, giving him incredible agility and strength to dodge the vines and attack with unheard of accuracy. Indeed, at that moment, the traveler felt an urgent need to act quickly, because every second could be decisive, and only a lightning-fast reaction could save his life from the merciless vines. So he moved deliberately and cautiously, watching every step carefully, focusing on the details and not allowing fatigue or emotions to put himself at risk again. Through the thick and dangerous vine that tightly enveloped the trunk, the hero finally managed to see what he needed to reach, and felt both fear and determination in his heart. His main enemy remained hidden in the shadows, for he had never before encountered such a strong and unpredictable opponent, forcing him to carefully evaluate his every step and movement. The young man gripped the divine dagger even tighter in his hand, feeling his strength and determination grow, his heart filled with an unwavering desire to win and survive this deadly struggle. And then, with incredible determination and composure, he jumped up sharply, feeling his body filled with strength and adrenaline, ready for the next decisive move. He carefully made his way through the thick undergrowth, tightly woven with vines and branches, feeling every touch of the prickly branches on his skin and the tension in every muscle of his body. The creature sensed that its end was inevitably approaching, and the darkness inside it mingled with the fear that gripped every cell of its body, causing its heart to beat faster and faster. Yuanzi fought desperately for his life, putting all his strength and determination into every movement, feeling fear and adrenaline mix in his blood, forcing his body to act almost instinctively. He moved quickly, gritting his teeth from the incredible strength and tension, feeling every muscle in his body working at its limit and his heart pounding wildly. At that moment, the divine dagger was firmly embedded in the tree trunk. Feeling the wood crack under its magical power, and the tension in the air made everything around him even more threatening and frightening. Flames suddenly burst forth around her, and the creature began to scream loudly, feeling a burning pain that enveloped her every movement as her body trembled with fear and despair. Everything around crackled and echoed with bursts of energy as every sound shattered the silence, creating a sense of chaos and danger that threatened every living thing nearby. And the young man tirelessly continued his work, moving quickly and decisively, feeling strength and determination fill his body, and fear gradually turning into concentration and confidence. Yonzi acted clearly and without hesitation according to his own well-thought-out plan, step by step approaching his goal to finally eliminate the enemy and put an end to this deadly battle. In a split second, his dagger was decisively thrust into the very source of the tree, piercing the core from which the dark force raged and causing a fatal break in the entire living trunk. Around him, the light and chaos of the fierce battle merged into one, creating a blinding and terrifying atmosphere where every sound and movement felt much stronger and more dangerous. The scream was so piercing and powerful that it seemed as if eardrums could burst, and the air around it trembled with its power and horror, tearing the silence to pieces. Yuanzi turned his head away from such an incredibly powerful force, grimacing in pain and tension, feeling every cell in his body react to the danger and the immense pressure of the sound. At that moment, the creature suddenly disappeared before him, exhaling its last breath, and the air around him froze in silence, leaving behind only an echo of fear and destruction. The traveler stood silently, looking at the ruins and remnants of the brutal battle, feeling a mixture of relief, fatigue, and quiet horror at what he had just experienced. Later, after weighing all the risks, he decided to deactivate the red shoes, feeling a slight relief and at the same time anxiety about what might happen after losing their magical support. The item instantly disappeared from his feet, leaving only emptiness and a slight feeling of strange desolation, as if part of his strength had suddenly left his body. The hero realized that he had barely made it before their time ran out, feeling a mixture of joy and tension, because every second could be decisive for his life. His attention was instantly drawn to everything around him, from the broken trees and scattered earth to the flickering light and smoke, creating a sense of chaos and at the same time, incredible beauty in a destructive world. The night traveler couldn't believe that it had all ended this way, feeling shock and an incomprehensible emptiness inside, because he had expected a long trial and a battle that seemed like it would last forever. A panel suddenly appeared in front of him, warning of the end of the trial mission, and at the same time, the character's map was unlocked, revealing new opportunities and information about his abilities and resources. His experience progress instantly rose by 20%, reflecting his growing strength and skills after a grueling battle, filling his heart with a sense of accomplishment and confidence. He received a new powerful item, Pest of Demon Conquest, as well as red shoes, which further enhanced his abilities and opened up new paths for further trials and adventures. After receiving all the information, a special window indicated that in 5 minutes, the player would be able to leave the spirit world, leaving behind the ruins of battle and traces of incredible trials. After reading this information, the boy felt incredibly tired and exhausted, his body barely responding, and his mind struggled to realize that he needed to act, even though he had very little strength left. But then, realizing that he would be able to return to his home safe and sound, he suddenly rejoiced, and joy overwhelmed him, causing him to jump energetically in the air. Thus, the challenge that no one had been able to overcome for decades was officially completed that day, leaving behind a legend and proof of the incredible courage and strength of one hero. So the traveler sat on the cold, hard floor, watching the sun's rays shining through the small window, waiting for time to pass slowly and inexorably. The mark on his forehead suddenly began to glow even brighter, emitting an unusual light that danced across his face, reflecting in his eyes and filling the room with a strange and mystical atmosphere. Wanzi already knew that teleportation was about to take place, and he felt a slight excitement piercing his body as his mind tried to predict all the possible consequences of the transition to an unknown place. His body began to slowly dissipate into the air, particles of light dancing around, dissolving into space, leaving a faint trail behind, as if his physical essence was gradually disappearing forever. His eyes flashed with a purple light, bright rays scattering in the surrounding darkness, reflecting the inner strength and mysterious energy that burst out with his every movement and glance. He looked straight ahead, and his thoughts were pure, clear, and calm, like a transparent river flowing peacefully through the depths of consciousness, leaving no trace of doubt or fear in his mind. The hero understood that everything had happened and stretched pleasantly, feeling warmth and lightness in every muscle, as if freed from all the worries and heaviness of the past, ready to meet the new moment with calm and confidence. Looking down, he saw his body lying unconscious on the floor, and this caused him great confusion because his mind could not comprehend how to be here and there at the same time, feeling a strange contrast. At first, the young man thought he had died because he could fly in the air, feeling complete lightness and a lack of support under his feet, and his heart was beating faster from surprise and fear at the same time. However, he was abruptly thrown back in a split second, and the air around him seemed to compress as he felt the speed and force of movement, which mixed excitement and anxiety into a single sensation. And the boy woke up in his body, feeling a strange lightness and at the same time, the warm reality around him, while his heart was still beating fast and his mind was trying to comprehend the miracle he had just experienced. From what seemed to him like he was a corpse, goosebumps ran down his skin, leaving a cold and strange tingling sensation that made every muscle tense and changed the rhythm of his breathing. Yeonsi immediately decided to review the information about his character, carefully studying every detail, ability, and weakness. So, he could become invisible for a certain amount of time by entering night patrol mode, during which his figure disappeared from view and his smells and breathing also remained hidden. It was also noted that the player was at the first level and had fully unlocked his class, gaining access to all the initial skills and abilities, which allowed him to fully utilize his potential. The duration of the shoe's use also increased, and he managed to completely subdue the artifact, feeling its power harmoniously combined with his own energy. His body felt extremely light, as if its weight had completely disappeared, and all his wounds healed instantly, leaving only smooth skin without any pain or traces of damage. The boy's attention focused on one detail that he had not noticed before, and all other distractions disappeared, leaving only a clear focus on this element, as if it had become the center of his consciousness. In front of him stood the same coffin that he had been ordered to open, its dark wooden surface glistening in the dim light, and the boy felt his heart beating faster in anticipation of mystery and danger. The mission's progress had reached 100%, and it turned out that the tree was indeed the guardian of the temple. So the thought arose that the coffin might be empty, and the boy felt both relief and curiosity. The traveler still had some time left, and his curiosity far outweighed his fear, forcing him to move forward, cautiously and decisively at the same time, to uncover the secret of the coffin and understand what was hidden there. Just in case, he took red shoes from his inventory, holding them in his hands with a sense of readiness for any unforeseen situations, because this artifact could give him extraordinary speed and agility. Just before approaching the stone object, he put the red shoes on his feet, feeling their lightness and magical energy transmitted with every step, giving him confidence and preparedness. Yuanzi knew that he felt much calmer in the shoes, feeling how the magical artifact calmed his mind and body, making his steps confident and precise, and fear and anxiety gradually receding before the feeling of control. Cutting through the vines in front of him that prevented him from getting closer, the hero held his breath, feeling the tension and acute anticipation of what awaited him at the next step, as the silence around him grew deeper and deeper. He quietly approached the stone coffin, stepping carefully on the cold floor, listening to the slightest sound, feeling every breath of air and tension. At that moment, he grabbed the lid of the tomb with his hands and pulled it up, feeling the weight of the stone and the coldness of the metal fittings, and the tension in his chest grew as the secret hidden inside slowly unfolded. At first, nothing was visible, and he had to come closer, listening to his own heartbeat and peering into the darkness of the coffin, trying to make out even the smallest details that could reveal the hidden secret. And then the hero saw that there really was a beautiful woman lying there, her face calm and glowing with a gentle light, her delicate features and harmonious posture giving the impression that she was asleep rather than lying in a coffin. Most likely, it was the goddess of the temple herself, and his heart began to beat faster from the realization of the greatness and mystery of the figure lying before him. Her body was like porcelain, without a single flaw, and her hair lay in perfect order, shimmering with delicate shades of light, creating an impression of absolute harmony and perfection. The boy did not know what to do and simply watched, squinting his eyes in admiration and indecision, trying to comprehend the beauty and tranquility of the goddess lying before him, feeling at once amazement, awe, and fear. The tree's words about her being the mistress of the mountain swirled in his head, and each repetition of those words intensified his sense of grandeur and mystery, forcing his mind to try to comprehend the power and status of this figure. Yunzi thought that the creature might be telling the truth, because the possibility that the powerful mistress of the mountain was indeed lying before him both fascinated and frightened him, forcing him to feel respect and caution. But that might not be the case, because the task had been completed and his reasoning seemed correct. So he thought that the woman's corpse might have been some kind of old mission left here for testing or training. After that, he began to reproach himself for climbing where he shouldn't have out of curiosity, feeling the weight of guilt and inner anxiety, because he understood that he could have put himself in danger and broken the rules that had to be followed. He bent down and trembled with fear, the realization that this was the place where he could meet his end, and this thought squeezed his chest, causing his heart to beat wildly and his body to tense up. The body of a goddess lay in the coffin, which meant that the trial contained a much deeper plot, a hidden meaning, and an ancient history that was not visible at first glance. Yonzi wanted to just close the lid and pretend that nothing had happened, trying to suppress his anxiety and shut himself off from what he had seen, as if this moment could be erased from his memory and he could return to the calm course of events. However, his attention was drawn to a detail in the woman's mouth, and this caused a new wave of tension and interest because it was a small object. The young man did not understand what it could be, as the object was unknown to him, and his mind frantically tried to find an explanation, going through various guesses. He stood there wondering what to do next, feeling an internal struggle between caution and curiosity, because every possible decision seemed both dangerous and inevitable. Sweat dripped down his face from the tension, cold drops slowly sliding down his skin, betraying his inner fear and intense concentration as he realized the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences of any careless movement. However, the traveler decided to touch the face of the mistress of the mountain, slowly reaching out his hand with trembling and caution, feeling fear and curiosity intertwine, his heart beating loudly and unevenly. She lay motionless, showing no reaction to his touch, her face remaining calm and unmoving, like a stone mask, while the young man felt both a strange relief and growing excitement. The object began to glow brighter and brighter, emitting a magical light that illuminated the goddess's face and the surrounding space, creating a feeling of incredible power and mysterious energy that permeated the air around them. The panel announced that it was a crystal of spiritual essence that contained enormous spiritual energy, and it turned out that this additive was the one that the night traveler desired most. The goddess of the mountain had already purified the crystal of additives, leaving it pure and shining, and the traveler felt the energy radiating from the crystal penetrate his body, awakening strength and excitement at the same time. So the player could use it without fear, feeling completely safe and confident in the crystal's action, because the purified spiritual energy was stable and ready to transfer its power to him without any risk. The boy carefully took the object out of her mouth with 2 fingers, feeling its lightness and energy, while tensing up from the responsibility for every movement. At that moment, his experience progress reached 22%, and the hero felt a wave of satisfaction and stimulation as new knowledge and strength began to gradually fill his body. Even without the message panel, he knew he was feeling stronger, feeling the internal energy spill out, adding confidence, endurance, and agility. Once he realized that he could now defeat a whole crowd, feeling powerful strength in every muscle and incredible energy in his mind that made him decisive. Then the hero coughed over the woman's body, feeling a slight tension and awkwardness, but trying to remain respectful and cautious so as not to disturb the goddess's peace and preserve the solemnity of the moment. After that, he announced that he would burn 2 kilograms of yellow paper in her honor on every holiday, feeling inner devotion and respect for the goddess. With confidence, he closed the lid of the coffin, feeling calm and complete, as if the task he had accomplished had brought him inner balance, and the air around him was filled with silence and a sense of mission accomplished. The panel announced that the countdown had begun. The tension grew. His heart began to beat faster, because every second brought him closer to the end of the event or the transition to the next stage of his adventure. It seemed that nothing could prevent the young man from returning home, because he felt confident, powerful, and in control of events, and the world around him seemed calm and subjugated to his determination and actions. But his attention was drawn to an unknown noise that abruptly broke the silence, causing his heart to beat faster and his mind to tense up, because the sound was unexpected and could mean the emergence of a new danger. The traveler began to turn around to look at everything around him, listening to the slightest sounds and peering into the darkness, trying to discern the source of the noise and assess the possible danger. Behind him, a hand emerged from the coffin, slowly reaching toward him, its pale, cold surface barely visible in the dim light, creating a sense of sudden danger that he had not yet had time to comprehend. At that moment, the mistress of the mountain rose to a sitting position on her so-called bed, her movements smooth and majestic, her gaze full of power and mystery, instantly filling the space around her with a sense of might. The player's eyes widened in surprise and horror. His heart beat fast and his body tensed, feeling both fear and admiration. The woman continued to sit without saying a word, her gaze remaining calm and inscrutable, creating a sense of mystery and power that made Yuanzi both fear and admire her presence. She watched everything around her, attentively and intently, as if she could see every movement, every detail, filling the space with authority and an incomprehensible mystical power. The boy froze in surprise, unable to look away. His heart stopped for a moment, and his mind tried to comprehend the greatness and mystery of the goddess sitting in front of him. His lips trembled, and cold sweat ran down his face, leaving traces of fear and tension, and his heart beat wildly from a combination of anxiety and the unexpected situation. The goddess silently watched his every move, every emotion, as if she could see the slightest nuances of his fear and curiosity, and her gaze filled the space with power and an incomprehensible presence. At the same time, the woman smiled slightly, and the muscles in her face moved, creating a slight hint of emotion that added liveliness and humanity to her appearance. When Yuanzi saw this, he began to scream because he couldn't understand how a corpse could come to life. His heart was pounding wildly, and his mind was filled with shock and fear at the incredible phenomenon that had just happened before his eyes. The countdown showed that the player had only 4 seconds left, and every moment felt like an eternity, his mind straining to predict what would happen next, sensing the inevitability of the event. Finally, the mistress of the mountain informed him that she would come for him soon, her voice calm and commanding, her words filling the space with a sense of mysterious power. When the time was finally up, the mysterious force suddenly pulled the young man out of the strange reality and mercilessly threw him back into the real world, where a completely different fate awaited him. He was a little shocked because after his sudden return to reality, there were too many unanswered questions, the answers to which he had not had time to find, and this weighed heavily on his mind. His eyes widened in surprise, and at that moment, the hero suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar room, where the silence and immobility of the space only intensified the feeling of unreality of what had happened. His home was softly lit by warm sunlight streaming through the window, touching the walls and floor, and gradually restoring a familiar sense of calm and home. A light breeze blew quietly through the curtains, seeping through the open window, causing the fabric to move smoothly and create a soothing rhythm in the light-filled room. Yuanzi slowly got out of bed, trying to finally come to his senses after what he had experienced, gather his scattered thoughts together, and make sure that everything around him was real. The young man was well aware that the mountain goddess had said something to him at the end, but the meaning of those words slipped from his memory, leaving only an uneasy feeling of an important message. However, the worst thing was that those words were not engraved in his memory at all, and this caused bitter disappointment and a feeling of a lost opportunity to understand the hidden meaning of the message. Yuanzi suddenly noticed that he was still wearing the same red shoes he had worn in the strange world, and this strange evidence of his experience made his heart beat faster. He instantly gave the order for them to deactivate, hastily trying to hide everything from prying eyes so that no one would notice the strange event. The boy was well aware that he could be caught at any moment, and that would inevitably lead to misunderstandings and serious problems with those around him. What she said didn't matter, because the spirit world was far behind him, and a completely different reality with new challenges and opportunities was opening up before him. His aunt lay on the bed and asked why her nephew always closed his door at night, with a slight caution in her voice and curiosity in her eyes, trying to understand his habits. The young man suddenly ran up to her and hugged her tightly, saying that he had been too sad, allowing his emotions to burst out and fill the space with the warmth of their meeting. That morning, it seemed to him that everything around him was unusually beautiful, as if the world had taken on new colors and was filled with amazing harmony and tranquility. At the office, Dronzer asked with interest if there was any news from the guy, trying to find out every detail and not miss any important information. However, Guanya called him 6 times, but all attempts were in vain because the phone remained off, causing anxiety and impatient anticipation. They were all very worried because they had no idea what to expect next, and every minute of waiting seemed endless and filled with anxiety. While the outcome remained unknown, anything could happen, and this filled every moment with unpredictable tension. Guanya gave the example of Schrodinger's cat, explaining that until someone opened the box, it was impossible to know if the cat was alive, and this was reminiscent of the uncertainty of the situation. In their case, survival in the Yulin tunnel was almost impossible and practically zero, which made any hope extremely fragile and illusory. The team asked Wei Tai to be quiet because his words and behavior were creating bad energy, which was noticeably affecting the atmosphere and lowering the morale of everyone present. The guy didn't understand what he had said wrong, and his confusion grew as he felt that his words had caused an unexpected negative reaction. But the scouts just slapped their faces with their palms, showing helplessness and at the same time slight irritation at the situation they could not remedy. Guanya missed her new colleague, realizing that she really wanted to work with him and feel the support and cooperation of the team. She no longer hoped that the young man would return, realizing that it was almost impossible, and the feeling of loss was mixed with bitter acceptance of reality. If they couldn't get in touch with him by the end of the workday, there would be little hope, and this created a feeling of hopelessness and anxiety among everyone who was waiting for him. Dong's ordered that as soon as any news appeared, he should be informed immediately, emphasizing the importance of immediate response and control over the situation. The employee agreed, patiently awaiting further developments and trying to remain calm and ready for any turn of events. The manager was already leaving the office, leaving the two of them alone, creating a sense of silence and tension that heightened the gravity of the moment. But suddenly the girl's phone rang, breaking the silence and instantly grabbing both of their attention, making their hearts beat a little faster from the surprise. Startled by the unexpectedness, she jumped up and, turning the phone off speaker mode, saw on the screen that it was Yuanzi calling, and her heart was filled with surprise and joy. Grabbing the phone, Guanya sat confused with fear, not knowing what to do, her heart pounding and her thoughts confused by the unexpected call. Dongzi ordered the phone to be put on speaker so that everyone could hear the conversation, which increased the tension in the room, forcing those present to listen carefully to every word. So the scout picked up the phone and greeted the caller politely, trying to hide her excitement and immediately set a friendly tone for the conversation. Until then, she couldn't believe that it was the same guy she had been waiting for so long who was calling, and her heart kept beating with surprise and joy. Yeonji greeted his sister with a warm smile, happy to hear her voice and feeling a wave of sincere satisfaction from this unexpected conversation. He immediately announced that he had overcome that terrible ordeal and successfully returned from the spiritual world, his voice radiating joy and relief at his success. Those present in the office were shocked by the news, unable to hide their surprise and incredible amazement at what had happened. Dongzi began to rejoice immensely, saying that it was a true miracle that had happened, and his face glowed with happiness and excitement. Then he told everyone to keep it together, reminding them of the importance of calm and discipline even in moments of great joy. The Yulin Tunnel, which the Thai sect considered impossible to pass, had been completely cleared, and this was bound to cause a stir, and Yuan Shu's name would have spread after the very first task, gaining incredible fame. The important thing was that there were only a handful of trials for night travelers in all of Shanghai, and their rarity made each one extremely valuable and dangerous. The existence of the tunnel led to the organization losing many travelers, and these losses seriously undermined its authority and combat effectiveness. If this leadership remained in place, the number of new travelers would increase significantly each year, which could intensify competition and increase risks for the organization. In the future, the rewards would no longer be as generous as during the first sweep, but for the official side, the very fact of an increase in the number of travelers and a demonstration of increased activity was important. Guanya asked how he managed to pass such an important and extremely difficult test, and her voice sounded genuinely surprised and curious. Yuanzi explained that there was really nothing difficult about it, and anyone with at least a pair of working legs could handle this test without any particular problems. Dongzi asked him to come to headquarters as soon as possible, emphasizing the importance of his presence to discuss further plans and decisions. The man understood that the young man had skills that gave him an advantage over ordinary people, but it remained unclear in what area this power manifested itself and how it could be used. Wang Tai thought that the leader had found some kind of extraordinary monster for the organization, capable of radically changing the course of events and ensuring superiority over rivals. The man understood that the traveler was a true genius whose mind and skills far exceeded ordinary standards and could change any situation to his advantage. Although this could be a nice addition to the message, he wondered what to say and how to do it right in order to convey his thoughts without mistakes. So he decided to simply tell Mr. Fu the very important news without delay and without complicating the situation with unnecessary words or explanations. When the news came that the test had been passed and he had returned successfully, the atmosphere was filled with joy and relief among all those who had been waiting for the result. Dongji sent Mr. Fu an email, clearly stating all the details and emphasizing the importance of the information he had received. Sitting in his office, he waited patiently for a reply, watching the clock and feeling a slight tension from the anticipation. However, he did not have to wait long, because the commander called immediately, and the call instantly broke the silence in the office, attracting his full attention. With a smile, the third-level traveler picked up the phone, ready to listen to the commander and feel the joy of the anticipated conversation. Commander Fu asked if the news was really true, as it carried with it an extremely important event that could affect the organization's plans and actions. Dongzi himself was in shock and had just finished a phone call with the young man a few minutes ago, trying to comprehend the incredible information he had just received. But it would take time to develop new leadership, as every step and decision required careful consideration and planning. In fact, Mr. Fu had no expectations of Yuanzi at that time, as he did not expect the young man to be able to overcome such difficult trials. However, if that person was able to pass through the Yulin Tunnel, then he possessed outstanding skills, even compared to other night travelers, and this made him extremely valuable to the organization. The man decided to report this to the Council of Elders and ensure that Dongze was generously rewarded for his important information and correct actions. The head of the organization immediately began to smile when he heard that he would receive a bonus, and his face glowed with joy and satisfaction. The scout did not know whether he should keep this news a secret, and his thoughts were mixed with excitement and caution. The problem was that many of the officers had long been aware of the wanderers sought by the White Tiger Corps, and they would not be able to keep this information secret for long. Commander Fu said that he should be wary of what was happening within the Five Elements Alliance, and stressed that they should avoid a repeat of the incident with sobs of the 100 Flowers and outmaneuver their opponents cautiously and willingly. Dongze asked the gentleman for advice, seeking valuable guidance and wise instructions for the right course of action. The man clearly instructed him to add more money, emphasizing the importance of financial support for the successful completion of the task. The worker did not understand what this meant in the given situation, so he politely asked again to understand all the details and avoid mistakes in his work. The gentleman explained that he himself did not like to win people over with money, but it was precisely such actions that gave him a reliable and long-term effect. Wanzi had to write a detailed and accurate report as soon as possible, because it was extremely important to obtain complete and reliable information about the Yulin Temple and all its secrets. Dongze understood everything clearly, realized all the consequences and details of the situation, and therefore agreed to carry out the order without any doubts or objections. Centurion Fu was not considered the money prince among the four lords of the organization for nothing, as his financial achievements and cunning strategies brought stable and huge profits. The leader went to the computer, carefully reviewing files and folders to quickly find exactly what he needed to complete an important task. A message from the travelers of the spiritual world suddenly appeared on the screen, glowing brightly and attracting the attention of everyone in the room at that moment. In the chat, people actively asked Dronzer about the guy he had recently recruited and skillfully lured into his company, trying to find out all the details of his fate and role. Another young man reported that another poor soul from his neighborhood had also disappeared without a trace in the tunnel and had not yet been found, causing a wave of anxiety and fear among the locals. The man fell deep into thought, lost in his own thoughts and reflecting on the complex events that were rapidly changing his life and plans for the future. Then he mentally asked them not to rush to conclusions, because everything had already been carefully done and prepared in advance, leaving only a formality in the completion of the case. The manager decided to send his own message to explain the situation in detail, clear up any misunderstandings, and give everyone the info they needed to do the right thing. Uncertainty spread through the chat because no one could understand what had happened the day before, and this caused a wave of surprise and anxiety among all participants. Dronzer sent a message saying that the night traveler he had recently recruited had successfully passed all the tests of the Yulin Temple, demonstrating remarkable skills and endurance. Dronzer sent a message that the night traveler he had recently recruited had successfully passed all the tests of the Yulin Temple, demonstrating remarkable skills and endurance. The man sat in his office, his arms resting calmly on the armrests, smiling quietly as he savored the moment of his own victory and inner satisfaction. Fu Qinyang replied that from that day on, the mission was entirely theirs, and he would later upload a detailed and accurate report to the database to ensure complete documentation and control over the process. At first, all the employees were silent, pondering the significance of the event, but then they suddenly decided to celebrate this important moment together by organizing a small celebration in the office. When the Thai sect saw the news, they immediately became quite nervous, discussing the situation tensely and trying to understand what consequences it would have for their plans. They couldn't understand how the newcomer had managed to do this, and at the same time, they didn't know how they could have missed such a traveler, which caused them deep surprise and anxiety. The elder had made a mistake, and because of his mistake, the Thai sect was left without a valuable traveler, which was a great loss and caused a wave of irritation and concern among all participants. At that moment, silence reigned in the office, and only the faint clicking of keys and muffled footsteps disturbed the calm atmosphere of the workspace. The young man arrived and immediately, without delay, knocked on the office door, expecting a quick response and ready to enter. Opening the door, Yuanzi smiled and announced that he had returned, greeted everyone warmly, and politely invited them to a short conversation about recent events. Guanya thought the newcomer was an innocent puppy, but it later turned out that he was a real wolf, hiding within himself remarkable strength and cunning, capable of surprising even the most experienced. The girl congratulated him on becoming a night traveler, smiled sincerely, and gently invited him into her arms, conveying her joy and admiration for his achievement. However, the young man distanced himself, politely replying that it was an extremely valuable reward and decided to postpone accepting it until next time in order to better appreciate its significance. Yuanzi understood that she was trying to seduce him, but he remained cool-headed and did not succumb to her temptations, maintaining complete control over himself and the situation. Smoothly changing the subject, the scout suggested going to the leader, as he was eagerly awaiting their presence to discuss important matters. The sister explained to him that he did not need to reveal anything about his inventory, as concealing his methods was absolutely necessary for the safety and success of their actions. It became clear to the hero that he himself had no intention of revealing anything, because keeping secrets was important for his safety and effectiveness in a difficult situation. The man was already waiting for him in his office, sitting calmly at his desk and watching the door closely, ready to start an important conversation right away. The young man greeted him politely, bowing his head slightly and smiling, showing his respect and readiness for further conversation. Dronzer decided to share what he had been most worried about a minute ago, sincerely talking about his fears and emotions in order to relieve tension and find understanding. He opened up and explained that he was worried that the traveler would be kidnapped on the way to his office, because such an unpredictable danger could ruin all his plans and efforts. The hero asked for a cola again, just as he had when they first met, demonstrating a habit and a slight nostalgia for that first encounter. The man ordered Guan to ask someone to buy the drink the newcomer wanted, making sure that his request was fulfilled quickly and without mistakes. Joking with him, the girl noted that his social status had grown before their eyes, and her playful words brought a slight smile and a cheerful atmosphere to everyone. Dronzer said that the traveler had to write a detailed report for the management about passing through the tunnel, including all observations and difficulties, to ensure a complete understanding of the situation. He was also curious to know if the young man had learned any new information about the temple that could shed light on its mysteries and aid in further research. Wang Tai joined their conversation, politely offering his comments and questions, and his presence immediately added a new level of seriousness and attention to the discussion. He was also supposed to help the newcomer compile a detailed report on the work done, carefully checking all the details so that the information would be as accurate and complete as possible. As time passed, the hero was finishing his account of the events that had happened to him, describing every important moment in detail and concluding his story with a sense of relief. The hero decided not to mention the red tulips, which were an exclusive reward, keeping this information to himself in order to preserve its value and mystery for future moments. The man knew that Pest's conquest of demons was to be a fairly high-level reward, capable of significantly raising the status of the recipient and opening up new opportunities for the development of his skills. They jokingly called the spiritual world a game, but in reality, everything was much more serious, because artifacts were quite rare and each had unique properties, which made them extremely valuable. In the future, most likely, the stage with the artifact that the young man took out in the killing of the tree will simply disappear, and the difficulty of passing through the tunnel will be significantly reduced, simplifying the task for subsequent travelers. If an item is taken away in the spiritual world, its weight immediately changes, and if you die inside and leave your body to a monster, the weight increases significantly, making it more difficult to pass through and increasing the risk for others. The guide was only intended as general information, but specific actions had to be taken depending on the specific situation, taking into account all circumstances and possible consequences. Wang Tai concluded that if the shoes remained in that world, their weight would not decrease, which meant that future travelers would have to overcome the same difficulties. Yuanzi understood that his colleague had hit the nail on the head, accurately identifying the essence of the problem and expressing his thoughts in a way that fully matched the reality of the situation. They understood that everything was strange because the information he shared did not correspond to the expected difficulty of level S, causing them to doubt and wonder. The team thought that the traveler had not told the whole truth, keeping some details to himself, which made them doubt the completeness of the information they had received. The guy continued his story, noting that in addition to the demon, there was also a stone coffin in the cave, which created a feeling of mystery and threat at the same time. The leader immediately asked what was inside the stone coffin, trying to find out all the details and understand its significance for the events in the cave. Yanzi cautiously reported that inside was the body of the mistress of the mountain, and after he carefully lifted the lid, she suddenly woke up, causing shock and surprise to everyone present. The man cried out, and his emotions instantly changed from shock to dissatisfaction, reflecting a mixture of surprise, anger, and anxiety at the same time. The young man was alarmed by this reaction, feeling a mixture of fear and anxiety, as he did not expect his announcement to evoke such strong emotions. Dongzi knew that there were two possible scenarios if the goddess really came to her senses, and each of them could radically change the further course of events. The first was that the temple would cease to be just a trial and would upgrade its status to the high level of instance, which would significantly increase its importance and complexity for all travelers. The second was that the old temple would lower the difficulty level, but a new high level of instance would appear, and these changes were extremely important for Tai's leadership. Guanya explained that the more the traveler would tell, the higher his payment would be, because detailed information was very valuable and directly affected the reward. Yuanzi was not interested in money. He was more concerned that the ancient goddess might come after him, and this thought made him tense and cautious in every step he took. Wang Tai asked him not to worry about this, explaining that the young man had not yet grown to the level where such powerful beings as the ancient goddess would pay attention to him, and his anxiety was unnecessary. These words calmed the novice a little, instilling in him a sense of security and confidence that he had not yet reached the level at which ancient, powerful beings paid attention, and therefore there was no reason to panic. Guan asked if the goddess was beautiful, curious about her appearance and the impression she might make on people, and expecting a detailed answer from the traveler. The young man replied honestly that she was more beautiful than her, sincerely acknowledging the greatness and attractiveness of the ancient goddess, which caused slight surprise in Guanya. Wang Tai added that as a subject of study, the mistress was much more valuable, as her power and secrets could provide extremely important information for further research. Of course, the scout understood the joke, but warned that they could get in trouble for such words because the leadership did not always take humor seriously and punish frivolity. The elder's house was incredibly quiet and cozy, enveloping every room in a feeling of peace and security, as if time had stopped here. His subordinate informed him that an important message had just arrived from Sunhaya, stating that the night traveler under the command of Centurion Fu had successfully cleared the tunnel. The gray-haired man was so stunned by this unexpected and shocking news that he instantly lost all ability to speak, his face filled with shock and immobility. Then he gave a strict order that Sunhaya's leader, Yuan Ting, should take great care to ensure that this extremely important and sensitive information was never disclosed to outsiders. However, it was already too late, and the sensational news had spread among a wide circle of people who received it with great surprise and anxiety, unable to remain indifferent. The elder felt completely surprised and confused, not understanding what exactly he should do next and how to respond to a situation that was rapidly spiraling out of control. However, his soul was also oppressed by the fact that Centurion had already sent them instructions, leaving a feeling of pressure and inevitability of decisions that would have to be made without the right to make mistakes. Added to all this was another extremely important piece of news that the servant had to convey, feeling the weight of responsibility and tension, because the elder's future position depended on its content. Namely, the fact that the ancient day traveler had unexpectedly awakened caused deep anxiety and fear in everyone, because his appearance could radically change the course of events and affect the fate of many people. In this regard, the inspector felt an urgent need to immediately convene a meeting to discuss the situation, assess all possible consequences, and determine a plan of action to avoid catastrophic consequences. Yuanzi, in turn, continued to sit calmly in his office, concentrating on all the events and possible solutions, as if the external chaos did not affect him at all and did not force him to rush. On his phone, he carefully read the message about the night travelers and was very surprised to find that their class symbol was a crescent moon, which added mystery and anxiety to all the information. The hero remembered that on the first day, a full moon had suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he decided to keep this secret to himself, not telling anyone, to avoid unnecessary attention. It could be concluded that the case was extremely unusual, and it was necessary to carefully find out whether it was bad or good, because there was no information about such a phenomenon on forums or in any sources. The rarer the case, the more it had to be kept in the strictest confidence, so the hero decided to keep his mouth shut, protecting the information from any outside influence or curiosity. The young man cautiously turned his head toward his sister, and gathering his thoughts, decided to ask her an important question, hoping for a sincere and thoughtful answer. So he told her that while he was on the forum, he read that the temple of the mountain goddess actually existed, which meant that the goddess herself could also really exist, which caused him mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. The young lady replied that spiritual worlds are located between reality and illusion, and in ordinary life, one can only find prototypes of these scenes, such as the Lingen Reservoir or the Daoshui amusement park, which only reflect part of their true essence. The young man realized that the goddess he had met was just an illusion from the spiritual world, and this thought calmed him down a little, allowing him to relax and distance himself from his fear of the unknown. His sister did not believe that he could be afraid of that woman, because he had repeatedly spoken of her incredible beauty and charm, which made his fear even more strange and unusual in her eyes. Yuanzi asked the young lady not to be so vindictive, calmly explaining that holding grudges and being petty only complicates relationships and creates unnecessary misunderstandings. The director slowly approached the team, his steps confident and deliberate, his face reflecting the seriousness of his intentions and his readiness for an important conversation. He asked Guan Yu to follow him closely, as one of the White Tiger Corps scouts had been killed in the hotel, and this could indicate a serious threat to everyone present. The employee immediately, without hesitation, agreed to her boss's request, demonstrating a high level of responsibility and readiness to act instantly in a critical situation. Dongze also advised the young man to go to university, explaining that there were no other matters to attend to in the afternoon and that it would be a useful time for study and self-development. However, the young man couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the spiritual world traveler had been killed, and this thought deeply frightened him, causing him to feel anxiety and danger that could overtake him as well. A meeting of key figures was held in a large room where important issues were discussed in detail, and the atmosphere was tense due to the weight of the decisions made and the responsibility of the participants. The man reported that the sect leader had recently sensed the death of the demon lord, and this news caused serious concern among those present and increased the tension in the room. This meant that the main threat to the Tai sect had been completely destroyed, which gave the meeting participants a sense of relief and hope for stability and security in their environment. However, the character card had not returned to the spiritual world, its location remained unknown, and everyone had to make every effort to find the descendant of the Lord and establish control over the situation. His main sign was to be not a crescent moon, but a black full moon, and as a reward for successfully passing the test, he was to receive a unique character card that no other travelers had. The academy grounds were neat and peaceful, with well-kept alleys and clean buildings, creating a balanced atmosphere of order where nothing distracted from studying and focused reflection. Meanwhile, Yuanxi had already reached his higher education institution on his bicycle, feeling the light breeze on his face and preparing for a new day full of learning and opportunities for self-development. It was only a 10-minute ride from his house to the university, which was a testament to the young man's good physical condition and endurance, as he effortlessly covered this distance every day. Out of the corner of his eye, the student noticed Shu Menon at the gate, once again patiently waiting for his sponsor father. His posture and attention to detail betrayed his usual persistence and patience. They talked about the girl who was picked up every Monday by a man in a luxurious, shiny car, discussing her habits and the impact of this event on those around her. The students noticed Yuanxi and immediately reminded him that they needed to do the lab work together, As time was running out and joint preparation was important for a successful result, the young man realized that they were talking about the queen of the group and that society was sinking deeper and deeper into luxury and pleasure, where ostentatious glitz and vanity were gradually overshadowing sincere feelings and true values. The hotel building stood majestically in the middle of the city, like a skyscraper, dominating the neighborhoods, casting a long shadow and attracting the attention of passers-by and visitors to the metropolis. The police blocked the entrance due to an open criminal case, setting up barriers, posting patrols, and completely restricting access to outsiders and random passers-by. Experts thoroughly investigated everything around, carefully examining every detail, recording traces, taking measurements, and documenting the situation for further analysis of the case. Zhao Yingjun was a public safety consultant and also a member of the second-level White Tiger Corps, with high authority, considerable experience, and influence among law enforcement agencies. The woman who died was named Liu Xiaowei. She was an ordinary person with no special status, but she was in a secret relationship and was the mistress of the man mentioned earlier. There were no signs of a struggle in the room, the surfaces remained intact and tidy, and only in the trash can did experts find used hygiene products, which caught their attention. Both victims had been stabbed in the heart with a sharp object, but there were no signs of torture or abuse. Investigators also considered the possibility that the woman had been raped immediately before her murder. The manager understood that this was an extremely serious matter, as public security officers had already reviewed the surveillance camera footage, but had not figured out how the killer had left the scene of the crime. Guanya understood that ordinary travelers would not dare to attack members of their alliance, so she was increasingly inclined to believe that this was the deliberate work of a traveler with dark powers. Dronzer knew that the first thing to do was to check all of Zhao Yingjun's recent social contacts, because if the criminal really possessed dark powers, then the seriousness of the case could reach a whole new level. At the time of the murder, the victim had only one card on him, which was a protective artifact, and its presence only reinforced the suspicions, as it had failed to prevent the fatal blow. With the protective item at hand, it was not easy to torture him, and the residents of the neighboring rooms heard nothing, which only confirmed the professionalism of the attacker's actions. Based on all the information they had been able to gather at that point, it was relatively easy to assess the killer's skills, as his actions indicated a high level of training and extreme danger. A police officer reported that just a few minutes ago, they had received new materials on the case that could significantly affect the further course of the investigation. The investigation revealed that Zhao had many lovers, usually female students, and each time he chose different hotels for their meetings, but the killer unerringly found the address and room number. The head of the alliance thought that they could get a lot of valuable information from the women who spent time with Zhao, as they probably knew the details of his habits, movements, and contacts. Regardless of whether the murder was an act of revenge, or whether the case was indeed in the hands of a dark-class traveler, everyone needed to be extremely cautious. Guanya suggested calling Yuanzi so that he could absorb Zhao's spiritual body and obtain his memories, which would reveal hidden details about the victim's life and movements. They understood that it was in this context and using this method that they would be able to get closer to the truth and gain a clear understanding of the killer's personality and his true motives. The Thai sect summoned all official night travelers to the capital to discuss important matters, but Yuan-Tina was absent from Songhai, which created additional difficulties for coordination. The girls suggested calling another colleague, as it was obvious that the killer had deliberately chosen a time when most of the employees had already left for the capital in order to act unnoticed and unhindered. At that moment, she remembered the newcomer and realized that there was no need to turn to the Thai sect, as her new colleague could help solve the case and gather the necessary information on his own. It was a good idea, and without delay, they immediately decided to contact him, hoping for quick help and effective progress in the investigation. At that time, Yuanzi was sitting in class, listening attentively to the lecturer and taking notes, not even suspecting that he would soon be involved in the investigation of a serious case. However, he was not at all interested in what the professor was doing or talking about, because Yuanzi's thoughts were completely occupied with events outside the classroom and a possible call to investigate. The students sat on the forum, carefully reading messages and discussions about the various stages of the Holy One, delving into the details, analyzing the information, and taking his own notes for a better understanding. However, he did not have the access rights to learn more secret information, so he could only familiarize himself with the materials to a limited extent and only guess at the details that remained hidden. Suddenly, his phone rang, and loud music filled the auditorium, attracting the attention of all the students and the teacher, creating unexpected chaos and interrupting the lecture. In order not to disturb his classmates, the young man immediately picked up the phone, hiding under the table and trying to speak as quietly as possible so that no one would notice his actions. Picking up the phone, he told his sister that he was in class and couldn't talk for long, while trying to briefly convey the essence of the important message. She didn't let him say a word, just warned him that she would pick him up at the entrance in 20 minutes, leaving him with a sense of urgency and immediacy. When the appointed time passed, Yuanzi left the school and headed for the exit, looking around carefully and quickening his pace so as not to be late for the meeting. The girl was already waiting for him next to the car, standing at the ready and watching Yuanzi's approach closely, ready to hit the road immediately. After greeting each other, they quickly got into the car, fastened their seatbelts, and prepared to leave, knowing that time was limited. The hero was concerned about why he had been taken away at this particular moment, as the scouts were supposed to go investigate a murder case, and he was worried that he would miss important events. Guanya explained that they needed a night traveler to absorb the spiritual body of the deceased and obtain his memories, which would allow them to learn important details about the murder and the victim's movements. After thinking about it, the young man agreed to try, as it seemed easy due to his class's innate skill, but he had never read someone else's memories before and felt a slight anxiety about the unknown. The team decided to try and see what results it might lead to, hoping to obtain new information that would help in the investigation. From the window, the young man noticed a student walking down the sidewalk. Her calm gait and appearance instantly caught his eye amid the noise of the street. It was Shu Menon, and he didn't like her outfit at all, causing a slight irritation in his heart and a desire to distract himself from her appearance to more important matters. So, after a while, the traveler was already in the morgue, carefully preparing for the procedure of absorbing the spiritual body and analyzing the situation around him. The atmosphere around him was extremely tense, and a depressing silence hung in the air, as if emphasizing the importance and seriousness of what was happening. The boss told him to get started right away, stressing how important it was to act fast and accurately so they wouldn't miss any details in the investigation. Yuanzi approached the victim, simultaneously tuning in to spiritual contact, focusing his attention and preparing his mind to absorb memories. His gaze immediately changed, his eyes turning blue, emitting a strange light and hinting at the beginning of the process of absorbing the spiritual body. Yuanzi seemed to be in another world at that moment, completely immersed in the space of the deceased memories, persistently searching for the information necessary for the investigation. After a person's death, most of their consciousness dissipated, leaving only the deepest part of the mind, an obsession that preserved the strongest memories and emotions of the deceased. But the memories immediately before death were the strongest, and they were the easiest to read because they retained intense emotions and clear details of events. The traveler set about doing just that, working confidently and decisively, carefully extracting the most vivid memories from the deceased consciousness to obtain the necessary information. The deceased memories flowed like water, rushing through all the moments of his life, intertwining events, emotions, and details that gradually became accessible to the traveler's mind. Everything became incredibly clear before Yuanzi's eyes, as if he himself were in those events, feeling the emotions and recreating every detail of the deceased Alliance worker's life. The problem was that only one girl came to mind and no one else was visible, which limited the amount of information and made it difficult to find other details. She was completely defenseless and deeply traumatized, her appearance and behavior clearly betraying her intense fear, anxiety, and suffering, which instantly and powerfully struck Yuanzi. The traveler could not understand why only one woman appeared in the memories of the deceased man, and in such a state because it limited access to other important information. The young man understood well that the manager needed to explain all the important details of the task to him in more detail in order to avoid misunderstandings and mistakes in his work. At that very moment, a shiny blade suddenly appeared in front of the young man, threatening him with serious danger and forcing him to react instantly. After that, the man remembered another man who persistently asked about the Holy Grail and a long list of details that seemed completely incomprehensible. Once he said he knew nothing, but the strange thing was that he could clearly hear his own voice echoing in his head, as if he were an outside observer of his own thoughts. The stranger replied that he had not taken advantage of the opportunity he had been given, and now felt deep disappointment and the weight of a lost opportunity in his heart. What exactly he meant by these words remained unknown, and no one could understand the true meaning of his thoughts or the hidden motives behind his speech. The hero felt his body suddenly touch the cold blade of a sword, and from this touch, a feeling of sharp pain and tension ran through his entire body. Then he grabbed his head sharply, as if trying to chase away obsessive memories and focus in order to come to his senses and regain clarity of thought. The same stranger who had previously harmed the girl and her body reappeared before the traveler, and his presence caused a wave of fear and tension. Yuanzi decided to emerge from the memories of the deceased in order to convey all the information and reveal all the secrets that could be important for understanding the situation. He saw the killer, but he was deeply frightened by the fact that he could read other people's memories and learn their innermost thoughts and secrets without any resistance. Guanya wanted to hug him, but the leader strictly forbade it, asking her to behave elegantly and restrainedly so as not to disturb the order and dignity of the situation. Dronzer asked the newcomer what the man looked like and what distinctive features he had in his face and behavior so that he could accurately imagine his appearance and character. The young man replied that he was a man of about 35 years of age, of medium height and strong build, with a scar on his left cheek, sparse eyebrows, and a fierce, piercing gaze that was frightening. The chief understood that with such detailed descriptions, they could easily identify the killer and track his actions without unnecessary delay or mistakes. Guanya asked if the lawbreaker had committed any violent acts against the woman, trying to determine his true danger and motives. A memory immediately flashed before the young man's eyes, and he instantly realized that this was indeed the case, confirming Guanya's words and the authenticity of the event. The sister concluded that the killer was mentally unstable, as his behavior and actions showed a lack of control over his emotions and aggressive impulses. Dongs wished that monsters like him would always burn in hell, suffering eternal torment for their cruel and ruthless deeds. Wonzi did not understand why the group was so confident about the criminal's mental state, as there was no direct evidence or medical data to confirm this. Then the chief asked if he remembered the punishment mechanism for low morality, and he replied that he did, confirming that the rules were clearly known and understood by him. So the master continued, explaining that the murder of Zhao Yingjun's mistress was committed in order to eliminate a witness, but violence against the victim would cause him to lose additional points for moral violations. If a traveler in the spiritual world commits a crime, morality points are deducted from him, and any person in their right mind will try to avoid activating the punishment mechanism so as not to lose additional points. Murder for the purpose of elimination is a necessary measure, and people may take such a step in two cases: when they have an excess of morality points without fear of loss, or due to serious mental health issues. Guanya knew that travelers with such mental health issues had to be eliminated, because in megacities like theirs, they were like time bombs, and sooner or later their level would fall below 60. Even after completing the test, travelers could be left with severe psychological trauma, which over time would manifest itself in the form of fears, panic, or unpredictable behavior. This also applied to Yuanzi, and as soon as he feels any problems with his head, he will need to immediately inform his superiors, who will arrange psychological counseling and support for him. The hero asked about the killer's DNA, because he did not believe that a person could completely get rid of all traces without leaving any biological evidence that could be used for identification. If there was anything, even the slightest thing, they could easily find it and identify the criminal. Dongzi wanted to learn even more minor and hidden details from the victim's memories, hoping to find important clues there that could help restore the full picture of events. Yunzi reported that the criminal had tried to extract from Zhao the exact location of the Holy Grail and a detailed list, seeking to obtain valuable information for his own purposes. The girl and the manager looked at each other, both in deep shock, unable to immediately process all the terrible information that had just been revealed. They did not understand what the newcomer was talking about, and the situation was complicated by the fact that they could not remember anything that could shed light on it. The man immediately realized that Zhao had been hiding a lot from them, and this made him suspicious of the truthfulness of his words and intentions. The chief thanked the night traveler for his work and asked him to follow Guan to make a photo fit and create an accurate portrait of the culprit. He also instructed the girl to order a special suit for the young man, which he would need to perform his duties. In the future, he was to wear an official uniform, which was a personal requirement of the chief because, in his opinion, ordinary clothes did not look elegant and dignified enough for the performance of his duties. Yuanzi did not understand how this related to his work, because at first glance, the requirement to wear a formal uniform seemed unnecessary and unrelated to the performance of his duties. He felt even more strongly that the director was overly obsessed with refinement, as all his requirements and rules concerned only appearance and elegance, rather than actual work. The two of them went to another room to start working on a photo fit and accurately recreate the image of the culprit. The hero looked at his stats and saw that his experience had risen to 44%, and after devouring the soul, a pleasant warmth spread through his body. Night travelers can increase their level through such work, but the Thai sect is not enthusiastic about it. Every time they help interrogate a spirit. She did not explain clearly why this was so, but simply said that she was only a scout and her skills were limited and of little use, leaving Yuanzi to draw his own conclusions about her true level of skill and experience. The young man did not believe this, because he understood that even a second-level scout could easily crush him, and after advancing to the 4th level, their single combat skills become simply terrifying. Then the student simply replied to his sister that they were humiliating themselves by agreeing to such work with obvious disgust, even though they could have avoided it. She smiled at her young colleague's words, feeling a slight consolation and hidden affection for his directness and sincerity. And she asked if he would like to help her with her training, her invitation having a double meaning, leaving room for her own speculation and insinuations. Yunzi immediately declined the offer, explaining that at that moment, he was not experienced enough and could not effectively help with the training. So, after several hours of intense work by the investigators, a detailed photo fit of the probable killer had been compiled, recreating his facial features based on eyewitness accounts and the evidence gathered. The resemblance to the suspect's real face was about 80%, which allowed investigators to confidently use the image for further searches and identification. It was confirmed that this man's name was Wu Xiangjun. He came from a city in Jiangnan province, had lived in Shanghai for a long time, and in the 12th year, he was arrested and convicted of intentional bodily harm, and after his release, all information about him disappeared. With such important and comprehensive information, the investigators were able to clearly plan their next steps, which ultimately allowed them to locate him much later, about 2 hours later. There was never any reason to doubt the abilities of experienced intelligence officers, as their coordinated work, attention to detail, and professional skills proved their effectiveness time and time again. The commander ordered the young man not to interfere in the events that were to follow, because despite his extraordinary combat power, at that time he lacked the real experience and psychological stability of a true warrior. Once he concluded that this job was indeed a dream job, as it provided stable and high pay, did not require excessive effort, and allowed him to maintain a calm pace of life. The investigators realized that the criminal had not left the city, as he still had unfinished business, finding the Holy Grail in an important list without which he could not disappear. However, they had no idea what exactly was hidden behind such a mysterious name, as no archival data, evidence, or intelligence information gave a clear idea of their nature. So they decided to find out the true meaning of this immediately after they caught the killer, hoping to get answers directly from him during interrogation. The boys' house had a pleasant atmosphere of warmth and comfort, where soft light, calm silence, and familiar little things created a feeling of security and a short respite from external worries. His aunt said that real ghosts had appeared in their hospital. Yuanzi was genuinely surprised by such an unexpected conclusion, and he was deeply shocked by what he heard. Her grandmother calmly but insistently asked her daughter to tell her everything in much more detail, wanting to understand the situation down to the smallest detail and not leave any important points unexplained. Jinri remembered her sister Jo from their department, who was on night duty and heard children's laughter in the office. But when she went to check the room, the sound suddenly disappeared and did not repeat itself. Then she went to the bathroom and saw in the mirror a child sitting on her shoulder, and this incredible sight almost scared her to death, causing her heart to pound wildly with fear. However, not only Sister Jo, but also other female colleagues who worked the night shift confirmed that they heard strange children's laughter coming from different corners of the ward, causing a general feeling of anxiety among the staff. The grandmother decided that the next time her daughter was on night duty, Yuanzi should definitely keep her company so that they could observe the ghostly events together and ensure a sense of security. After hearing this story, the protagonist decided that the hospital could be a good place to gain valuable experience and accumulate practical skills points. He needed to significantly increase his strength before entering the spirit world again, and he realized that devouring spirits was the most effective way to quickly raise his level. Births, illnesses, and deaths happen all the time in hospitals, and for the night traveler, it's the perfect place to gain experience and increase his strength, because he can observe and interact. Crematoriums were also an ideal place to increase his level, but they were all located in the suburbs, and getting there was too far and inconvenient for quickly gaining experience. The hero could not understand why the Thai sect never used such an effective method of increasing strength, and assumed that perhaps it was due to some strict internal rules or prohibitions unknown to the outside world. Upon entering, the young man noticed several vacant seats that caught his attention, and he decided to go there, hoping to find a comfortable place to rest and observe the events around him. He searched the forum thoroughly for any information, but could not find any mention of the ghost, which surprised him and made him doubt the reality of the events. However, an official announcement appeared in the news that the third-level seducer, Wu Xiangjun, should be arrested, which caught the hero's attention and made him closely follow the development of events. The report described his crime in detail, indicating where and how it happened, that Wu Xiangjun's whereabouts were still unknown, and that the reward for his capture was 100,000 yuan. In the comments, people expressed surprise that such a dangerous criminal had been released from custody, as he was already on the verge of losing control and could commit new serious crimes at any moment. Once he understood that in such a dangerous situation, luck was clearly not on the side of the leader and his squad, as even the slightest mistake could lead to fatal consequences and put them in serious danger. But if they did encounter him, fragments of Wu Xiangjun's flesh and blood would remain at the scene, and it was possible that he could use the red shoes to find a way to move around or approach them unnoticed. The hero hesitated, realizing that it was too early to reveal the secret that he possessed red shoes, as this could expose his true abilities to dangerous opponents. At that time, he was playing the role of a defenseless night traveler, and the presence of such a powerful artifact could attract too much unwanted attention. His gaze was suddenly drawn to something ahead, and the young man instantly paid attention to it, sensing that the event could be significant or conceal danger. The soul of the deceased grandfather was in that place, and the traveler quickly realized that he could use this encounter to gain valuable experience points to increase his own strength. He began to observe this person closely and follow them, carefully choosing the right moment to interact and trying not to draw unnecessary attention to his presence. He concluded that the spirit of the deceased could not find peace because there were unfinished business or strong emotions that kept him in this world, preventing him from moving on. So the young man decided to delve into his memories to better understand the reasons for the spirit's restlessness and perhaps find a way to help him or gain valuable experience for himself. After absorbing the soul of the deceased, Yuanzi felt a significant increase in his own strength and was now fully prepared for the next task, having enough experience and energy for effective action. His skill had been honed to perfection, and he knew exactly what to do and how to do it in order to achieve the most effective result without unnecessary mistakes. Memories rushed into his mind, flooding his consciousness with a wave of vivid images and emotions, making him feel the events as if he were experiencing them himself. The mind of the unfamiliar old man gradually flowed into his consciousness, merging with his own thoughts and feelings, as if the stranger's memories and emotions were becoming part of his inner world. After a while, it became clear that the man had suffered from a serious illness, and his condition largely determined the emotional experiences and restlessness that Yuanzi now felt. His severe cough was accompanied by constant inhalations, which he was forced to take regularly to ease his breathing and fight the disease. The stranger prayed sincerely for his health and promised never to smoke again in his life, but it was too late, and the disease continued to mercilessly exhaust his body. The young man, seeing everything with his own eyes, was instantly frightened and began to shout loudly that he would never smoke himself, realizing the danger and terrible consequences of this habit. His gaze was full of determination and deep disgust for such a thing, reflecting his inner indignation and rejection of the harmful habit and the consequences it caused. The medical staff at the time noticed the young man and his inappropriate behavior, paying attention to his reactions and actions, which differed from the expected norms and caused concern. The hero explained that he was tormented by a severe cough and had finally decided to quit smoking, hoping that it would help improve his health and avoid further problems. After that, the traveler had to review his level and growth on the panel, assessing the experience gained and changes in his own strength after interacting with the spirit. As a result, Zhao's spiritual body brought him 2 experience points, while an ordinary person gave him less, and the difference in their value was noticeable, which showed the importance of interacting with powerful spirits. Therefore, the young man would have to absorb significantly more spiritual bodies of ordinary people to gain an equivalent amount of experience and raise his level as effectively as after interacting with a powerful spirit. Looking around the corridor, he realized that there were enough spiritual bodies here to significantly increase his level and effectively increase his own strength without unnecessary effort. The young man mentally asked the spirits to come closer to him, hoping to absorb their energy more effectively and accumulate the necessary experience points for his development more quickly. The traveler sat on a stone ledge amid the silence of the old forest and continued to carefully examine and observe the souls slowly moving around him. He noticed a young man walking ahead on a narrow path between tall trees, walking calmly and not noticing anything around him. He immediately decided to absorb his mind, slowly approaching him in the shadows, coldly and confidently preparing to break his victim's will and completely subjugate his thoughts to his dark power. Each time, this process became easier for him, becoming more natural and deeper, allowing him to control other people's thoughts faster, more accurately, and more confidently, without unnecessary tension and doubts. In just a few moments, the traveler could look into his memories, immersing himself in vivid images of the past, feeling the boy's emotions and thoughts as if they were his own. Before him appeared 2 friends making their way home, walking down the street with bags on their shoulders and exchanging light conversation, laughter, and plans for the evening, oblivious to their surroundings. One of them was drunk, staggering along the sidewalk, stopping frequently and struggling to keep his balance, his gaze blurred and inattentive to his surroundings. His companion was quite caring, even more so than any girl, constantly supporting his friend by the arm, watching his steps and trying to carefully save him from falling at every turn. However, their movements towards each other were quite strange and frank, filled with unnatural closeness and casual openness, which attracted attention and caused slight surprise. Yunzi understood that the relationship between them was completely wrong, feeling an inner sense of anxiety and discomfort because of their strange closeness and behavior that contradicted the usual norms. The hero could no longer watch such memories, feeling his mind overcome with disgust and exhaustion, forcing him to turn away and push away the emotions of others, which were becoming too heavy for him. As their relationship shifted from friendly to intimate with each passing second, the hero felt a growing inner tension and discomfort, unable to tolerate such intimacy any longer. The young man screamed and trembled at what he saw, his body shaking with fear and shock, his voice rising in a panicked scream that reflected his deep inner anxiety and disgust. The patients sitting nearby looked at him in surprise, their eyes wide and their conversations halted, struck by his sudden reaction and the palpable panic that burst through his behavior. The man asked if the boy was okay, leaning forward slightly with a serious and concerned expression on his face, closely observing his behavior and reaction to his surroundings. He also asked if he had an appointment with a doctor and if he could help him find the office, politely offering his support and willingness to guide him through the clinic's corridors so that everything would go smoothly. The traveler replied that he was fine and decided that he had had enough psychological stress, feeling tired from other people's memories and emotions and not wanting to delve into their chaos any further. The player headed for the restroom to wash his hands and come to his senses, slowing his pace and trying to collect his thoughts after everything he had seen, feeling the need to regain some calm and control over himself. Yuanzi hoped that the young man from his memories had died from alcoholism and not from something else, feeling a slight relief and an inner desire for the tragedy to remain natural. And then he concluded that drinking spirits was far from the most pleasant way to develop, realizing how exhausting, difficult, and morally challenging the process was. It was not surprising that the night travelers from the Thai sect avoided this method, because at such a pace one could develop schizophrenia, feeling the constant pressure of other people's thoughts and emotions on one's own mind. The young man decided to take a look at his progress and calm down, sitting down on the edge of the bench and taking a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts and feel control over his own emotions after the stressful experience. The duration of the night patrol skill remained unchanged at 9 seconds, but he felt his physical characteristics improving and his life energy growing stronger, filling his body with power. Although he had gone through a terrible experience, he had ultimately achieved a noticeable improvement in his level, feeling new skills and strength gradually taking root, giving him confidence and inner stability. Once he decided to go home, trying to forget everything he had seen, walking slowly through the streets, feeling the weight of memories on his mind and trying to clear his head of heavy images and emotions. Meanwhile, the office was noisy, with employees actively discussing business, phone calls ringing from different corners, and papers rustling under the constant movement of hands, creating a sense of bustle and relentless work. Commander Fu was holding a meeting because the criminal had still not been found, even though they had deployed 5 captains and more than 10 squad members discussing search strategies. The leader was disappointed in the guild's work, feeling deeply dissatisfied with their low efficiency, the mistakes of his subordinates, and their general inability to achieve their goals within the set time frame. He was told that the criminal was possessed by an evil force, which gave him rare and powerful skills, and that his class was different from others, making him extremely dangerous and difficult to pursue. The commander understood that their failure was fatal, and all the excuses only emphasized their cowardice, showing the guild's complete inability to act decisively and effectively in a critical situation. So, after these words, his subordinates said nothing, silently lowering their heads and avoiding the commander's gaze, aware of their own guilt and helplessness in the face of his harsh assessment. Mr. Fu looked at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze, slowly scanning each subordinate, assessing their reaction, sincerity, and readiness for further action, not missing a single detail of their behavior. It turned out that their failure had exacerbated the situation, creating new problems and complications that required immediate intervention, and the tension among the guild was growing by the minute. The seriously wounded seducer was capable of easily getting out of control, and given his cruelty, this could result in a large number of casualties, threatening the safety of everyone around him. From that moment on, all groups of travelers were officially involved in the capture and had to catch him within 3 days. But if they failed, everyone would be sent to a training camp for intensive training. This also applied to the leader, as he had overestimated the skills of his employees and would now also participate in the attempt to catch the criminal, taking responsibility for any failures. Since Wu Xiangjun's main goal was to find the Grail in the list, he would most likely continue his quest, targeting the family of his latest victim and carefully planning each step. The guild was running out of time, so the leader ended the meeting but asked Guan Yu to stay behind to discuss important details of the operation and give personal instructions on how to proceed. Mr. Fu asked if the girl had really been injured during the mission, leaning forward with a serious expression and a keen gaze, expecting an accurate and truthful answer. However, she did not answer and asked to move on quickly, explaining that time was short and there was still a lot of work to be done, so it was better to focus on completing the tasks rather than unnecessary discussions. The man said that his aunt had called him and told him that the young lady should return to her homeland next month, as a groom had already been found for her there. Guanya firmly stated that she had made it clear that she would not enter into a marriage arranged by her family and would not follow in her relatives' footsteps, defending her own freedom and right to choose. The Fu family was in a state of chaos, and her husband should have taken control and sent the elders into retirement to stop the chaos and bring the family's affairs in order. The commander asked her to show her results and not waste her talent, emphasizing that if she did not want to marry, their family only respected those who were strong and able to prove their worth. He agreed that she would be transferred to the 3rd team in the Changtai district, where they achieved high results every year, and there she could gain experience, and he would have a reason to cover for her in front of her aunt. Guanya asked for some time, as an interesting guy had joined their team and she wanted to observe him, assessing his skills and character before taking further steps. The man advised her to be careful, because if Wu Xiangjun caused a bloody massacre, it would negatively affect her position, and the elders would not allow her to join the council in that case. The girl just said goodbye to her brother in response, refusing to listen to his advice and words any further, turning away and focusing on her own thoughts and plans. Yunsi decided that every morning he would diligently go to his educational institution, listen attentively to lessons and complete assignments, and after lunch spend time communicating and exchanging ideas with Mr. Shi. He needed to actively strengthen his relationships with his colleagues and expand his circle of friends, and lately every day had become increasingly filled with new events, meetings, and responsibilities. The protagonist listened attentively as his peers discussed Shu Maining, saying that the police had come to her, and then she was left alone in the dormitory, crying from the experience and feeling deep sadness. It was all related to a rich guy with whom the student regularly communicated, and the administration was actively gathering information about him, tracking all his actions and contacts. Hearing their conversation, the young man immediately realized that one cannot completely devote oneself to a single patron, as this can lead to the loss of one's independence. He slowly walked across the university grounds, looking at the surrounding buildings and green alleys, feeling the silence and at the same time the life that was bustling around the students and teachers. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to what was happening on the street, where he saw the same girl, Shu Maining, standing next to a familiar man. In less than a second, he instantly realized that it was Wu Xiangjun, the very criminal he had heard stories about, and his heart sank with fear and anxiety. At that moment, the girl's gaze was frightened and full of anxiety, and beads of sweat ran down her face, reflecting the fear and inner turmoil that overwhelmed her at that moment. The young man carefully analyzed the situation and everything he had heard about her before, comparing facts and details, trying to understand the reasons for her fear and the possible consequences of what was happening now. It turned out that the girl had previously been held captive by the deceased Zhao Yingjun, which was why investigators had come to her, investigating the case and trying to find out all the details of his actions and her involvement in them. Given Wu Xiangjun's cruelty and unpredictable behavior, the young man realized that if he did not intervene in time, Shu would most likely be in mortal danger and die as a result of his actions. Even though she was mercenary and often guided by self-interest in her decisions, even that could not be a reason to let her die, because human life was of the utmost value. Wanzi immediately wrote a message about what he had seen with his own eyes, briefly outlining the details of the situation, and then reported that he was going to follow them discreetly so as not to lose sight of them. His movements were quick and cautious at the same time, so that he could follow the criminal unnoticed without attracting attention and retaining the ability to intervene in case of danger. Suddenly, the traveler's phone rang, signaling a new message, and the sound made him pause for a moment, looking closely at the screen and preparing to continue. The team sent him a message warning him not to act rashly, not to give in to his emotions, and to strictly follow instructions so as not to expose himself and others to unnecessary danger. At that moment, the hero suddenly realized that he had a unique opportunity to use his power, and his gaze instantly changed to a more determined and courageous one, radiating confidence and readiness to act without hesitation. The night patrol had already been activated, and it was unlikely that he could defeat Wu Xiangjun in a direct confrontation, but with the red shoes and that skill, he could count on a chance to escape. Such degenerates had to be eliminated at the first opportunity, without giving them a chance to harm others again, because their existence brought only suffering, fear, and constant threat to those around them. The traveler followed them, quietly hiding in the shadows of buildings and trees, moving cautiously and silently so as not to be noticed, not to lose sight of them, and to wait for the right moment to act. He heard the girl say that she spent time with Zhao Yingjun solely for money, explaining that he paid her only once a month, and for her it was a cold transaction without any feelings. The criminal was on the verge of a nervous breakdown because the student knew nothing about the Holy Grail or the mysterious list, which irritated him to the extreme and caused him to lose control of himself. She kept repeating that the deceased had not told her anything about it, insisting on her innocence and openly showing that she had no idea about the secrets that surrounded her. The girl cried bitterly, begging to be let go, every word sounding with deep fear and despair, tears rolling down her face reflecting her helplessness in this terrible situation. Xiangjun was extremely angry and bluntly told her that he had given her many chances, but she had never taken advantage of them, which made him angry, disappointed, and eager to punish her for her disobedience. Grabbing her by the throat, he squeezed her breath away, causing the girl to suffocate, her eyes filled with panic, and her body tensed with pain, fear, and helplessness in the face of her attacker's brutal force. Then he lifted the young lady up, holding her in a position where she could not resist, hanging helplessly in his arms, losing strength and hope of escaping his cruel grip. The man smiled like a madman, his smile distorted by rage and sinister joy, reflecting the inner darkness and lack of any sympathy for the victim before his eyes. However, after a while, in a serious and cold voice, he said that she was worthless to him and added that in the end, at least, she should die for him as something without any value. The criminal put the knife to her chest, hesitating only for a moment and inwardly deciding to carry out the attack. Clutching the handle of the weapon with cold determination and intent to carry out his cruel plan to the end. But suddenly he heard a strange noise behind him that broke the tense silence, and at that moment he realized that someone was watching him closely, hiding in the darkness and waiting for the right moment. Pushing the girl aside, he didn't even try to look at her, completely ignoring her condition, fear, and painful cries, focusing only on who was watching him and how to proceed. The young lady fell to the floor, hitting it hard with her whole body. The air knocked out of her chest and a sharp pain ran through her muscles, causing her to cry out and curl up helplessly. Zhangjun tried to find the one who had interfered with him, using the dark energy that swirled around him like a living stream, penetrating the shadows and revealing the traces of the hidden observer. However, pausing for a moment, he said loudly that he knew where his enemy was, and his words rang out with such confidence and menace that a chill ran down the spine of everyone who heard them. They met face to face, and neither of their faces showed any emotion. Their gazes were cold, unyielding, and filled with a quiet tension that foreshadowed an inevitable confrontation. However, Zhangjun suddenly smiled and delivered a powerful blow to the boy, sending his body flying several meters, hitting the ground with a thud and raising a cloud of dust around him. The hero stood confused, not knowing how to act in this critical situation, his heart beating fast, his thoughts confused, and his mind searching for any opportunity to survive or resist the attacker. The criminal immediately realized that he was being pursued by the Night Wanderer when he felt a cold gaze in the darkness, heard quiet footsteps behind him, and realized that his exposure was inevitable. This whole story seemed even more interesting to him than the one with the scouts because it concealed more secrets, dangers, and unexpected twists and turns, forcing him to look more closely at every detail of the events. In turn, the young man activated the night patrol, clearly aware of his responsibility for the safety of the city, so he acted quickly, focused, and without hesitation, coordinating further actions. His opponent could not see his location, and this saved him from attacks for some time, allowing him to maintain the upper hand, maneuver in the shadows, and prepare further actions without the risk of immediate exposure. Zhangjun asked him to show himself and not be a coward, shouting loudly into the darkness, trying to provoke his opponent into open action and force him out of hiding. His blade was too sharp and thin, so honed and light that it cut through the air effortlessly, leaving behind a barely audible whistle and a hidden threat. Yunzi understood that he had nearly perished, for his opponent was of the psychic type, but acted like a true tank in close combat, combining mental pressure with brute physical force. The man knew that there were no Night Wanderers in the Tai sect, and concluded that the young man was actually in the Five Elements Alliance, which made his abilities and methods of action much more dangerous. However, he did not understand how a pitiful first-level Night Wanderer dared to follow him, risking his own life and demonstrating incredible courage or recklessness in the face of such danger. The Night Patrol skill was first level, so the invisibility effect lasted no more than 20 seconds, limiting his ability to observe and forcing him to act as quickly and cautiously as possible. Yunzi knew that at that time his limit was only 9 seconds, which made the situation even worse, forcing him to act quickly and deliberately with no room for error. His opponent possessed strong skills, and after killing, he entered a state of madness. In addition, after the battle began, the seducer could leave his mark on his opponent using his skills. His main skill was seduction, which is part of mental control, combining strong close combat abilities with manipulation of the opponent, making him extremely dangerous in battle. 9 seconds passed, so the guy became visible. His silhouette emerged from the shadows, making him an easy target for the enemy and forcing him to react instantly to the threat. With each passing second, parts of the boy's body became normal, gradually losing the effect of invisibility and making him more vulnerable and noticeable to those around him. The enemy immediately noticed the Night Wanderer and instantly rushed at him, attacking with incredible speed and aggression, seeking to use the moment of his visibility for a decisive blow. The hero realized he was in trouble and tried to quickly come up with a plan of action, assessing the situation, calculating the enemy's possible moves, and looking for weak points to maneuver. Zhangjun attacked him swiftly and ruthlessly, directing all his strength into one devastating blow, forcing the hero to react as quickly as possible and avoid mortal danger. The man, seeing the young man's clothes, immediately realized that he had studied at the local Sun High University, which gave him an idea of the young fighter's level of training, skills, and possible strategy. Revealing his identity posed a great threat to his family, because now the enemy knew everything and could track him down, and then mercilessly destroy his entire clan, leaving no chance of salvation. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, feeling every curve of the metal, ready for a lightning attack and desperate defense against the impending danger. Yunzi saw that the criminal was indeed insane, his eyes shining with frenzied determination, and his actions unpredictable, which made him an even more dangerous opponent in battle. He couldn't hide forever, and if he couldn't finish off the enemy with one precise strike, there would be no point in trying to attack him again. The hero would have enough for about 2 uses of night patrol, after which he would have to flee, because if he did not eliminate the enemy right there and then, his entire family would inevitably face mortal danger. The enemy possessed 3 skills: seduction, rage, and mark. The first could be disregarded without killing, and the mark had probably already been applied, but the artifact was still hiding its effect. In fact, the player understood that he had to beware of his close combat abilities, assessing the strength of his blows, the speed of his attacks, and the potential danger that his opponent could pose in direct contact. The best time for the young man to attack was at night, when his abilities were fully revealed, but at that moment it had not yet come, which greatly complicated the choice of the right strategy. Once he had no choice but to use his shoes, relying on their speed and maneuverability to gain a few precious seconds and avoid the enemy's deadly attack. The criminal was already waiting for him, standing calmly with his feet on someone else's car, demonstrating his audacity and complete confidence in his own superiority and the inevitability of the upcoming confrontation. He had to wait a little longer, just 3 seconds, and the student in front of him would appear, stepping out of the shadows, ready for confrontation and forcing the criminal to react quickly. The man was completely confident in his own strength and had no doubt that he could easily eliminate the young man, considering him a weak opponent who was incapable of serious resistance. But his gaze was drawn to something else entirely, something unexpected and disturbing that instantly forced him to shift his focus and be on guard against an unknown threat. Red shoes suddenly appeared in front of Xiangjun, causing him to become confused and momentarily lose his concentration on the fight and his assessment of the situation. He immediately realized that this was an artifact, aware of its extraordinary value and potential power, which could radically change the course of events at any moment. The shoes then invited him to dance together, and to agree, he had to step in place, demonstrating his willingness to obey their rules and accept the magical interaction. The man did not pay attention to the shoes, simply thinking that they were an ordinary item whose price was insignificant, and did not even imagine that they could have a much stronger essence or meaning. A broad smile spread across his face, reflecting his inner joy and satisfaction with what was happening around him, without hiding his emotions. The criminal was extremely confident and cold-bloodedly said that just one drop of blood from the tip of his tongue would destroy the object he was guarding so closely, without a doubt. However, the red shoes remained motionless, standing in silence and waiting for their time to dance, as if they themselves sensed the magic and movement that was about to come. Xiangjun continued to smile, looking directly into the face of danger, demonstrating incredible courage and calmness that nothing could shake, even in the most dangerous moment. The man rushed at them, resolutely accepting the fight, feeling a rush of adrenaline and readiness for every blow that could change the course of this dangerous encounter. But he was surprised to see that they suddenly began to move in smooth, dance-like movements, as if the whole atmosphere around them was filled with magic and rhythm that captivated the eye. A second later, the object attacked him, delivering a powerful blow to his ribs that pierced his body with pain and made him feel the full danger of the situation that had unfolded in an instant. The next blow came to his face, causing sharp pain and slowing his movements, forcing him to feel how every part of his body reacted to the dangerous force that had struck instantly. Soon, the man was lying on the floor, writhing in unbearable pain, every breath and movement echoing with the sensation of the blows he had just received, completely paralyzing his body. The killer came to the bitter conclusion that he had misjudged the true power of the artifact, realizing too late that he had underestimated its dangerous magic and unpredictable nature. He couldn't understand how a first-level night traveler could possess such a powerful item, capable of exceeding his own expectations and changing the balance of power in this situation, which completely threw him off balance. The whole situation enraged the criminal even more, filling his heart with burning rage that made his actions more impulsive and dangerous. The man rushed towards the red shoes, trying to get rid of them by any means necessary, feeling despair and irritation that forced him to act recklessly and hastily. The situation around him was tense, every movement and sound heightening the sense of danger, creating an atmosphere of anxiety and anticipation of unpredictable developments that made his heart sink. The moment Xiangjun was about to strike, the object counterattacked him with even greater force, making him feel the full power of the attack and the unexpectedness of the situation. Wanzi stood by, doing nothing, just watching the battle, shocked by how rapidly it was unfolding, filling his heart with fear and incredible surprise at the same time. Artifacts such as the conditional object were truly impressive in their power. The pursuit of the red shoes was impossible to interrupt, and the victim could only desperately try to fight off the relentless pursuer, feeling fear and helplessness. Even if Xiangjun overcame his shame and started dancing, the hero could intervene and prevent him from performing the movements correctly, because the red shoes never forgive mistakes and punish the slightest deviation from the rhythm. The seducer was truly impressive, because until that moment he was still able to hold on and resist the incredible power of the red shoes, demonstrating an unbreakable will and the ability to control himself even in a dangerous situation. As soon as the man realizes that he can only passively accept the blows, he will most likely feel fear and despair and will seek to escape at any cost to avoid inevitable pain and danger. Yuanzi decided to strike unexpectedly before the enemy had time to hide, because his goal was to detain the monster and prevent him from escaping. The artifact mercilessly struck the enemy, hitting different parts of his body with incredible speed and force, leaving him with minimal chance to defend himself or avoid pain, completely controlling the situation. When the enemy bowed his head, Covering it with his hands, the night traveler realized that this was his chance to act, to exploit the enemy's weakness and turn the tide of battle in his favor. He quickly approached him, each step filled with determination and tension, feeling his heart racing and ready to take advantage of any opportunity to attack. The night patrol helped him remain invisible at that time, providing cover and camouflage in the darkness so that the enemy would not even notice his approach and would not have time to counteract. Pulling out his dagger, Yuanzi decided to attack from behind, taking advantage of the enemy's complete inattention to deliver a decisive blow and give him no chance to resist. Everything around him sparkled with different colored lights, shimmering from delicate pink hues to deep blue tones, creating an extraordinary hostile atmosphere. The killer spoke to the young man in a cold and ominous voice, warning him that he was too relaxed, emphasizing that any carelessness could cost him his life. Taking the object in his hand, he felt its strange energy and immediately realized that it was no ordinary thing, but an ancient artifact filled with mysterious power and unknown magic. Zhang Jun enveloped himself in a glowing protective sphere that shimmered with bright hues and firmly repelled all enemy attacks, creating an impenetrable shield of energy around him. He continued to smile, his confidence unshaken, radiating calm and determination, as if the storms and difficulties of the night could not in any way shake his inner steadfastness. The dagger did not penetrate the strong shell, bouncing off it and thus failing to inflict any damage, leaving the enemy unharmed and the attack futile and ineffective. With the help of his magic shoes, the traveler sought to deprive the enemy of protection, activating their hidden power to destroy the energy barrier and weaken the opponent's defenses. In a moment, he succeeded, and noticeable cracks appeared in the protective sphere, quickly spreading across the surface, indicating the weakening of the barrier and its imminent destruction. The enemy continued to stand in the middle of the battlefield, unyielding and focused, despite the chaos and destruction around him, radiating cold determination and readiness for any blow. At that moment, Yuanzi decided to retreat cautiously to avoid serious damage, assess the situation around him, and prepare a new strategy. The man finally saw him in front of him. His heart skipped a beat in surprise and his eyes filled with astonishment and anxiety, for the presence of this man meant the beginning of unpredictable events. A tempting thought was already spinning in his head, weighing on his mind and making his heart beat faster, pushing him to make decisions on which the future and fate of those around him depended. The enemy penetrated the young man's consciousness and began to mercilessly order Yost to drop his weapon and offer no resistance, imposing fear and a feeling of helplessness in order to completely subjugate his will. He endured the attacks of the boots until the very end, gathering all his willpower and deliberately did not use his protective artifact, hoping to withstand the enemy's onslaught and find a moment for a decisive counterattack. The traveler's impatience and lack of experience made him easy prey, and under the influence of the killer's cunning thoughts, he made fatal mistakes that ultimately ruined his chances of survival. Zhao's protective artifact had long been half destroyed, and if he had used it earlier, it would have only been able to protect him for a few moments, unable to withstand the enemy's prolonged and powerful onslaught. That is why the killer deliberately waited until the last moment when the young man finally decided to attack, knowing that every second of his indecision played into his hands and increased his chances of complete control. The same red shoes suddenly appeared on the player's feet, shining with a strange light and radiating a mysterious energy, as if ready to give him incredible strength and change the course of events at any moment. The opponent was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. His eyes widened in surprise and his heart froze, unable to immediately realize that the situation had suddenly changed to his detriment. The young man repeated the same precise movements he had used during the test, feeling the familiar rhythm and confidence in each action that helped him maintain control of the situation. Sweat ran down his face, glistening in the light and testifying to the tension, fatigue, and incredible effort he was putting in to try to survive the dangerous situation and not lose control. The man could not believe that a pitiful first-level night traveler had been able to escape his temptation, overcoming his obsessive control and revealing an unshakable willpower. Wanzi then sharply thrust his sword into his opponent's chest, feeling strength and determination in every movement, and the blade cut through the armor, leaving a trail of blood behind and finally changing the course of the battle. This attack proved to be extremely effective and completely unexpected, catching the opponent off guard, forcing him to react too late and feel a sudden loss of control over the situation. Blood spattered everywhere, flooding the ground and surrounding objects, creating a horrific and gruesome picture of chaos that emphasized the brutality and consequences of the battle. Shang Jun did not want to give up, repeating resolutely each time that this was not the end, and his voice sounded confident, instilling hope and unshakable faith in his own strength even amid the most dangerous attacks. Summoning all his strength and determination, he struck the young man sharply in the face, forcing him to lean back, feeling pain and losing his balance under the unexpected force of the blow. The criminal was so enraged that his eyes seemed to flash with lightning, radiating fury and uncontrolled hatred, which distorted his gaze and caused him to lose what remained of his sanity. The hero leaned back from the force of the blow and barely remained on his feet, feeling sharp pain in his body and tension in his muscles, but still trying to maintain his balance and not fall. After another powerful blow, he finally lost his coordination. His consciousness clouded, and his body involuntarily staggered backward. The night traveler landed right on his feet, which were wearing red shoes, and at that moment, they flashed with a faint light, softening the blow, helping him maintain his balance and avoid falling. Only determination remained in his gaze as the student reactivated his invisibility skill, focusing entirely on the fight and pushing aside the fatigue, pain, and doubts that could hinder his next move. His opponent could no longer see him in front of him, staring blankly into empty space, not understanding where his opponent had disappeared to, feeling the tension and danger growing with every passing second. The man sought only to kill people and obtain their fresh blood, after which he planned to break out of the underground parking lot and stage a real bloodbath on the premises. Using the bloodthirsty nature of the seducer, he was able to heal his wounds in an instant and turn death itself back, twisting its power to his advantage and defying the inevitable end. Xiangjun shouted loudly across the entire territory that he would never lose, and his cry echoed around, filled with rage, despair, and frenzied confidence in his own strength and inevitable victory. The enemy suddenly rushed towards the unconscious girl, moving quickly and aggressively, taking advantage of her defenseless state and trying to seize the moment without resistance. However, the bright red shoes still lay on the battlefield, silently reminding of recent events, amid the dust, broken weapons, and traces of struggle that had not yet disappeared. They followed the man and quietly watched his every move, keeping their distance, coordinating their actions, and reacting attentively to the slightest changes in his behavior. Xiangjun noticed a movement to the side and, seeing an unexpected object there, was deeply shocked because its appearance did not fit the situation at all and drastically changed the course of events around him. Since at that very moment the boot suddenly struck him hard in the face, he did not have time to react, lost his balance, and was stunned by the unexpected attack from outside. The criminal, having lost his balance after the sudden blow, staggered awkwardly, was unable to stay on his feet, and fell with a dull thud onto the cold floor, disoriented and stunned. The man intended to strike the girl only once, knowing that even that would be enough to cause her serious harm and leave dangerous consequences. The student was lying on the floor, unresponsive, because she had hit her head hard, lost her bearings, was overwhelmed by pain, and couldn't muster the strength to give any sign. The hero managed to react instantly and block the enemy's attack with his dagger, protecting himself from a dangerous blow and maintaining control of the situation at a critical moment. Yonzi was already next to the young lady, but he still had an active night patrol controlling the area, closely monitoring the surroundings and not allowing him to act completely freely. With a confident voice, he told the man that he had lost this battle, emphasizing his superiority, invincibility, and complete dominance in the situation that was just unfolding around them. At that very moment, the red shoes delivered a powerful blow, finally eliminating the enemy, who was unable to get up, and the threat he posed was completely eliminated. His body lay on the surface without any signs of life, motionless and cold, surrounded by silence that contrasted with the previous chaotic struggle and the aftermath of the clash. Yunzi exhaled with relief, realizing that the dangerous madman had finally been eliminated, and he could finally feel calm after the tense and risky battle. In the battle with the tempters, the greatest danger was falling under the control of their skills, and even before deciding to attack, the hero made a sacrifice using the dagger of demon subjugation. That artifact had the ability to purify, and by recalling the red shoes in time, he was able to avoid a fatal blow to the throat, while all of Xiangjun's skills were at his fingertips. He knew that with such careful preparation, it would be shameful to lose, because he had spent a lot of time and effort preparing, and now any defeat would seem unacceptable and disgraceful. Information appeared on the panel, announcing that the traveler had been awarded morality and reputation points for killing a third-level seducer, officially confirming his achievement. The young man did not even understand whether this newly discovered detail called reputation was necessary, because for him, his own experience and skills remained the most important, not the assessment of others or the conditional points of the system. He stood over the enemy's body, carefully examining it and reflecting on past events, analyzing every moment of the battle and his own actions that led to this result, trying to understand the lessons learned from the experience. Of course, it was difficult to accept all this, as the traveler did not have enough experience to quickly realize the seriousness of the events and correctly assess the consequences of his actions in such a dangerous situation. So the guy sat down next to the criminal and began to carefully search his pockets, trying to find any useful items or information. Inside, he found a wallet and something that looked like a phone, carefully checking the contents, trying to figure out who these things belonged to and whether they could be useful for further action. The hero could not understand how a criminal who was so actively sought after and who, it would seem, should have accumulated wealth, could have so little money that it seemed strange and completely unexpected. But then he decided to take it, to confiscate it, so to speak, making sure that none of the criminal's belongings would go to waste, and that everything could be useful for his own purposes or safety. Holding his opponent's blade in his hands, the young man felt a rush of adrenaline and curiosity, deciding to learn more about it by observing the details of the weapon and its history. The window revealed that it was a bloodthirsty blade, whose properties included the ability to cause severe bleeding and vampirism, sucking the life force out of the enemy. Yuanzi understood that if he didn't follow it, he would be in big trouble. But that artifact was a valuable item, and he guessed that Xiangjun was most likely feeding it with his blood essence. The player understood that at this rate, he could earn himself anemia, so he decided not to subjugate the artifact for the time being, carefully restraining his desire to use its power. The red shoes suddenly appeared behind him in his field of vision, and they again invited the traveler to dance, as if reviving the ghostly atmosphere of the room and pushing him toward unknown adventures and dangers. Each use of the item required one dance, but if he refused, the shoes would not consider him their master and would begin to hunt him down. With an insincere smile on his face, Yuanzi agreed, realizing that there was no other option and was forced to obey the shoes' conditions, hiding his own anxiety. A large crowd had gathered near the parking lot, which meant that rumors had already spread, and curiosity and perhaps anxiety had gripped the city, causing passers-by to discuss the events and seek their own versions of what had happened. The manager stood next to the newcomer and couldn't believe that this was his doing, watching him with doubt and surprise, trying to understand how such a result could have occurred under his supervision. A first-level traveler could eliminate Wu Xiangjun, which sounded like nonsense because the difference in strength and experience between them was enormous, and no one could seriously believe in such a possibility. Dongzi ordered the player to check the criminal's memories, hoping to obtain important information that could shed light on his motives and plans, while at the same time cautiously guarding against possible traps or deception. Xiangjun had been defiled by an evil force, and they were not sure if his spiritual body had remained pure. Moreover, Yuanzi might not be able to withstand such an attempt, which made Guanya feel deeply anxious and tense. The young man agreed and assured them that everything would go well, but he did not understand his colleague's watchful and wary gaze, which made him feel slightly nervous and doubtful of his own words. The boss decided that he would find a way to help him neutralize the consequences, as Xiangjun's memory was extremely important. The traveler understood that if someone else read the criminal's memory, they would learn about his red shoes, which could attract unwanted attention and cause serious problems. It also seemed that the sister suspected something, her gaze betraying alertness and doubt, as if she were trying to discern the truth hidden behind the words and actions of those around her. They initially decided to transport the body, while the other team members were to remain at the scene to assist security personnel in quickly restoring order, recording details, and eliminating the consequences of the incident. The young man was to return to the station in Guan's car and write a detailed report of what had happened, carefully describing all the events and observations. His sister figured it all out and ordered the new guy to go into the room and delete the surveillance camera recordings to erase any evidence that could expose their actions and keep the situation secret. Dongzi drove the car while talking on the phone, reporting that he had done all the work for the others, while demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. And as soon as he was to be awarded a bonus, he promised to invite everyone to dinner, expressing generosity and a desire to celebrate the team, creating an atmosphere of friendship and gratitude. The boss also asked him not to be jealous, because it was just luck that the new guy cleaned up the tunnel and took out the dangerous criminal, pointing out that success doesn't always depend on plans or achievements. The man disconnected from the group call because he had to call Mr. Fu and tell him everything that had happened, describing the events and consequences in detail to provide complete information about the situation. So, after dialing the right number, he answered the call, waiting attentively for a response, and preparing to clearly explain all the details of what had happened. The man on the other end of the line said that he had studied Xiangjun's file and was trying to calculate his trajectory by analyzing his past actions and possible plans in order to predict his next steps. But Dongzi quickly reported that the criminal was already dead, nullifying all the calculations and plans the man had made regarding his movements and forcing his interlocutor to urgently reassess the situation. After these words, the man felt quite good, as his employee had performed such a difficult task, demonstrating dedication and competence, which greatly alleviated his own responsibility. Mr. Fu, not believing his words, even brought the phone closer to his ear, trying to verify the truth of what he had heard and make sure that the information was indeed accurate. He then asked where they had found him, trying to understand the circumstances of the incident and get a clear picture of the place and conditions in which it had occurred. In response, the chairman learned that the enemy had been eliminated at Sunhai University, where he was trying to find out the location of the Grail and the list from a female student, but she knew nothing. The man praised the scout, saying that his team had done a good job and decided to submit a request to the Council of Elders for their reward. But Dongze interrupted him and pointed out that the target had not been killed by them. The man thought of one of the elders of the Water God Palace, who was at the university, and decided to thank him for his work, acknowledging his contribution to the cause. However, the team director confidently stated that the criminal had been eliminated by the newcomer, Yuan Shitianzu, the very traveler he had recently recruited. The commander was shocked to learn all the information about the case, as the details exceeded his expectations and revealed unexpected circumstances that radically changed his understanding of the events and the roles of the participants. Mr. Fu replied that in any case the work was good and asked for a report to be brought to him so that he could familiarize himself with the events and results in detail, confirming his assessment of the mission. A deep silence reigned near the police station, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, and nothing disturbed the peaceful atmosphere around. Not even a light breeze made a sound. Inside, the team stood by the morgue door, patiently waiting for everyone to arrive, exchanging anxious glances and feeling the tense atmosphere that hung in the air. The leader stood in the ward with the newcomer, explaining in detail that absorbing a spiritual body significantly increases the level of experience, but with prolonged use of this skill, the mind is inevitably defiled. If the guy had already tried to increase his level in this way, he knew very well what was going on and could foresee all the consequences associated with using this dangerous skill. Yuanzi agreed and explained that excessive use of this method could not only cause anemia, but also completely exhaust oneself, leaving one without any vitality. The young man took his hands out of his pockets and implored the leader not to mock him and his mistakes, showing sincere anxiety and fear of the possible consequences. Handing Duns a dagger, the traveler asked him to stab him somewhere in his thigh the moment he began to lose his mind, hoping to avoid complete defilement of his consciousness and control over himself. Moving closer to the criminal's body, he carefully began the process of absorption, feeling the energy gradually transfer into his own body, filling him with strength and tension. The whole process proved to be extremely difficult and exhausting, taking a tremendous amount of strength and energy, forcing his body and mind to work to their limits. Yancy found himself in the middle of the empty parking lot, where they had been earlier, surrounded by silence and the dim light of the street lamps, feeling devastated after all he had been through. There he also noticed the red shoes, which only confirmed his guess, making his heart beat faster from the realization that his suspicions had been correct. But then his attention was drawn to a voice that said that, despite his status as a seducer, he had quite pure energy and considerable potential, which made him particularly valuable in the future. The stranger asked him to drink wine from the Holy Grail, after which he would become his slave. And every half-month he would have to drink this drink, because even the gods could not save him from the consequences. The man had to remember the name of the stranger, who, judging by his ominous eye, evoked a feeling of fear and a sense of danger that hung over his every word and action. Yuanzi heard all the conversations from his memories but could not recognize who all these people were, feeling confused and sensing a foreign story unfolding before his eyes. The judge with the sinister eye was dead in the following memories, and He Wu Chang, being a trusted confidant, fled with the stolen grail in the list of names, unless the man wanted to die from poison. The traveler delved deeper and deeper into the criminal's memories, feeling how foreign experiences and emotions gradually intertwined with his own mind, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. There, Xiangjun was subjected to oppression and cruel mockery, forcing him to endure humiliation and pain that left a deep mark on his soul and memories. The young man begged them not to hit him, trembling with fear and pain, realizing his own helplessness and trying to stop the cruelty that was raining down on him again and again with words alone. Tears flowed from his eyes, silent and bitter, reflecting the depth of pain, fear, and helplessness he felt at that moment. Then a loved one appeared before him, shouting at him about his weakness and unable to understand how he could have produced such a worthless person, expressing both disappointment and anger. Yuanzi instantly emerged from the man's memories, feeling the weight of other people's experiences fall away from his mind, leaving a throbbing echo of pain and fear in his heart. He immediately reported that the situation had not gone according to plan, feeling anxious and tense as events had unfolded quite differently than expected. The manager assured him that everything was fine and immediately asked if there were any clues or leads, trying to assess the situation and find possible ways to continue. The protagonist did not explain his appearance in any way, simply replying that he had become sad, leaving those present slightly surprised and uncertain about his true thoughts and feelings. All this was due to the man's childhood memories, where he was subjected to bullying and beatings, and it was most likely then that his psyche began to deform, leaving deep scars on his consciousness. It turned out that it wasn't the dark class that made the travelers evil. Their anger consumed them even before they were given power, forming dark impulses and destructive intentions in their hearts. The manager calmly asked everyone to get down to business, emphasizing the need to focus on the task at hand and leave emotions out of the process. Yuanji assured everyone that he had seen something extremely important in Xiangjun's memories, something that could radically influence future events and decisions of the entire team. And the matter was precisely that stranger whose name, judging by his ominous gaze, sounded clear and depressing in the memories, leaving a feeling of danger and inevitability of events. Dongzi, hearing who was being discussed, jumped up abruptly, realizing that the matter was of extreme importance and could not wait a minute. The Fallen Holy Grail was an artifact of the Object Condition category, belonging to the class of Masters of Sorcery and Gu, and possessed an extremely high level, its purpose being control. The judge of the ominous eye used that artifact to enslave other travelers. Among the fallen ones he had to deal with every year, the vast majority of whom were those created by the judge of the eye. It was enough to be defiled once by the fallen Holy Grail, and a person would forever fall under the power of the cruel judge, who showed no mercy, and only death itself could bring liberation. In addition, those defiled during certain periods of time had to undergo the rite of baptism with the Grail, because without it there was a great danger that they would lose their minds. Shangjun was indeed the slave of the judge with the ominous eye, who had suffered for years under his cruel rule, his right hand escaping inevitable death. Not only the criminal, but also King Gu was looking for He Wuchang, because having received the list, he could establish contact with the fallen ones in order to cunningly and carefully get his hands on the judge's inheritance. The register contained a huge number of the fallen, and He Wuchang went into hiding with the list and the Holy Grail, realizing that he could not take control of absolutely everyone. At that time, he was in Songhai, where unrest was expected in the city. So the commander decided to inform the Council of Elders and notify his colleagues in other regions. And from that day on, everyone's leave was canceled. In the case of Shangjun, once he performed a tremendous feat, and all the results were entirely due to his tireless efforts, while the group of veterans proved to be much less effective than the newcomer. The meeting was over, and all subordinates received clear and detailed orders on how to proceed, including specific tasks, deadlines, and priorities. However, Yuan Ting added that the sect leader had summoned everyone to the capital to officially announce that the Demon Lord had died, and this news was of great importance to all those present, as it changed the balance of power. They were also tasked with finding the Demon Lord's successor, with all newcomers who became night travelers between the two places in the end of that year. The commander understood that even if someone had a character card, it still had no connection to the deceased, so he asked why their leader was looking for him. After the death of a simple traveler, the spiritual world would purge all of his character's data and then look for a new owner. But when a high-level spiritual traveler died, his card was formed differently. He replied that he did not know such information, because during that year only 4 newcomers appeared in Sunhai. One of them died in the tunnel, 2 joined the Tai sect and were sent to a training camp. Meanwhile, the hero sat in the office and asked when he could receive his reward for passing through the Yulin tunnel and for completing his last job. Guanya said that his merits had to be approved by the Council of Elders, and most likely he would receive his reward along with his salary next month. They thought that the boss had gone to a meeting with Centurion Fu and other commanders to discuss an urgent matter that required immediate attention and coordination from all high-ranking officials. The young man understood that the affairs of his superiors did not concern him, so he decided to go home and have dinner to rest after a long and exhausting day, regain his strength, and prepare for the next tasks. On the other side, a masked stranger stood in the middle of the circle, surrounded by mysterious symbols that glowed with a faint light, creating a tense and mysterious atmosphere. In his hands was a sharp knife that glinted in the dim light, hinting at danger and a determination to act without hesitation. And this object created an atmosphere of tension. Cutting his hand, he carefully applied a few drops of blood to the insect, and this ritual gesture created a sense of mystical importance, as if even the slightest contact with blood could activate secret powers. In less than a second, it spread its wings and began to rattle them, creating a sharp, piercing sound that echoed throughout the room, as if signaling an awakening. Flames danced and pulsed around the stranger, illuminating the room with red and yellow flashes. The creature did not understand why it had been summoned, but the servant explained that he had already laid the bait and, as ordered, the Alliance of 5 Elements immediately began searching for Heo-chan with all its might. The man asked what else he could do for his boss, seeking to understand what additional actions or tasks would be beneficial, demonstrate his loyalty, and help strengthen his position. The chief informed him that he needed to secretly assist the 5 Elements Alliance in their search for the missing person, and, if any news emerged, to report it to him promptly. Yuanzi arrived home and greeted all his subordinates, warmly exchanging words and gestures, showing attention and respect to everyone. His brother immediately asked about the incident at the university, but the hero replied that he had spent the whole time in the library and had not heard anything, explaining his absence and emphasizing that he had nothing to do with the events. The traveler understood that the person they thought was the murderer was standing right in front of them, and this unexpected situation caused him confusion because reality contradicted everything. The young man asked where his aunt was, who should have returned by then, worrying about her delay and possible danger because her absence caused anxiety. At that moment, the girl walked through the door, saying that she was so tired that she could barely move her legs, her face pale from exhaustion, so she asked for something to eat. The grandmother did not understand what was going on and why they had to serve her, her face expressing surprise and confusion, as she saw no reason for such treatment. Yunzi, assessing the situation, noticed the presence of a baby spirit clinging to his aunt's leg, and his heart was filled with anxiety because such a supernatural attachment could be dangerous. This was not surprising, as the hospital where she worked had long been home to a large number of ghosts, and their presence was familiar and almost imperceptible to the traveler. The woman did not understand why her nephew was watching her movements so closely, her face expressing surprise and slight concern because she saw no reason for such close attention. The boy denied noticing anything, but he himself thought that the guy was trying to possess her, feeling anxiety and tension. As soon as his aunt sat down at the table, she began to eat quickly, devouring her food with such greed as if she had been hungry for a long time or was trying to make up for lost time, and her rapid movements caused surprise among those present. But suddenly she stopped and asked her grandmother if she had forgotten to salt the duck, and the old woman replied that she had bought it in a store, which caused everyone to smile in slight surprise. So the girl could not smell or taste anything, and food seemed completely bland to her, as if all the aromas and flavors had disappeared, leaving only an empty texture. The hero continued to observe the spirit of the baby, closely following its movements and behavior, trying to understand its intentions and nature. Its little hand reached for the table, and the traveler thought that the spirit of the baby wanted to eat something. Even a simple gesture could have a hidden meaning or signal its needs. This was indeed the case, for the little ghost flew up to the plate of meat, its movements quick and light, as if trying to take a piece unnoticed, and the boy watched with cautious curiosity. But in a second, the baby started crying, and Yuanzi concluded that it was making too much noise, which was annoying, forcing him to hide his emotions from everyone present. His nephew asked everyone to continue eating and not to wait for him, as he wanted to go to the bathroom, while trying not to attract unnecessary attention and quickly complete his task. Standing in the hallway, he held the baby in his arms and asked him not to cry, but the spirit replied that the smell of roast duck was so appealing and delicious that he couldn't resist. The power of the night traveler was a great delicacy for the wandering spirits, who sensed it from afar, reaching out to him through the shadows and silence, greedily feeding on his presence in the unquenchable breath of darkness. Most likely the baby followed his aunt home because she retained the aura of the young man, which left a warm trace and became a real magnet for them, attracting them with an invisible force through space and time. The boy stood in the hallway and concentrated on reading an article about the spiritual body, slowly absorbing complex concepts that opened up a new vision of human nature to him. It became known that the level of the night traveler was increasing. He was gaining the ability to grow ghosts, and in battles with travelers of the spiritual world, his style could switch flexibly. That child ghost was an incredibly valuable spiritual servant, because if he had already awakened special abilities, then he was a full-fledged servant, capable of consciously carrying out orders. The boy decided that it was necessary to make a contract with the spirit, because only in this way could he secure the connection, gain control over its power, and ensure mutually beneficial cooperation between them. Their contact was immediately established, as if both sides had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and the connection between the boy and the spirit became stable, deep, and filled with mutual understanding and calm trust. A window appeared, detailing the spirit servant, describing its origin, level of development, all available skills, conditions for their growth, and clear ways to activate them in different situations. The hero decided to call it Xiaodubi, choosing this name as a symbol of a new beginning, a special connection, and recognition of the spirit as an integral part of his own path and future achievements. The next day, the whole team was already sitting in the police station, discussing the latest events, planning further actions, and waiting anxiously for the situation to finally begin to clear up. The leader called Yuanzi to him because the night traveler from the Tai sect had important questions for him that required explanations, clarifications, and quick decisions so as not to leave uncertainty between the parties. The young man did not understand why they needed him and began to suspect that perhaps they were trying to lure him to their side using cunning words, promises, and subtle psychological techniques. However, without hesitation, he got up from his seat and followed the leader down the corridor, feeling a combination of determination and unknown tension that pulled him forward toward future events and important answers. Dongzi knocked on the office door and announced that the newcomer had arrived, his voice sounding confident and clear, reflecting the importance of the event. Yunting was the captain of the Tai sect in the Kanyang area, and a third-level night traveler, a true elite among the elites of their organization, whose authority and power commanded respect and caution in everyone. Yuanzi said that as soon as he saw him, he felt a sense of home and some kind of inexplicable warmth, thinking that it might be the same feeling of belonging that a person seeks throughout their life. But the captain assured him that there should be no sense of kinship among the night travelers, emphasizing the strict rules of their organization and cold discipline. The hero concluded that it was this man who evoked a warm feeling in him and realized that he had incredible personal charm that attracted attention, inspired trust, and left a feeling of security and admiration at the same time. Yuan immediately understood that the guy in front of him was not simple, noticing in his gaze a rare determination, inner strength, and quiet confidence that betrayed experience and potential. The manager asked the newcomer to sit down, as he had important business that required his full attention and serious attitude, and his every action could have significant consequences for the further development of the situation. The young man immediately warned that he was not going to move anywhere because he liked his job He valued the stability and comfort it provided and did not want to risk what he had already grown to love and get used to. The man said that Centurion Fu held him in high regard and that even he himself could not have imagined such a thing, and then added that Elder Sun did not believe in the young man's ability to clear the tunnel. Many in the sect expressed dissatisfaction because they believed that Yuanzi had enormous potential and could even become a saint in the future, which caused envy, anxiety, and caution. The captain explained that he was a fairly sociable person, and in an attempt to establish a more friendly rapport, he offered the newcomer cigarettes, but the latter politely declined. The man continued, explaining that he had not smoked before, but when he became a night traveler and was performing a dangerous task, he was so frightened that he became addicted to tobacco. Yuan got down to business and said that they were looking for the lucky guy who got the Demon Lord's inheritance, and all the night travelers who showed up this year had to be checked. According to official assumptions, the issuance of character cards was not infinite and had an upper limit, so when a night traveler died, everything he had left returned to the spirit world. The young man asked who exactly was the person who became the Demon Lord and for what purpose they were looking for his heir, seeking to understand the motives of the organization. The captain did not know the true goal of the leadership, because for officers like him, it was important to simply follow all orders accurately and unquestioningly, carrying them out with discipline and responsibility. The Demon Lord was a fallen night traveler and enemy of the Tai sect. Many travelers had died at his hands. Even the elders of the sect feared him, and his name alone was terrifying. The young man was not sure how scary the man really was, but he noticed a certain symptom of an 8th grader in him. Yuanzi inquired how exactly they planned to determine the successor and what specific role he would play in this process, seeking to understand his responsibilities and the potential risks. Yan explained that the character card should have been a full moon, not a crescent moon, and that while passing through the dungeon, the master received an additional exclusive reward from the character card. At that moment, the hero realized that the card sent by Brother Bin belonged to the Demon Lord, and immediately wondered where he could have gotten it, feeling both surprise and anxiety. It also turned out that the red shoes were a special reward, and fortunately, the young man managed to hide this from everyone, keeping a secret that could cause envy. Yuanzi said that he was definitely not a descendant and asked how he could show the mark if he had no control over it, trying to understand the rules of the game. The man understood that this was a privilege only for high-level practitioners, but he did not need it because he could figure out for himself whether the newcomer was telling the truth or not. He had a command flag in his hands whose ability forced people to obey and deprived them of the ability to lie. But the price was that the captain himself could not utter a single lie. The young man understood that the whole situation looked pretty bad because the circumstances were complicated, the risks were high, and the possibilities for maneuver were limited, leaving him with a feeling of anxiety. So, without hesitation, Yuan raised the flag with his hand, feeling the weight of responsibility, the power of the symbol, and the inevitable impact it would have on everyone present, forcing them to listen and obey without any resistance. He asked the traveler to answer what his mark was, a crescent or a full moon, seeking to find out the truth, establish control over the situation, and understand the true level of power. The power of the command flag instilled awe in the depths of the soul and forced involuntary obedience. No one could hide anything, and everyone was forced to tell everything. After a few seconds, the young man realized that his spirit was forced to submit to the power of the object. He did not know what the real goal of the Tai sect was in its search for an heir. Most likely, there was a deeper reason, because Brother Bin had given him the character card, and perhaps all this was somehow connected with him. Zhou Dubi appeared, and the hero remembered that the master could transfer the damage he received to him, sharing the burden of damage, so to speak. So the flag's skills continued to work without a hitch, and the atmosphere around him slowly but surely became even more tense, pressing down on the space and making everyone feel the tension. The hero calmly but firmly asked Xiao Dubi to get to work immediately, making it clear that procrastination was no longer appropriate and that it was time to act without hesitation. The spiritual servant immediately began to absorb all the damage that was continuously coming at his master, intercepting devastating attacks and significantly reducing the damage that could have had fatal consequences. The feeling of pressure on the young man instantly disappeared, as if a heavy stone had fallen from his chest, allowing him to breathe freely again and focus on the events around him. So he confidently said that his character card depicted a crescent moon, and only now did it become clear that this spirit was truly useful, lived up to expectations, and played an important role. The young man also calmly replied that he had not received any exclusive rewards for his character card, and he had been aware of this from the very beginning, without placing any special hopes on it. The captain was genuinely surprised by these answers, as until the very last moment he had been completely convinced that Yuanzi was the person they had been searching for so persistently and for so long. But the young man passed the test successfully and explained that such tests could be repeated several times, as the Tai sect considered it extremely important to find an heir. Yuanzi promised to contact them if any suspicious circumstances arose, but he knew that he would never reveal himself and would remain unnoticed. The captain explained that being a descendant turned out to be quite unfortunate because there was a strict mechanism of balance in the spiritual world, and such special travelers were usually entrusted with the most difficult tasks. It became clear that the reward was always proportional to the risk, because the more dangerous the task, the more valuable and significant the rewards were, forcing each traveler to carefully evaluate their actions. Ian suggested that the hero add each other as friends, since there were not many night travelers in the Alliance, and therefore the newcomer had practically no one to share his experience with. Handing over his page and code, the man politely asked to be contacted for advice or help whenever needed, assuring him that he was always ready to support and provide useful recommendations. Yunzi was sincerely pleased with such an unexpected and pleasant turn of events and agreed to the offer without hesitation, feeling inner joy and peace from the decision he had made. However, his elated mood instantly disappeared when the captain explained that he would have to pay for the consultation and assistance, causing Yuanzi to feel slightly disappointed and the need to consider the cost. He was also informed that in the coming weeks, new night travelers would most likely find themselves in a competition of the spiritual realm, which could be an important test of their skills. The hero decided to ask one more question that was free but extremely important to him, as the answer could radically affect his future actions and plans in a dangerous and unpredictable world. Yuanzi asked if the night traveler had been given the skill of the divine power of the sun, and in response he heard that this was indeed the case, but the exact time of its appearance remained unknown. The novice had no further questions and politely said goodbye to the captain of the Tai sect, thanking him for his advice and the information he had received before leaving the room. Later, the young man turned to Dronzer with a request to find out how Lei Yibin's case was going in Jiangnan province, as well as to obtain detailed information about his movements. The man agreed, but the young man also mentioned his aunt's hospital, where something extraordinary was happening, and suggested that some traveler might be conducting experiments there to create spiritual servants. After listening carefully, the leader agreed that such freaks should be eliminated immediately, and added that if these guesses turned out to be true, he would personally finish off the traveler. Meanwhile, the young man had already read the spirit's memory and decided to apply for a solo mission, wanting to practice a little, test his abilities, and gain experience without outside help. Dongze agreed, but only on the condition that Guanya accompany the newcomer, as her combat skills and marksmanship were exceptionally high. The hero was sincerely pleased with this conclusion, and without hesitation, decided to immediately go in search of his sister, feeling that meeting her could be an important step in his future adventures. The Pinte Hospital was a top-tier facility, and its obstetrics and gynecology department was among the 5 best in the country. The car was already slowly approaching the parking space, smoothly maneuvering among other cars and preparing to stop without unnecessary noise or surprises. Guanya and Yuanzi arrived at their assignment in the hospital building, carefully surveying their surroundings and preparing for possible dangers and surprises that might await them inside. The hero asked how exactly they should act as a team, seeking to understand the distribution of roles, the strategy of interaction, and the effective order of actions for the successful completion of the task. The woman explained that first they had to find the target, then establish their identity, make contact with them, and if the target turned out to be weak, immediately take control of them, and if not, immediately report this to their supervisor. They had to act cautiously, carefully checking rumors about the ghost and old records to find out if there were any accomplices and if it would be possible to establish the true identity of the spirit in this way. The young man realized that his partner had already developed a plan, and this was where the strength of intelligence lay, because strategic thinking in advance allowed them to anticipate events and act effectively in difficult situations. Yunzi didn't have to do anything, because his sister had already planned all the actions in advance, anticipating possible difficulties and ensuring the effective completion of the task. So the team moved inside the building, carefully walking through the corridors, ready for any unforeseen situations and closely observing their surroundings. The traveler warned that his aunt worked at the hospital, so they couldn't reveal themselves, and he decided to take care of everything related to ghosts. The group split up and all the participants began to walk in different directions, carefully examining the area and preparing for possible surprises or encounters with dangerous objects. Guanya climbed the stairs in the corridor to the right floor, carefully stepping on each step and watching closely for any signs of movement or suspicious sounds around her. Her gaze was both confident and cautious, reflecting her determination in her actions and her readiness to react instantly to any unpredictable situations. The girl entered the ward and looked around intently, carefully checking every corner and looking for any signs of ghosts or suspicious objects. A doctor was standing next to the pregnant women, carefully checking the condition of the patients, closely monitoring their health, and providing the necessary medical care. Guanja immediately realized that she was standing in front of the newcomer's aunt, recognizing familiar facial features and mannerisms that immediately caught her attention and aroused her curiosity. The scout approached her and politely asked for advice, as she seemed to be planning to get pregnant in the near future and wanted to get professional advice on preparation and medical recommendations. The medical worker agreed to tell her everything, explaining in detail the necessary procedures and recommendations in order to provide complete information and help her prepare properly for pregnancy. Meanwhile, Yuanzi sat on the stairs on the other side of the building and persistently asked Xiaodobi to appear before him, watching the corridor closely and waiting for her to respond to his call. The spiritual servant stretched sweetly after his sleep and slowly appeared, revealing his presence and readiness for action, attracting Yuanzi's attention with his confidence and calmness. The young man decided to use him as bait to lure the beast out of its lair, as he was sure that the criminal would definitely be looking for him, and this gave him a chance to trap his enemy. If Xiaodubi appeared in the hospital, the man would surely take an interest in him, because the baby instinctively reached out to his creator and must remember him, which made him the perfect bait. The young man immediately followed him and quickly realized that their target was hiding in the obstetrics ward, choosing the most crowded and inaccessible place to hide from prying eyes. But then his gaze focused on a certain person, and he was deeply impressed by what appeared before him, unable to immediately believe his eyes and contain his surprise. Guanya was sitting with his aunt, discussing various girly topics that had nothing to do with her profession, chatting relaxed and laughing heartily. Yanzi concluded that his sister was extremely good at finding common ground with different people, easily winning them over and gaining their trust even in the most difficult situations. Xiaodubi approached them too quickly, rushing with steps that betrayed his presence and could attract unwanted attention from those around him. And then the little spirit clung to the medical worker's leg again, quietly sniffing and carefully holding her, as if he did not want to let go and wanted to stay close. The young man did not understand what had happened and why everything was repeating itself in exactly the same way, feeling surprise and slight anxiety at the strange repetition of events. Guanya continued to talk to the newcomer's aunt, discussing him and his relationships with girls, listening attentively to the details and showing interest in his personal life. Yonzi said to himself that his relative had been working alone for 2 years and remained single, thoughtfully realizing how difficult it was for her to balance work and personal life.